play here on Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah. Good to be with you on a Wednesday.
All right, you don't have to do your impressions this early, Sean. You're doing impressions of the intro. All right. Let's
Here we go.
We got serious business to get down to
Chiefs,
here, okay?
You're right.
None of this ha-ha, funny stuff, okay?
It's not how we're going to get to be the best in the world, that's for sure. Thanks for setting me straight. We are one day closer. We're 72 hours away, man, from the
thank God.
Texans
That's right.
and
You know,
Chiefs.
yesterday it was a nice surprise seeing a C.J. Stroud press conference come into my inbox because it's a Saturday. It's weird because the work week for us doesn't really change at all. Yet we get these little morsels earlier in the week. We get the normal Wednesday press conference on a Tuesday. Today you're going to get a little bit of Bobby Slowick action in your life.
Yeah, some hot Slowick action. Yes.
Matt Burke, who is an underrated press conference watch. He's a lot of fun.
We don't play enough Matt Burke on the show, I don't think. He's pretty good.
He's really good. I think the problem is that it's D'Amico's defense.
Yeah.
So Matt Burke's the defensive coordinator, but I think when a lot of the discussion around the defense comes back to D'Amico Ryans, I need to do a better job of that. A lot of times I'll see some really good Matt Burke stuff, and then I forget that, like, oh yes, this would be good for the radio show that I do every single day.
Yeah. And we get some Frank Ross too. Boy, Frank Ross was fired up on Saturday. He was. Did you?
With good reason.
With good reason. No, but he running alongside D'Angelo Ross on that 2-point return, and then he was all jacked up when D'Angelo Ross came in and got a piece of the ball on that punt. Did you see any of the D'Amico mic'd up stuff from this week?
I know I did. I had only just a couple of clips of him running on the sidelines.
The full video is out. I watched it last night. The full video, boy, like I watched it. I made the mistake of watching it before I went to bed. Like I watched it at like 9:30, and I'm like, I watched that, and I'm like, now I'm up till 10:30. He
got all amped up.
Yes, yeah, man. And the only thing I don't like about the mic'd up stuff, and I understand it, is you don't see a lot of the stuff D'Amico does. I feel like it probably, if you don't know anything about D'Amico Ryans and you just watch that 9-minute video, you're probably like, oh, all right, well, he's just this guy that goes around and says, yeah, way to go, baby, way to go,
guy.
boy, yeah, and you know that there's a whole lot more to that just from talking. And I know the Christian Harris one from last year on the pick and stuff like that.
Well, no, for those of people that don't know, there was one last year in the playoffs where D'Amico's on the sideline with Christian Harris, basically explaining to him how he was going to get a pick six.
Right.
And it was awesome. It was everything that that D'Amico's been able to do with linebackers and how much better guys like Henry To'oTo'o have gotten just over the course of 1 year. And that part of D'Amico, the actual football coaching side of D'Amico, the defensive player side of coaching, the other thing that's really paid dividends is his ability to bring in these kind of either blue-collar or journeyman type of defensive tackles and get the absolute most out of them to the point where 100% this year and on into the future, Houston's going to be a destination for guys who are like, man, all right, this is not the attention that I feel I should be getting in free agency. I'm going to go to Houston, play for a year, and then just like Sheldon Rankins. And a couple other guys, like go off and get a better contract somewhere else if I don't re-sign in Houston.
If I don't know I haven't checked the contractual situations of these guys.
Yeah.
To see if it was just a 1-year deal. But if it were, like, Tim Settle's going to get more money next year somewhere else, or maybe if they want to keep him here, he's going to get a raise. Mario Edwards, if he's on a 1-year deal, he's going to get a raise from somebody. Like, those guys have had excellent seasons. The suspension that Mario got notwithstanding, when he's been on the field, he's been excellent this year. And Rankins is a good example, too.
Well, and the defensive tackles did a really good job of adjusting in the game last week, where in the thing that's really vexed the Texans defensively over the last few weeks has been teams are taking advantage of how aggressive the defensive front is. So these traps and whams where they bait a defensive tackle to run upfield and then they just blindside them. They figured out how to play that, when to be a little bit more conservative. They changed their alignments a little bit, and that was a big difference in the game.
Mm-hmm.
If they hadn't made that adjustment in the Chargers game, the Chargers would have just kept running right down their throats.
Yep.
So that was on the actual strategy side of things, that was a huge part of the game last week.
Yeah, no doubt. I just feel like anything, I've been saying this since D'Amico got here, like anything in the front seven, linebackers or defensive linemen, you're going to get the best version of those guys plus 20% when you bring them in here. Like you're right. It's been really cool to see. My favorite part of the mic'd up was after one of the turnovers, and apparently Azeez got them into like the perfect defense for whatever play the Chargers had called, and Azeez comes over to the sideline. D'Amico hugs him. He goes, "You're gonna make a hell of a defensive coordinator someday."
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Okay. I definitely will go back and watch that part of it then.
Yeah.
Because we can go break before that.
Yeah.
No, and I think that's where too. I think the Texans have had just in that 12-day stretch where they had the 3 games and it did not go so well with the second and third game. I've been hesitant to point to the absence of Azeez Al-Shire as being a huge factor in all of that because it almost feels like excuse making, but it is real. And I'm not saying that all of a sudden just Azeez being on the field would have helped you beat the Ravens or anything, but it would have made a big difference in how bad it was, especially given the nature of the things the Ravens were doing. Having a guy like Azeez directing traffic, alerting guys pre-snap, all that stuff, it makes a big difference. So it's not – I don't know if it's the X factor that changes your fates versus the Chiefs, but it's a big difference.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Chiefs because I don't the Ravens game. I don't think Jesus Christ himself on his birthday, albeit, would have shown up and helped you win that game. Like you lost 31-2, but he missed the Chiefs game too, like you just said. That Chiefs game was a one-score game. That was a close game. That was a game you had the ball in the fourth quarter with a chance to tie. And that is something that, like, on the margins, Azeez Al-Shire maybe is the difference in that game.
Right,
having Azeez for a team that loves to work the middle of the field, the Kansas City Chiefs, having Azeez Al-Shire in there, a guy that coaches say, like, man, you got to keep an eye on zero, and quarterbacks say that too. You got that is something, if we got to worry about the Ravens, that's a great problem to have. It means Chiefs. But in that Chiefs game, like Azeez, I think there's excuses and there's reasons, and I think Azeez is way more a reason than he is an excuse, particularly for the Chiefs game.
Right. Yeah, the Chiefs ran for 124 yards that game.
Yep.
It wasn't like they just destroyed the Texans on the ground, but it was a big factor in the game. Kareem Hunt had that. What he had, like a 20-yarder.
Mahomes scored on a scramble that just look, the Texans looked asleep. You know?
Yeah.
The 20-yard scramble.
Mahomes' rushing ability, that's one thing. Man, yesterday CJ said something where he was asked about his running in the Chargers game, and he had talked about how he basically specifically said, I want to be an elite passer. And I blame my generation for giving CJ and others his age good advice about, hey, listen, man, don't let them pigeonhole you into being all the code words for an athletic quarterback or anything like that, which is true, yes. Don't let them pigeonhole you into, thinking that you're just a running quarterback. But A, nobody's going to accuse CJ of being an athletic quarterback. B, they're like – the modern NFL, running is a part of playing the quarterback position. Pat Mahomes is not an incredible athlete, but he runs very, very effectively. And nobody's accusing him of not being a pure passer. So he's got to get comfortable and more comfortable just taking those easy yards when they're there for the taking. And Pat Mahomes is the perfect example of a guy that does all that.
It was interesting, and we'll play this audio on the show as long as you're bringing it up. I thought it was cool yesterday seeing him talk about how on the interception he went back and looked at the iPad or whatever the Microsoft version of it is, and he saw that they weren't even accounting for him, on defense, and that was in his mind when he went and got the 27-yard scramble. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, he also pointed out that he is young and he's still learning these things.
Yeah.
That is right. He's 22 years old and he's in his second year, and some of these things just take reps. It takes reps and time.
Yeah, like his level of play his first 2 years has kind of made us forget that. Do you have a favorite Deontay Johnson memory from his time as a Houston Texan? His time is over now. He was waived yesterday.
My favorite memories are every single time I named him as an X factor in the upcoming game.
You went deep on him before one of the games. I can't remember which. I think it was before the Charger game.
And this week he'll again be an X factor, and that I don't know what they'll do without the absence of the mythical X factor
X
that
right
he was.
through his face on the media guy.
Yeah. Deontay Johnson released yesterday.
Yeah.
Which makes it so now he's been booted out of 4 teams in 1 year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, a little over a calendar year. Yeah.
1 calendar year, a little over a calendar year.
Yeah. Actually, no, you're right. It might be under a calendar year because he was, it's been within a year. He's been booted. Here was D'Amico Ryans this won't take long. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on the end of the Deontay Johnson era.
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out. We're on to the Chiefs.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the
didn't
right
work
answer.
out.
Yep. The reports were, for those who don't know, the report, because I think there's probably people who hadn't heard this report yet are like, wow, I thought he was supposed to be like this, like tank, a poor man's Tank here. He was sulking in the locker room after the win over the Chargers because of playing time. Multiple reports, multiple reports from people from reporters who were in the locker room and noticed Joe Mixon and Azeez Al-Shire having to go over and say, hey, bruh, we just won a playoff game.
You know what he needs? He needs to read the book that A.J. Brown was reading on the sideline.
You're reading it right now, right?
Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy. Jim Murphy's this, he's kind of like a sports psychologist, guru, mental performance training type guy, which every single time I read one of these books, I start off like, whatever, this is all going to be the same old crap. But you know what? The same old crap, it's the same old crap because a lot of it is true. Mm-hmm. But so I'm enjoying it so far. The big thing about this book so far, from what I've gleaned, is it is a whole lot about not being so wrapped up in yourself, about kind of focusing your energy outward, like almost in a positive way, even towards your opponent, but also remembering that the enjoying the moment and being absorbed in the moment and not being worried about accolades and all those other things, including just what the story in your head is about what you need to do. Like, very thing for wide receivers. Yeah. Because for wide receivers, so much of it is about like, all right, man, you can do everything the right way, but the ball might not come your way that day. Yeah. That you got to just get in the moment and just excel at your job, running the routes, all those things, and don't get caught up in all of the other stuff. And I can see why A.J. Brown is reading it, because I know everybody's thinking, like, wasn't there drama between him?
It was 2 months ago.
I'm guessing somebody gave him the book a couple months ago.
Well, it's good that A.J.'s reading. He's underlining it and highlighting it, too.
Yeah. I talked to Brooks Cabina, the beat writer up there, formerly of the Houston Chronicle, and he tried to dig in and find out. He asked A.J. Brown what the underlined pieces were, and he said he wouldn't tell him. Not going to give away the secrets. Yeah, it's
a good recommendation by you. I'm no therapist. I think Deontay Johnson is far more than just one book reading away from being.
Yeah, but that's how it all starts.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. It's a good recommendation. I just think there's a lot of bricks in that wall that need to be put back in.
There is a lot. I know, but sometimes it just dawns on people all of a sudden, like, holy crap, yeah, I'm my own worst enemy. Yep. I gotta get out of my head here a little bit.
Yeah, maybe the 5th or 6th team, he'll wake up and figure that out. It's crazy.
Maybe he's never read Inner Excellence.
That's what I said. It's a good recommendation.
Brooks said he felt really bad for whoever's self-help book was next to Inner Excellence on the bookshelf of the bookstore. Because Inner Excellence is probably just rocketed up.
For sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we're off and running on a Wednesday. We'll keep digging deep into the playoff matchup coming up on Saturday. Chiefs and Texans, 3:30 kickoff. You can hear it here on Sports Radio 610. The big key to last week's, according to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, preemptively, they talked about it before the game. Do we still think that the afternoon show might have an issue with the work based on what D'Amico Ryans said on his coach's show? So we'll talk about that. We'll hear from the Chiefs, too. We'll get some of their thoughts on the Houston Texans as well. That's coming up next.
Hey, you guys need a plan, too, for your retirement. And I know, it's hard.
Lakewood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And it's good to be with you guys. I'm excited for this weekend. It's going to be fun. Text message, would the Chiefs pick up Deontay Johnson just to get intel on the Texans for the playoff game this weekend? Now, it's a fair question. I will say this. The other reports were that Deontay Johnson, that the playbook wasn't, totally
that was
immersed in the playbook.
Right.
That was part of it. I don't know. Deontay Johnson has Deontay. I don't know how much intel Deontay Johnson was himself getting on the Texans while he was.
Yeah, I don't like Deontay Johnson. Doesn't strike me as the guy who's like, oh, we need to pick his brain to figure out how to, I don't know, steal this technology for Apple. So it's. Maybe, but I'm not overly worried about it if they do.
No.
It doesn't seem like Deontay Johnson has necessarily either the appetite or the aptitude to pick up a playbook.
Well
so
put.
in his 2 or 3 weeks here in Houston, maybe. Now, you got to remember, though, too, well, yeah, you can pick him up and put him on your practice squad.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, you've only got so many spots on the roster. You don't want to boot somebody, but they could put him on the practice squad. If you're a Texans fan that's worried about that, worry about like 1,900 other things first.
Yeah. Good call. Here was Nick Caserio with us last week, about a week ago today, with us talking about the Texans getting ready for the Chargers and saying that the way they're working that week has typically led to success during the season.
Yeah, definitely appreciated the opportunity. I think when you kind of turn the page regular season to have your team in a position to compete when you're playing meaningful football in December and January, it carries a certain weight along with it. So everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us. We had a great sort of first day of preparation, first day of work. We were actually out there on a field yesterday practicing on a Tuesday, which isn't normal, but the fact that the game is Sunday, we've kind of structured the schedule. And what we've found is when we work, we play good football. So the players were focused. The players had the right mindset. It's not easy because you come off the heels of a Sunday game and you got to kind of turn the page, but everybody understands what's in front of us and the awareness is heightened and everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us against a good Los Angeles team that's coming in here on Saturday.
All right, now we have the benefit of hindsight. Whatever they were doing last week worked out really, really well for them.
Right, and I think that, we had a disagreement with the afternoon show as to what Nick meant by all of that, and partly it's just because in that soundbite right there, your mind goes to like, what, were guys not working hard enough? Right. We had further discussion about it, and really it was a load management. And what the Texans experimented with or tried this year, especially in short weeks, was, all right, the GPS data is telling this, and you gotta be concerned about guys getting overly beat up or not recovered. So there were times where they scaled back the practice schedule. And then last week I said, all right, no, maybe the data tells us that we should take a break or maybe we should go no pads. Nope, we're going to go out and we're going to practice in pads. It's just hard this time of year. Guys beat up. And even before the days of all the data stuff, old school football coaches would have to, in the NFL especially, would really have to struggle with these decisions about how hard do we practice this late in the year. I never took it as like guys on the field weren't practicing hard. It was just a matter of, are we practicing at all? What kind of practices are we having? They've decided to go the old school route and just say, yep, we're still in pads because it works for us.
Yeah, I like it. And CJ brought it up unprompted in a couple of interviews after the game.
Yeah.
Practicing in pads. Here was D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show talking about the prep for the Charger game last week.
You have to put the work in, right? And that's one thing we want our guys to understand. You never shortchange the work. Like with the way we work throughout the week has shown up in games throughout our entire season. We have a really good week of work, and we've been on the winning side of things when we go and play games, or when we've had short weeks, we've had things happen or we had to cut reps and all those things. In practice, we don't play as well. So we'll continue to work like that this week. We have a full workload this week, and so hopefully it still, translates to a win.
and like, honestly, this is the way it works and on various teams. What really matters is that you've got buy-in from your veterans, because there's almost like it's kind of like a union versus the company mindset at times where the vet players are like, wait, coach, what are we doing? Or guys are, you rely on your veterans to tell you whether guys are tired or not. Mm-hmm. If you've got a good relationship between the coaches and the veteran players, the coach can have those conversations and come to almost like a labor agreement about like, yeah, we really need this. Like at a good company where like the union foreman like wants the best for the company, so he's not just always trying to screw over the boss, but the boss also genuinely wants to help the players out. You got to have a good relationship in that regard. So on that side of it, when you're asking the team to practice in pads late in the year, and guys are banked up and they have to fight their way through it, they got to believe that it's important, and they got to believe that, yeah, this really matters. So it's not just going out there in pads, it's guys actually embracing it and saying, yeah, we're going to have a good practice in pads. Even though it sucks, we know that our team is better when we do this. And it sounds like they got that.
Well, that's where the validation, right, of you had all three phases play well on Saturday. That's where the not just fact that they won, but that they won so convincingly. The offense had its best game in a long, long time. Yeah. It wasn't perfect. It was bad for a quarter and a half. But the defense might have had its best game of the year on Saturday, and then special teams did some things. I think that helps. That's the equivalent of the old ding for you, Seth.
Well, yeah, you've got the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
And all of that goes back to, some of this stuff, to have an environment like that, that's years in the making in terms of what types of guys do you have on the team.
Sure.
I always go back. CJ was on the Pivot podcast, and he called Laramie a vet, which meant that he didn't do anything extra or anything like that. That scared the crap out of me because that is a bad attitude to infuse and a bad example to set for the younger players on the team. Whatever any particular player is like now, it feels like they've got that buy-in.
Yeah.
And I would just tell you from personal experience, okay, I played for Tom Coughlin, old school guy, and Coughlin's kind of mentality was still of that almost like what he probably thought was a military mentality, but which is they never actually know how the military works. That almost like, you guys aren't tired, you're soft. Get out there and practice. Like, all right, cool. Versus D'Amico, where I think it's probably more like, man, I want you guys to see the way that we played after this week or that week.
Yeah.
Or look at some of these mistakes we're making when we haven't practiced, and getting genuine buy-in from the veterans. And it matters. That's where like all those little motivational things and relationship things, and simply having the right kinds of guys on your team that understand, all right, yeah, this is what we got to do. Not every team is like that.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely an ingredient in it's inherent in the guys that they go out and find that they would buy into this approach at this stage of the season. Andy Reid met with the media yesterday. What do you see on the Texans' defense, Coach Reid?
The first thing that jumps out at you is speed. That front can run. We didn't have a chance to play against Zero last year, or last time we played him a couple weeks back. He's fast also as a linebacker, and he's kind of their main play caller there. So, but he can, the speed of the D-line, the linebackers just jump out at you. And they're real good. The hands of the secondary, those guys, they catch the ball. You don't see a lot of bobbles or drops or that. If you're presenting it close, they can go up and snag it.
Almost sounds like Andy Reid has a good grasp for assessing football teams.
It's a good scouting report.
I trust Andy Reid's opinion about what the Texans' defense looks like. Yeah, the ball skills of Derek Stingley in particular, kind of freakish. He's like a wide receiver. He's got better ball skills and like the ability to track the ball, everything like that, better than a lot of receivers, better than Deontay Johnson. And but Azeez Elshire, when he says Zero, he's talking about Azeez Elshire. That is, again, we talked about it. It's a huge X factor. You didn't have Azeez out there. Azeez's ability to both coach the defensive linemen when he's on the field, but then also to play off of them and cover up some mistakes sometimes by the defensive line, or if a defensive tackle is getting beat or whatever, Azeez can erase a lot of that. And then the overall, one thing the Texans did in that Chargers game is they didn't play a lot of man coverage, but when they did, they were awesome at it.
Sticky, yeah.
Yeah, and they were, of the playoff performances last week, I was looking at a chart this morning. The Texans they played amongst the fewest number of snaps of man coverage, but they had the highest grades when they were in man. Yeah. And there were times where Azeez was stunting, and they had a 5-man rush where either the pass rush came clean, or if it didn't, they were nails in coverage.
Yeah.
And it got better and better as the game went along. And then in the second half, they stopped rushing 5 as much. They just had a 4-man pass rush, and it really started to click. And then they had him right where they wanted because they had an extra guy in coverage. Herbert was getting harassed. It was really, really good.
Azeez didn't practice yesterday. It said listed with a knee. It doesn't seem like everybody's overly concerned about that, but it should be pointed out. He did. It wasn't listed as rest. He wasn't limited with rest. He was DNP knee on the injury report.
And Nico didn't practice with rest.
Yeah,
he's
limited
because of rest.
Yeah, he was
just
limited.
a Veteran Day rest.
Yeah.
Christian Harris is a big one that he only played 7 snaps in the game, and D'Amico just said, "Hey, it's taking a while for him to come back." Yeah. So at this point, I wouldn't expect Christian Harris, like heavy usage out of Christian Harris for the rest of the postseason. But it'd be nice if it happens. But it feels like he's probably still kind of having a little bit of a roller coaster of when his calf is feeling good and when it's not.
Well, he'll get a full week of rest in between the AFC title game and the Super Bowl. So that's where I'm at. Yeah. Texans are 50-1. They're the longest shot on the board to win the Super Bowl. 50-1. 50-1, and the next closest is the Commanders at 28-1. So the Texans are they're out on the 7th circle right now.
So especially if you look at the NFC or the AFC, the road for the Texans through the Chiefs and then either the Ravens or the Bills.
Oh, yeah.
That's a tough one.
Yeah,
I'm not overly.
I'm not
mad
about it.
A lot of people offended at Vegas on that, and it's just kind of like last week. The Texans, yes, it made sense that the Texans were the underdog last week. The Chargers had been a more complete and well-rounded football team. But it was
late
just
in
stupid.
The season, too.
Yeah. It was stupid. I mean, they were 3-point underdogs. It was stupid the way some people were acting like there was no way the Texans could win that game.
Yeah,
it was one of the most idiotic sentiments I've seen adopted wholesale ever. It was just, the line was where it probably should have been. And as long as the best version of the Texans showed up, or even a better version of the Texans showed up, they could win that game, obviously.
Line's up to 9 now on this game.
9?
It's up to 9. Have you gotten down?
Well, now I am insulted.
Okay, have you?
You know why? Because that's the betting public that's driving that up.
Yeah.
There hasn't been any kind of a change or anything that made the handicappers change their opinion.
No.
That's the betting public that's saying oh yeah, Texans, they suck. I forgot. Yeah, they totally suck, don't you know?
Joe Q Public loves favorites, especially favorites with a week rest at home.
Especially favorites with look, we've benefited from this with the Astros for many, many years.
Yeah.
Until recently, that they just flat out have a knack for playing their best baseball and or football in the
pedigree.
playoffs.
Yeah, they got a pedigree, man. They got a pedigree. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do some headlines coming up next. Kind of a light headline day, but we'll get into some of them. Texans have a couple made yesterday. We'll get you up to speed on the injury report as well. Texans also have a little something they want you guys to know about for Friday. So we'll give you a little thing to circle on your calendar. We'll get into headlines coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Prize Picks, it can be a light headline.
15.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's get to them. Deontay Johnson waived by the Houston Texans yesterday. Reports that he was despondent in the locker room after the game, likely due to a lack of playing time. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday when asked about Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're on to the Chiefs.
Okay, so short and sweet.
It was a nice eulogy for his time with the Texans.
Yes.
See if they bring him back in the for 2025. I'm doubtful, Sean. I'm doubtful.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm a little disappointed. I mean, just based on we were excited about the element on the field that Deontay Johnson could potentially bring, something the Texans are missing right now. Just they are lacking in guys that can beat man-to-man coverage, that are better than the guy, likelihood better than the guy or as good as the guy physically across from them lining up. Then I went to a place where I'm like, well, they did just beat the Chargers by 20 without Deontay Johnson, essentially. So,
that the thing about it is, look, hey, John Mechie was open a lot. He just had a hard time clasping the football firmly. That minor detail that we've seen with John Mechie, going back to all the way through training camp, where he had too many drops. Boy, he's right there. Like he's getting opportunities, and for good reason. But man, he's got to figure out a way to hold on to the football. He's going to get his opportunities. Yes. He's going to get his targets. He's got to hold on to the football.
Yep. Yeah, we had someone text yesterday. Hey, have you guys figured out why they're targeting Mechie so much? It's like, he's their number 2 receiver right now.
He's open. He's open.
Yes, yeah, that's the best answer. Now, this one more significant, I think. The other move the Texans made yesterday, Cade Stover to the injured reserve with a shoulder injury. Here was D'Amico Ryans on that yesterday.
Yeah, Cade had a shoulder injury, and he'll require surgery, so Cade will be out for the season.
Okay, that sucks.
Yeah, it really stinks. Especially, it's been a rough couple months for him anatomically.
Oh, the appendectomy.
Appendix.
Yeah.
Dealing with the emotional damage of missing his append. You never appreciate your appendix while you have it.
No.
And then it's gone.
A little part of me. Little part of me is gone now. Yeah.
Little. Yeah. And then, so he'll be fine next year. That's not like that's a big deal to recover from. But just unfortunate because, hey, we saw him get involved. I think CJ embracing the check down is a really, really good development.
Yeah.
And Cade was one of those guys in the last couple of weeks that was a check down for CJ.
Yep. The injury report, these are the guys that were out yesterday, did not practice. We mentioned Azeez Al-Shire in the previous segment with the knee. Shaq Mason is still injured and out with his knee injury. Juice Scruggs is nursing an injury. It doesn't sound like it's serious. And then Robert Woods on there as well. Look, it's the playoffs. If guys can walk, they're probably going to play in this game on Saturday.
Yeah, and the offensive line right now, they've made improvements. This current lineup is, I think, the best they're going to do this year. And you got to lean into the positives that they've had. There's going to be some plays where they don't pick up a game or they don't pick up a blitz. That's just the way it's been all year. They've gotten better at it, and the fact that the run game got going in the second half versus the Chargers was the most unexpected development for me. The fact that Mixon was able to Mixon got across the line of scrimmage without being touched multiple times in the second half.
It was wild to see.
He didn't have to earn all of it. And then honestly, Mixon and his reads and some of the way he's been running the ball during the season, it was getting kind of screwed up. There were times where it looked just like with CJ, they were trying to do too much because they knew that the blocking wasn't good. If Mixon can trust the blocking in front of him, then you get that synergistic effect of, Mixon hitting the hole right where he should as hard as he can because he expects it to be there.
Yeah.
So there were just more instances of that last week than we'd typically seen.
They ran the ball 13 straight times on that drive, and it ended with a touchdown. That's all the evidence you need. Don't jerk with this. It may not be the best line in football. It may not even be in the upper half of offensive lines in football. But it's by far right. It's by far the best version you've trotted out there this year. So leave it out there. And I don't think they're going to have a choice. Shaq Mason again still out from practice yesterday. Hey, quick mention for something the Texans made public yesterday. They are looking for fans on Friday. If you're looking for a reason to leave work early on Friday at about right before lunchtime, they want to send the team off with a big crowd out there. Get the get the team
fat rally.
Yeah, kind of. At noon on Friday is about the time the team leaves. It's going to be on the west side of the stadium. That's on the Kirby side of the stadium there with the the two bulls. So I would imagine look for the crowd over there, but
that's the side that doesn't have an Astrodome on it.
That's correct. That's right. That's right. So make a note if it's something you want to be out there with a bunch of Texan fans, some good fellowship on Friday to send the team off to the airport in style. H-Town send-off is what they're calling that. So get out there and then just don't go back to work on Friday. Begin your prep for the next day in the Texans and the Chiefs game. Friday afternoon, And
if your employer tries to dock you the pay unfairly or something, we'll sue them. We'll do it.
Oh yeah,
we'll sue them for it.
Oh hell yeah,
Meltzer does labor law now. I'll call him up afterwards and see if is this a thing, Mike? Can I do this? And he's gonna do his typical thing where he tries to talk reason to me. And I'll bully him into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then you'll fire back. Rockets in Denver tonight to face the Nuggets. 9:00 tip. The Rockets they're second in the Western Conference right now. They've lost 12. I think they're 28-12 or 26-12. I mean, we're almost halfway through the season here. We're 3 games away from the halfway point. So this is starting to feel fun and real.
Yeah.
They play Denver tonight, so this is another good measuring stick game for them. They're a year removed from being NBA champions, but they're still a very good basketball team. I think they're the 4 seed in the Western Conference right now. It's just 2 from the Grizzlies, who are right behind them in the standings. And then you're at Sacramento, who just fired their coach. You're at Portland, who's awful. You host Detroit, who's not good. And then a week from today, the Cleveland Cavaliers come to town, and the Cavs you play a home and home with the Cavs this time next week, which, I mean, the Rockets could be going into that game. They're 26-12 right now. They could be going into those Cleveland games, somewhere, like 30-12, 29-13, something like that. That's the real measuring stick. That's the Cavs are, to give you an idea how good the Cavs are. They're 6 games ahead of the defending champion Celtics, who have been very good this year. They're halfway through the season. They're 6 games ahead of the Celtics.
No, this is going to be a fun stretch. It's going to be a fun week of sports because the Blazers game is Saturday night, right?
Is it?
So you got playoff football in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
And then whether you're celebrating or whether you're picking yourself up off the mat at the very least.
Basketball.
You'll have the second in the Western Conference Houston Rockets to watch.
Hell yeah.
At 9 p.m. on Saturday.
It was cool. I watched a clip from one of Ime's press conferences. It might have been after the game a couple days ago. But it's just Spillane actually asked him the question, like point blank, do you guys think you can win an NBA championship this year? And Ime Udoka didn't just say yes. Like, he gave a very long answer. Yeah. But it was very interesting. Like, he started kind of digging in on their record, and he's like, we've only lost 12 games. And when you think about it, he started to rattle names. He's like, there was a Charlotte game, there was this game, there's the Portland game. He started rattling off games like, there's no way we should have lost these games.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was interesting that he was like naming names. Like,
so what you're saying is what he said was, I'm trying to figure out how any of these other teams are going to win a championship.
How I heard it, man.
Turn any of those losses into a 7-game series, and we would have punked those fools, is what he said. That's the quote I'm going to put on Twitter.
He is right, though. They're 26-12, and they've had some bad losses this year. Like those back-to-back Minnesota-Miami losses where they gave up like 15-point leads in the fourth quarter.
Well, no, and especially the losses where they squandered leads.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that you know the way Udoka's wired. Those ones bother him the most.
Yes.
But it's also that's the ones, for me, I look at them like, oh, yeah, but they're a very good defensive team that is still young as well. Mm-hmm. So, like, those are the losses, I think, as a coach. You're like, yep, we got these young guys really doing a lot of the right things, and it's a matter of just getting 4 quarters out of it. And you're probably kind of glad that they've learned some of those lessons because they're really understanding how you got to play to the echo of the whistle through all 4 quarters against some of these teams.
Yeah, and I think too, like those losses, I don't think it was because they like a lack of effort on defense or anything. Like the shots just stopped falling. They're not a great offensive team.
Right. Yeah. There have only been a few times this year where you could wonder, like, hey, what happened to the energy, or what happened to the where's that defense? You can rely on the defense by and large. It's going to be a good week.
It's going to be fun,
good
man.
Week, Sean.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. All right, heading into the 7 o'clock hour, what are the best things the Texans have going for them as they head to Kansas City this week? We're going to take inventory here, Apollo 13 style. What are the best things that we've got to cobble together a win in Kansas City this Saturday? We'll do that coming up next.
Just like a former Texans.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast. Chiefs Texans, 3:30 Saturday. Seth and I've got you for Texans Countdown at 12:30. I'm pumped. We get to do this at least one more time, hopefully more. Spread is 9 right now. Spread is 9 on the game.
I'm going on Greg Rosenthal from the NFL Network. I'm going on his podcast later today because at the beginning of last week's appearance, he said, Seth, you're one of my favorite guests, and this will probably be the last time we talk to you this season. I took offense. I was offended.
Good.
I demanded that he have me back. I don't know if he's going to even be recording this one. I think he's just scared of me.
He's just trying to get it out of the way. Like, all right.
He's like, I got to have him back because he was really mad.
Yeah. He likes having you on there, huh?
Yeah. That goes back to the old around the NFL podcast.
Oh, that was him. Yeah.
Disbanded. Yeah.
Okay. He's out on his own now, doing his own thing.
Well, he's with the NFL.
Still,
the guys are off on their own.
I gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, I have a hard time keeping track of who's still over at the NFL Network.
Yeah,
been a lot of bloodshed over there.
I know. It's tough times for the league. They're not making much mone apparently.
Yeah.
They had to cut a lot.
That's the big thing. Let's get through these playoffs, then we can figure out after the season how to go make money. Yeah.
James Palmer, who I thought was like the only Nugget hussy I respect is James Palmer.
Well,
mostly because he's not really a Nugget hussy. Ian Rappaport.
He's got a great gig now, James.
He's working for Underdog.
Yeah. He gets to go to these games, and he's making his videos and stuff.
Yeah, I think he's doing more, because he was always James Palmer is always way more intelligent and interesting, I think, to be pigeonholed into that 30-second delivering the news bite.
Yeah.
So now he actually gets to have conversations, and I like James Palmer a lot.
He gets to pick the games he wants. I was talking to him when he was here for a game. He's like, yeah, it's really cool. Like, I kind of sets his own schedule. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Good for him. All right, what are the best things the Texans have going for them as they head to Kansas City? We'll get into the exact things on the team that they have going for them. Is this an advantage? The Kansas City Chiefs will have played 24, or will not have played football. It'll be 24 days since the last time they will have played a football game. Here's Chris Sims and McCourty number 1 on the Texans and the Chiefs and how the layoff might hurt the Chiefs.
The 3-week layoff bothers me about the Kansas City Chiefs. We saw the Texans be able to throw the short passing game. They got people that can play man-to-man, and we know their pass rushers are elite.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. When you have that layoff that Chiefs have had, being on the New England Patriots, we got the bye week a lot. And you come out of that bye week, it's all about how the game starts. So I think for Houston, you have to get off to a good start. They're going to be a little rusty. Kansas City, jump on them early.
This lines up, man, for the Texans. I know they didn't get off to a good start against the Chargers, but throughout the course of the season, the one thing that they've done well offensively is play well early in games.
Right, and you know what? And Bobby Slowick, I know the one that's most fresh in your mind is the lateral to Joe Mixon, where Joe Mixon ended up fumbling the ball. And people were angry at Bobby for trying to get clever. I get it, but there have been a lot of good moments where the only offense at times in the first half has been one of these gadget or trick plays. Go back to the Stephon Diggs touchdown versus Buffalo, right, early in the year. They've got an ability to do that, to spring something like that. But the rust factor, I think that it's one of those things that I think people almost look at it as disrespectful if you say, oh, this team's going to be rusty. No, they're the Chiefs. Yes, every team, I think, can succumb to it, no matter how good you are. Almost the more fine-tuned you are, I think you might be more susceptible to the rust showing up a little bit, because when your timing and everything else is part of what you do, it's a little bit different doing it at game speed.
I'll remind people that the Chiefs, coming off a bye 5 years ago against the Texans, did fall behind 24-0. Just saying, like they did.
Oh, coming off a bye in the playoffs.
Yeah.
All you need to know about that.
That's it.
We've got some audio from C.J. Stroud talking about what it was like for him as a 16-year-old boy watching that game.
What are you doing? Why are you bringing this up? We'll get to that later. Okay, so I think that part of this lines up well. Look, you always want to get the number 1 seed. There's no question about it. You want people to have to go through your stadium to get to the Super Bowl. But maybe an unintended consequence of all this, or an unintended negative, is the long layoff, especially considering the Chiefs rested everybody in Week 18 of the season as well.
The other part about this, too, and I kind of just scoffed at this notion because it was asked multiple times, and now I realize it was actually a good question. Does it play – is there anything, or have the players, coaches, or anything, is there any advantage to having played the Chiefs recently? And, they did what you would expect, say, like, well, no, we're just, yes, we've had a look at them, but they've had a look at us, all of that. I do think that if you think about divisional games, that if there's one thing about divisional games, it's that, man, a lot of times the lesser teams put up way more of a fight versus the better team in the division just because of familiarity. The more familiar you get with one another, you can start to, the strengths aren't as strong. So I think I feel better about the Texans having played the Chiefs recently than if they had played them in Week 1.
Yeah.
I think that does. I think if there's an advantage there, it helps the underdog more so than it helps the more dominant team.
I think just the familiarity of the process of going to they played at, if I'm not mistaken, they may have played at noon that Saturday. I think they were the early. They played on a Saturday, probably staying at the same hotel, flying into the same gate, like the process, which took place less than a month ago, is the same. Like I mean, I don't know. Like when there's more familiarity for me. With traveling and going places, I have way less anxiety about stuff.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's true. Like when you're on a flight you take all the time, it's no big deal.
Right.
And all of a sudden you're transferring through an airport that you've never transferred through before, or what have you. Those are not the challenges. The Texans are
carry-ons over their shoulders, running to the gate.
Texans, boy, they were saving money, so they booked one of those Southwest flights that takes you on 7 different legs.
Oh yeah.
Our boss booked us some flights for a trip that we're taking in a few weeks, and I got the email, and I could see that the airline was Southwest. And when I first looked at it, I thought I saw four flight segments. And I was like, Parker, you SOB.
Yeah.
You went cheap on me, and then I realized, like, oh no, this is the departure and the return.
Yeah.
So we're good.
It was both flights on the same email. Yeah.
Yeah, I refollowed Parker on social media.
After that?
I had deleted Sports Radio 610 from my social media profiles, everything.
Yeah.
The disrespect. Now I get it.
Right.
Now I get what Deontay Johnson was feeling.
I thought you liked our show. All right, so that's number one. Number two, the things the Texans have going for them. I think this is the biggest one, and I'll combo this one. The fully unleashed pass rush combined with pick your poison in the secondary right now. Like, I think both – Derek Stingley is playing at a level that I don't think we've seen a Texans cornerback play maybe in the history of this franchise, with all due respect to Dante Robinson and Jonathan Joseph and others. Like Derek Stingley Jr., none of those guys have ever been their back a planet at a given time. Stingley might be right now.
Well, and especially specifically because of his ball skills.
Yes.
I mean, as D'Amico said yesterday or on the coach's show, usually guys are playing defensive back partly because they can't catch the ball.
That's right.
And with Derek, it's no. Boy, he could totally play wide receiver if he wanted to. He's got better ball skills than a lot of receivers. And it's so much fun to watch. He's just such a master of his craft right now.
Do you think? Okay, well, let's play D'Amico, and then I've got a question for you about Stingley. But here's D'Amico talking about the combination of those two things we just talked about: the pressure and the coverage working together.
It's always both, right? When a DB is able to make a play on the football, like get the pressure, speed the quarterback up, or if we're sticky enough in coverage to make the quarterback hold the ball, are the D linemen, are they executing the right way? Did they take the proper steps to be exactly where they need to be to hit the quarterback? So there was a lot of rush and coverage working together, which was definitely one of our biggest keys to victory, is playing discipline and coverage and having discipline rush. First off, not letting Justin get out of the pocket and escape. Thought the D-line did a great job of that. And then when they did get to the quarterback, a lot of times it wasn't interceptions, but guys were attacking the throwing arm. Right, that was very impressive. A lot of incomplete passes were really made by the defensive line because they didn't allow Justin to follow through with his throws.
And I thought when you talk about both of those phases complementing each other, I thought the best example of that in the game was it was either third and short or fourth and short, and Kamari Lassiter broke up a pass. But on that play, Danielle Hunter had gotten to Herbert and was his hand was just about to hit Herbert's hand as the ball came out. Ended up being a good pass, but it was enough of a disruption that Kamari Lassiter, who was in perfect position, both secured the tackle and broke the pass. I can't even remember if he broke the pass up or not. But it was short of the line to gain, and we saw that multiple times. You've got these cornerbacks who are really good at playing man, but especially when you decide to send 5 or 6 pass rushers, the pass rush better get there because you can only cover those guys for so long. And that was what was happening in the second half, especially. When they chose to blitz, they were getting home. When they didn't blitz, you were getting a good 4-man pass rush. It was really, really nice to see. It was a masterful defensive performance on the individual player level in a lot of ways.
They were really good, Daniil and Will especially. When Will actually got to Herbert's arm a couple times, but the two of them, man, are so good at even plays where they don't flat out beat their guy. Yeah. Doing something to disrupt the rhythm of the quarterback in that game was really good.
I think that's the thing that I really like about this defense. And going back to the beginning of the year, even when the sack production wasn't necessarily always there, they're much more disciplined. There have been other defensive lines that have had like a lot of talent or more talent, whatever it might be, previously, where guys would run past the quarterback too easily. It was almost like they're going to take their shot, and if they didn't get it, they were just going to get washed by. And they might just kind of stick their arm in as they're going by. You don't see that with these guys. They're trying to attack the pocket from the right angles, and they do a really good job of getting their hand on the throwing arm, which that's a lot of work. That's a lot of drill work and everything to get to that to the point where it's just natural and you do it without thinking about it.
My question that I was going to ask you, or just share a thought and see what you think about it, before we played that audio from D'Amico, because you were talking about Stingley. Stingley might have the best hands on the team, and he plays cornerback. Yeah. Do you think that, especially given where they are right now with the depth at wide receiver or lack thereof, do you think there's a Stingley package in there at all? I'm not saying one that they would unleash this weekend necessarily, but
what's weird
would you have a Stingley package?
I have no appetite for it right now. When you asked that, I was like, oh, please don't. No, they need to get the vanilla stuff right. I think that they need to lean into their strengths. Stingley's got to spend all of his time and energy on the defensive side of the ball. This offense right now, I've got no mood for them spending any amount of time in practice on bells and whistles other than like the normal little wrinkles or the trick play that you put in every week or anything like that. I've got no appetite for it.
That's fair.
Yes, I could see maybe next year, but that's not what I want them to be working on.
I'm totally
right now.
spitballing. Your answer is a good one.
I hope maybe I'll be proven a complete and total hypocrite when sometime during the game on Saturday I'm like, I've been waiting for this all year. Or even just using Stingley as a receiver. Yes.
Maybe even line him up out there to give him something to think about. Like he just doesn't.
Something to think about.
Like a decoy. Like a decoy.
Yeah, the old something to think about.
Right.
I like that.
Right. All right. So the layoff that Kansas City's had, the fully unleashed connection, the synergy, the connective tissue between the pass rush and the secondary right now looked phenomenal on Saturday. Number 3, Azeez is back. Here's D'Amico Ryans earlier this week, and Azeez didn't play in that first Chiefs game. We know that. He's back for this game, we think. Didn't practice yesterday. Here's D'Amico on Azeez Al-Shire.
Azeez has been a great vocal leader. He always shares a great message. He's great at articulating those messages to the players, and the players are very attentive when Azeez is talking. Right? When Azeez talks to the team, it always comes from the heart. It's heartfelt, it's sincere, and you can tell how much he cares about the guys just with his messages. So I know it resonates with the guys, and that's what a team is about, right? When your team leaders are standing up giving the messages, they go a lot further than what I have to say because they know my messages don't change. It's the same thing from when we started at training camp to now. Like, we're going to be consistent in messaging from me and what I expect of our guys, because I believe in winning. It takes a certain way to win games, and that doesn't change right from day one to where we are now. So really thankful for Azeez and his leadership, thankful for CJ, Will, the guys who step up and lead when it comes to being leaders. Like, you need that. You need guys to do it the right way, but at times players need to hear from each other, and it means a lot more when they do that. So we have a lot of guys who aren't afraid to speak up and speak their mind to each other and pour out their hearts to each other.
I think, and especially, and no matter who your coach is, and as your coach gets older and older and further removed from the actual players, they're not going to identify with him as much. It's just no matter who it is, so when it comes to a guy that's Aziz Elshire, he's not even that old, but he's just so mature in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. And I think he's been through a lot of things that other guys on the team have been through in terms of, Aziz had a lot of challenges growing up. He had some rough living situations, but also just as the way Aziz is wired as a player, he's got that incredible passion for the game and everything, but you also got to learn how to channel all of that. Mm-hmm. And I think Aziz, other than a little bit of line stepping here and there over the line, he's managing all that, and I think it resonates with people. Yeah. He's faced a lot of challenges in his life, and I don't think whenever I've heard talk about him, he's never trying to beat his chest and say, "Look at what I overcame." I think it just gives him an empathy for other guys who have challenges too. Yep. And he's probably got a great future as a motivational speaker. If he's got to win a Super Bowl, though. He's not a big enough name to really once win the Super Bowl, then all of a sudden it looks really good on the book cover and everything.
Got to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you got to somehow, and hopefully that washes the image of Trevor Lawrence splattered on the turf out of people's
I would put that on the book cover, too.
You would put that on the book cover? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He needs to go back and delete the tweet where he put the picture of the Joker up and embrace being the villain, though. It's hard.
No, I'd put that on the inside of the dust jacket.
That would be the foreword there.
Yeah.
All right, so the good things the Texans are bringing to Kansas City, so far all defensive. Now we get into the ones that we can debate and discuss a little bit. These are all things that have showed up Saturday, or in the case of at least one, have shown up throughout the year. Is C.J. Stroud, the 2023 version, reactivated? Optimus Stroud, is he reactivated? Here was C.J., and we know C.J. after that Hutchinson play was outstanding for the rest of the game with his arm and his legs. Here was C.J. I thought this was a really interesting cut. The genesis of that 27-yard run that set up that field goal may have come from something he saw on the iPad after throwing the interception he threw in the game.
Not really. They kind of have shown those looks throughout the week. There was one third down, actually the one I threw the interception on. I looked and I was like, dang, there's a wide open. There's nobody accounting for me, and I looked at it on the iPad, and that's learning moments right there. I'm still learning. Year two for me. I think I'm ahead of a lot of things, but I'm definitely not perfect. I don't think I ever will be. So I'm always willing to learn, make mistakes, and so I'm glad I was able to learn from that and see that look and, take it off from there. So, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of that goes back to just what we've talked about. You're facing a quarterback this week in Pat Mahomes who's masterful in understanding when the opportunities are there to run. D'Amico made a really good point on the coaches show about how the thing that makes Mahomes unique when he does scramble is a lot of times he's hitting it right up the B gap. He's going up the middle, so immediately you're getting positive yardage. That he understands when that opportunity is there, especially if the play's been extended a little bit. And I think most quarterbacks have a tendency to drift in the pocket a little bit. Well, then you've created a half-field situation, and it's a lot easier for guys to come up. You go across, and it takes longer to get there, too. He just hits it right up the middle, and it's 5 yards no matter what.
Yeah.
So that's on the defensive side. Obviously, you got to be aware of that. But I think as an example for CJ, Pat Mahomes is regarded as the best passer of this generation. Nobody is questioning whether or not he's an elite pocket passer just because he runs every now and then. It's in the modern NFL, that is an integral part of being an elite passer, is knowing when to take advantage of the running. Because then what happens? Okay, if the Chargers had seen more of CJ running throughout the season, yeah, maybe they would have had a spy on him, which opens things up in the passing game. Like it's a tool at your disposal that helps you in the passing game as well as in the present moment if you just take the easy yardage and run when you can run.
What's your confidence level in CJ carrying Charger into the Chiefs game this weekend?
Okay, part of it is based on, I think, Bobby Slowick doing a better job of attacking the short areas, getting Nico Collins involved in the short passing game, but not on screens. You know, I felt like for a while it was like, well, okay, we'll either throw screens to Nico or deep balls. That's how we're going to attack the entire field.
And we should point out that Chiefs game on December 21st was the game that Bobby called the 4 screens that wound up for -9 yards in that game.
Right, yeah.
Kept pounding the screen button.
They're not good at running screens.
Right.
And I think the tough thing with screens is the allure is that it seems like it should be the easiest thing in the world. When you're going against good defenses, you have to be really, really dialed in on all the finer aspects and the details, because the thing about a screen is it takes a little while to develop, and there are so many different tells that if you tip your hand, then it's too easy to get out there and cover it. And I think right now the Texans, or at least during the season, they were not operating nearly with as much attention to detail. They were not executing well enough to run those screens. The other part of it, too, is because they weren't running the ball well, linebackers have felt very comfortable just kind of sitting back and letting the game come to them. And when you're sitting back at 7 yards, it's a lot easier to diagnose the screen than if your sphincter's all tightened because you're worried about the run or anything else like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Or again, because you're not really using a lot of crossers and everything and really like threatening the linebackers in the middle, they're not as stressed out about it.
Yeah.
So much of this offense, when executed properly, the biggest thing is you want to put stress. You want to stress out the defense mentally. You want them to feel like, oh, crap, they could run this, or they could run this other play that looks exactly like when they're running this. And they just, in the regular season, they weren't able to do that. Simply running the ball can help a lot in that regard.
All right, so CJ, is he the old CJ again? We'll see. Nico Collins, I think this is the one thing, this shows up every week. Nico Collins is a monster. Here was Nick Caserio earlier this week on Texans All Access on the Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, those are two really good football players, so anytime those two players are involved offensively, good things are probably going to happen. So the concept on the play was pretty good. C.J. made a really good throw, made a quick decision. Nico was able to win off the line of scrimmage there right from the snap. So it's all about timing and execution. If you wait a little bit longer or if he gets knocked off the route, maybe that play doesn't work out the way that it did. But those are two players that have made plays going back to the first week of the regular season. In the Indy game, we saw multiple examples where he basically threw a jump ball up there in double coverage, and then the third down throw to finish the game. So Nico's been a big part of the offense really over the past couple seasons. So he made a lot of plays that helped us win.
They're going to need a huge game from Nico Collins. I think that goes without saying. They're going to need a game like he had on Saturday.
It was way more dramatic than the way Nick had presented it. It was, the Night King had an army of White Walkers. They moved beyond the way. We sent a couple dragons up. It didn't work out quite the way we planned. But it's all about how you respond in situations
Arya
like that.
Stark's a good player. You just tip your hat to a good player like that. She's a good warrior, really good with a knife, and she was able to kill the Night King.
Yeah, and you don't want to sit there and bask in it too long. We got another challenge coming up at some point. We got to sell these novels and come up with another. We know it takes a long time for George R.R. Martin to come out with these things, so we'll see what happens.
We beat the Night King. We don't have a whole lot of time. We got to turn around and beat the Lannisters and take back King's Landing.
Right. I don't know. You're kind of out of source material. We'll go back and maybe do a prequel next. Yeah. We'll go back in time and look. We'll check the tape. We'll check the tape and see how all of this started.
Nico versus McDuffie will be McDuffie travels. Their cornerback. That's an easy one. Like, he's going to travel with Nico, and may the best man win.
Well, in a lot of the Chargers, man, their safeties really let them down in the game. For one, Nico on that 99-yard drive, the touchdown, you can see what's his name, Fulton, the cornerback, looking back with his arms up at the free safety after that touchdown. Like, dude, but you had one thing to worry about. We talked about this all week. It's Nico Collins. Why did you lose track of Nico Collins in the red zone? Because Fulton had outside leverage. He's pushing him back, and the safety's just, I don't know what he was thinking. He just wasn't thinking about Nico Collins. So this is a better – I know the Chargers are the number one scoring defense. I know the Chiefs defensively haven't been impressive. They've been in the past. it's a very, very well coached unit, and it's a challenge. It's a much. They're not going to be able to. You can't expect necessarily that they're going to be able to exploit mistakes in the secondary the way they could last week.
Mm-hmm. Last thing, as far as things they're bringing to Kansas City that we're hopeful about, the final drive for the Texans was 14 plays, 74 yards, 13 run plays. The only pass play was the very first play of the drive. It was a short pass to Cade Stover, which may as well have been a run play. It was a 5-yard little dump pass. Joe Mixon had 12 carries for 60 yards on that drive and finished it off with this.
4th and 1 at the 17-yard line of the Chargers. CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the 15, 10, Mixon across the 5, Mixon to the pylon, Mixon to the end zone! Celebrate Mixon on 4th down, pay dirt.
Nico,
Andy.
That's a good call. Like, Nico is non-negotiable. You need a big game from Nico. If they bring the run game to Kansas City that they had in the second half of that game, they're going to win this football game. If they got Nico and that going on, and the defense just plays a normal Texans defensive game, it could be a really, really fun Saturday night here in Houston, man.
It's look, I know it's funny how San Francisco has the kind of year they had this year, and you stop kind of. We haven't referenced them nearly as much as we did last year when it comes to trying to do the same things offensively or what have you.
Point, yep.
But with the 49ers, and I still, it's they're two defensive coordinators removed from DeMeco's in San Francisco.
Yeah.
But for whatever it's worth, a lot of the personnel are the same. One of Mahomes' worst individual performances this year was versus the 49ers. Now, they won the Chiefs won that game. But you talk about, okay, how can you emulate the best version of the 49ers? Run the football, obviously. And that sets everything else up. Defensively, can you get the same performance out of Pat Mahomes as the 49ers did earlier this year? Where, again, just like the Chiefs did all year long, they had complete team victories. It wasn't just about Pat Mahomes. But it sure does help if you get a bad performance or a lackluster performance out of Pat Mahomes.
Yep. Text message, people texting in on all this. Old-fashioned pep rally at NRG Stadium on Friday. Please don't anybody bring Letterman jackets. They sell some pretty badass Letterman jackets in the team store now. I think,
I saw there's a Chargers fan who had on a really cool Chargers jacket, and I asked him about it. It was cool because I was trying to figure out whether this it wasn't a Letterman jacket, but it had Letterman jacket elements to it, like the font and some of that stuff. I feel like you could get away with that. I think it was the logo of the company says Pro with like a line across it. Okay. Whatever company it is. He said you could find other team versions of it.
Text message, top 3 things Texans have going for them against Kansas City. Number 1, they're the underdogs. Number 2, CJ has his swagger back. Number 3, the offensive line has, quote, seen the shot go through the bucket, end quote.
Okay.
So, a
layup. They just get some layups,
Yeah.
Just your shot's not working, get some layups.
Well, I think that is the good thing about the way they played against the Chargers, that it wasn't a game where that the final score wasn't like 14-6 and you needed short fields to get there. It wasn't a perfect performance by any means offensively, but you at least have a second half where you saw significant elements of things. You saw yourself do things.
Yeah.
That you're going to need this Saturday in Kansas City.
When it was 6-0 in the second quarter, I thought to myself, all right, the Texans are still in this game. The defense, once you wash the taste of that first drive out of your mouth, you realize that, wow, okay, the defense is playing really, really well. It's going to have to be that kind of a victory, like a 13-6 win where you score on defense or something like that. So I had not abandoned hope. I had abandoned hope in terms of it being a complete game. So that was the most encouraging thing about it, was that you get to the end of the game and you realize, man, they did it on both sides of the ball. Mm-hmm. All right, this is a version of the Texans that we have not seen much of at all this season, that sometimes teams do just click in the playoffs. That was – I don't want to make more of it than potentially what it is, but it does happen. There are teams that just kind of figure it out and they get hot in the postseason. And that one game really felt like that.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert had thrown 3 interceptions all season long.
Yep.
And they turned him to mud. That Kamari last reception, I don't know what on earth Justin Herbert was thinking there.
I don't either.
Like, I mean, for a guy that's so careful with the football, he threw across the field to an extreme degree on the run to a guy who had 2 defenders on him. It was so stupid.
Yeah.
It was just so incredibly dumb. But I credit the Texans defense for putting him into that mindset for a guy that had not done anything like that all year long.
Yeah.
I went back and I watched his previous interceptions, and they were poor decisions, but 2 of them were poor decisions, or at least they were risky throws, but nothing like that.
Yeah.
Not even close to anything like that.
Yeah, that was, and it was a great play by Lassiter on the ball to come up with the catch, because Quentin Johnston was kind of pawing at him while he was going up for it. And then the other 3, the Eric Murray one, he just sailed over the guy's head.
Yeah.
And Murray, and I saw some clips. I read DJ Bijani had a piece on ESPN.com that dropped yesterday that talked a ton about D'Amico's game plan for that game on Saturday. And that play, without getting way too deep in the details, Murray was in a different position than he's been used most of the time on that play.
Yeah.
And it just worked out, and Herbert sailed the ball, and it's a pick 6. And then the other 2, Disley probably sold out Herbert on the one that went through his hands right into Stingley's hands. And then the last one was just Stingley being Stingley, man.
Well, Stingley kind of almost baited him, because he's so comfortable. There's so many times where he wasn't baiting necessarily. It's that he understands his envelope better than defense backs. So it's kind of like, I don't think he was baiting. It's that he knows what he can get away with, and he took a step to the inside, but understand that because of the guy he was covering, that he was still in complete control there.
Yeah.
And like any kind of errant throw, Stingley's going to make the play on the ball.
He's just that. Literally, as we're talking about this, that pick is on TV in our studio right now. That's wild, because they're debating, are you convinced? The segment is they're doing, are you convinced Justin Herbert is an elite quarterback? Not in the playoffs, he's not.
No, and now he's had 2 really bad performances in the playoffs. That's part of it too.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. When coughing up a 27-0 lead in a playoff game is not your worst playoff performance, and you've only been in the playoffs twice. Like that's that's bad. Because I think he was awful on Saturday, like terrible. At least he put up 27 in that Jags game. Payne and Pendergast with you. Obviously, we're going to keep digging into this game more this week. Mike Vrabel is the new head coach in New England. He was doing a lot of radio work the last couple days up there. My guess is there's a lot of bridges that need to be rebuilt between the Patriots and their fan base up there.
Oh, yeah.
He was on our sister station, WEEI, on one of their shows. I forget which show it was. But they got a call while Vrabel was in studio from Bill on a mobile.
The special guest on the line.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. That Billy in the car that wanted to celebrate.
Billy in the car. All right. Well, let's go to him. Let's go to Billy from Chestnut Hill. Hey, Billy.
Hey, first-time caller, long-time
listener. It is Bill O'Brien.
And go Patriots. Let's go Patriots. How we doing, guys?
You got any players up there yet, Billy? We find any players?
We do, man. Are you gonna? Hey, man, you got to come to our pro day. Come speak to our team. I mean, I've already put my dibs in on that. So, I'm excited for Mike. I'm excited for the Patriots, and it's gonna be awesome. No question. No question.
You know, I could tell you some stories about working for Billy O. They call him the teapot.
Oh, the teapot.
He'd go off, and then 30 seconds later, he'd be like, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you looking at me? I'm like, Billy, you just cussed out every one of us for 30 seconds, and now you're looking at it. It's like, what's wrong? So the teapot would just boil over, and then he was fine.
Yeah, that's as somebody that's, Sean, I don't know if you know this or not, but I've gotten angry myself a few times in my life. There's one of the biggest things I got to talk to Bill O'Brien at some point about. There's one thing about people that get super, super angry and are volatile. A lot of times they genuinely don't understand the effect that it has on people, and because they can move beyond angry moments more quickly, like in a lot of it's like if you grew up in a household where there's a lot of yelling and screaming and and then everything is just fine 3 minutes later.
Yeah.
They really don't understand the effect that it has on people. And I feel like Bill O'Brien is, I don't know if maybe he has learned that lesson. I don't know. But yeah, like as assistant coach for Bill O'Brien. It's not like he stopped calling him Billy Teapot.
No.
I do like that. I do like that Vrabel immediately turned it to Bill O'Brien. He asked, "Oh, hey, how you got any players up there yet?" All that, like it wasn't like, yeah, look at me, I'm basking in the glory. I'm the big time head coach.
Yeah,
I've got the job that you wanted, probably.
Probably. I didn't even think of that. I was thinking when he asked that because I think Vrabel's kid either goes or went to Boston College and played there, so he's probably got an affinity for Boston College already. Yeah, so that's what popped into my head. Hey, did you? I think I texted you. Ted Johnson, for those who don't know, people remember Ted here. Ted, starting in a week, is going to be doing afternoons on our sister station, WEEI, up in Boston.
Oh.
So he's back to doing
he works for us now.
Monday through Friday. He's a coworker again. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
we'll
that's
have to take advantage of that.
I was happy for Ted, man.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
He's been doing great up there. It was really good. It was good for him to move back up to there, New England, and he's been killing it on TV.
Yes.
And now he's probably just adding this to the plate.
Yeah, he is. Well, it's like the triple threat was. It'll be Monday through Friday. He's on with two other hosts, so it's a 3-man show. So it shouldn't feel too foreign to him. And obviously, Patriot fans love Ted Johnson up there. So congrats to Teddy J. Welcome back into the Odyssey fold, buddy. All right, J.J. Watt. Is J.J. Watt giving T.J. Watt any career advice right now? We will explain. Explain coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about the men's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is interesting. We'll get to TJ Watt here in just a second and talking about his future in Pittsburgh. Adam Schefter just tweeted this out moments ago. They announced a host team for another international game, and it is an AFC South team.
Who is it?
It is not the Houston Texans. It is the Indianapolis Colts, and they are hosting a game in Berlin, Germany.
Ooh,
this
that would
coming
be a fun
season.
one. That's a good one we're going to go to and get a sponsor for. I don't know if Deutsche Bank has an office in Houston or not, but I have been a customer of yours for a long time. Right
yeah.
at your branch there on Alameda or wherever. Yeah,
we'll do the pregame show live from a Deutsche Bank branch.
Yes.
Across from the stadium. So the Colts. So that's the Colts, and obviously the Jags are hosting their annual London game over there. So that's two. The other two teams that have been announced so far are the Jets and the Browns, both hosting a London game. Neither of them are on the Texans' schedule next year. But obviously the Colts and the Jags are. So I'm rooting for an international game next year.
I look forward to just multitudes of Houstonians going to a game in Germany and all of us complaining to them about the quality of their Tex-Mex.
Yes, their barbecue.
Yes,
yeah.
And their lack of lemonade.
Yeah.
That's what's his name there did.
Who complained about the lack of
the
lemonade?
receiver from the Panthers.
Xavier Legette.
Xavier Legette. Couldn't believe he was incredible. They don't have lemonade in Germany.
Didn't have any lemonade over there.
It's just funny. It's a classic 22-year-old kid thing.
Oh my God!
Like you don't even not kid, but you know what? Like just like it doesn't even occur to you that there would be countries that don't have lemonade all over the place.
You know what's funny? So I'm looking at the graphic for this that the Colts put out, and it's a graphic that has, on the bottom half of the graphic, it's an overhead shot of the stadium with big letters saying Berlin, and then a Colts logo above that. And then the upper half of the graphic is a graphic with three players standing there in kind of that three-person pose where one's in the middle holding his jersey up near the neck, and the other two are sort of flanked on the side of him there. The player they've got as the front player on there is Quentin Nelson, who's an outstanding player. He's been a Pro Bowler every year. But I feel like if your team is putting your left guard as no disrespect to left guards out there, but if your team is putting your left guard out there as your front-facing player, you're probably a 7-win team. Like if it's not your quarterback or some maniac coming off the edge like a TJ Watt, who we're about to talk about here, like if it's your left guard, I feel like I could almost predict the record. I feel like blindly, without even knowing, I could get within a game of the record of the teams based on the three guys they put in graphics.
This isn't like something that they're using for season tickets or something where it's just Colts fans. You're trying to sell this to the world.
Yeah.
I will say the Germans, who were the Germans, really appreciated NFL Europe. Yeah. And it all turned into basically NFL Germany at one point because it was so popular in so many of those cities. Which city is it in?
It's in Berlin.
Berlin, okay. Yeah. I would worry if I were at some point Anthony Richardson's going to try to parkour something off of the Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
And it's like I would be really nervous about Anthony Richardson traveling internationally. The kid's got no sense, Sean.
No.
He just he's so injury prone.
Well,
and there's so many ways to get injured in Germany.
What are the odds he would forget his passport? Like they'd all get to the airport. And
they take care of that for you.
They do.
Trips.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a dude that's in charge of the passports. Yeah.
TJ Watt in Pittsburgh is having to fend off trade request rumors. TJ's been there now since 2017. He's heading into his 9th season next year. Here was TJ Watt talking after the Steelers lost to the Ravens this past weekend about his future in Pittsburgh.
I want to be Pittsburgh Steelers. You guys know that. I don't want to leave this place, especially in this. I want to be part of the solution. I've put so much into it here. I've seen so many guys. I mean, I want to help Cam Hayward get to where we need to get. I want to be a part of the solution. I don't want to leave this place. I love the people here, and that goes beyond just the coaches. It's the fan base. It's the people, the community, and we owe it to them to get it right, and I want to be part of the solution, not leave here and go somewhere else. It's not my intention at all.
Okay, so we should point out T.J. Watt had a very similar career path to J.J. in some ways. I mean, both defensive players of the year.
Yeah.
J.J.'s a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think T.J. Watt's on that track to be a Hall of Famer. I don't think his body of work is probably a notch below J.J.'s, but T.J. stayed healthy the whole time. The biggest thing is they've both played for teams that struggled to make an impact in the postseason. And T.J., it's been even worse. He's never even walked off the field victorious in a postseason game. J.J. at least got to do that a few times.
He hasn't won a game yet.
The last playoff game they won in Pittsburgh was in 2016. They drafted T.J. Watt the next spring, so he's not even won a playoff game there yet. I mean, I admire the whole thing of him wanting to be there. I just wonder, I wonder what J.J.'s saying to T.J. about that.
It's tricky because I know it's dangerous to go, ring hopping or looking for a ring because it's really hard to handicap other than. If going to the Chiefs or a few specific destinations where you feel like, okay, this is my best shot.
Yeah.
That can be dicey, and I wonder there's something in the value of just being a Steeler and the fact that what that franchise is. But are they becoming a franchise whose current legacy, or at least recent legacy, is? Hey, they're competitive in the regular season, but that's about it. Can't expect much more. That's probably frustrating for somebody that wants to do bigger and better things.
Yeah, I think that's what they are right now. You talk of Mike Tomlin's future there, and he's never had a losing season there in 18 years.
Now, when you say he has to fight off rumors, do you mean like he has to fight off questions about it or speculation about it? Okay, there's not like any actual reporting out there that he's requested a trade or anything.
No, nothing close to that degree where he's requested a trade. I think it's just people. I think people are wondering. He's 8 years in now. He hasn't won a playoff game. I don't think. Look, they're until they solve the quarterback position, they're not going to be taken seriously as a Super Bowl contender. I think the Texans are a far more serious Super Bowl contender in the next 3 years, let's say, than the Pittsburgh Steelers are.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, the thing you can count on them is going over their season win total every year because it'll be 8, 8.5, and they'll win 9 or 10.
Yeah.
You can set your watch to it, but I don't know if I'm T.J. Watt and one of my goals is to win a Super Bowl. I'm not feeling it in Pittsburgh if that's my goal. But you bring up a great point. Like, there are probably a half a dozen franchises where there is mere value in being a lifelong whatever the team is. And the Steelers are one of them, no question about it.
Yeah, and I think looking at JJ versus TJ in terms of career stats, JJ played 151 games. TJ Watt has played 121, so 30 fewer games than JJ.
Yeah.
But TJ is only 8.5 sacks behind JJ on the career sack numbers. The biggest difference is that JJ had that run of 3 defensive players of the year in 4 years, and he was just so far head and shoulders above anybody else. That matters a lot in terms of just being a shoo-in in the Hall of Fame. He had 3 defensive players of the year. TJ, as of right now, has had 1, and we'll see who gets it this year. But TJ's just never been as, at least openly publicity hungry. As JJ, they seem like they're wired a little bit differently. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to agitate for a trade.
No. Well, I mean, agitate for a trade, or his contract's up after this year. Does he play out his deal and go sign somewhere in 2026?
He also does not have Jack Easterby in the organization. I think ultimately, I think that was the part of JJ being cool with being traded or being released. I think a lot of that had to do with just how miserable it was. I mean, not making the playoffs is a whole different than winning 2 games and just feeling like it's a dysfunctional nightmare.
And I guess we should point out, like, as I'm sitting here, the one wondering, like, I wonder if JJ is giving TJ any advice on, boy, you want to go play for a Super Bowl kid, this or that. JJ did leave here and go sign with the Cardinals.
Exactly.
Right. It's not like you went to the Packers at the time, were a 13-win team, in his home state, or the Chiefs, as you said earlier. You know. So let TJ become a free agent and come to Houston. and fulfill the destiny of his brother here.
I think with TJ, if I were a Steelers fan trying to convince TJ to get in it for the long haul, I might bring up Freddie Freeman, who kind of stuck around for the Braves, and they identified him as the one guy. But that was also with kind of a change in culture, and then Freddie Freeman was on board for it. I don't know what the change in culture for the Steelers would be necessarily, other than like, hey, we'll find you a quarterback. I promise.
And if he were to leave, he is by far their most popular player right now. And I'm going solely on the jersey count at the game Amy and I went to a month ago.
Yeah.
Like, it was T.J. Watt overwhelmingly, and that includes all like the Steel Curtain Steelers and the Big Ben era Steelers. Like, T.J. Watt, number 90, by far the most. He's royalty there, man, no question.
You know what I had a hard time with the Chargers? Because we were looking at all the various jerseys coming in. Seemed like the historical player was probably LaDainian Tomlinson, the most jerseys we saw. When they wear anything like a yellow uniform like they did versus the Texans, and now that they're in L.A., I accidentally called them the Rams no fewer than like 24 times.
You did
It felt like the Texans were playing the Rams.
Yeah.
I don't know. You got to lean into the blue, that your particular color of blue more than the yellow, now that you're in L.A.
Yes, the powder blue. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. CJ Stroud had a funny cut yesterday. Is CJ a fan of something the team has done a couple of times this year now? The answer he had yesterday would seem to indicate no. We will let you know what that is coming up next. But first, prize picks. If you are
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, before we get into CJ's commentary yesterday in his press conference, we're getting a lot of texts, and it's not just this morning. It's basically been since we knew on Sunday afternoon that the Texans would be playing the Chiefs. And I understand some of it is like funny ha-has of Patrick Mahomes having the referees over to his house for Christmas and things like that. Those are very funny. But those of you that are legitimately concerned, like this is going to be what tips the game, that the league and the referees somehow are conspiring to get the Chiefs into the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I don't even care if you're right or wrong, but I think you're wrong. And I think I speak for Seth here because we just discussed it during the break. Payne and Pendergast find that to be a boring topic. It's like, all right. I mean, it's easy to do, and to just say, let's blame somebody else or blame a vast conspiracy that somehow chose the Chiefs, which God knows why. Yeah. That there are memos out there or something ordering. I don't buy into it. I think it's a horrible way to live your life. I think that, yes, there's going to be bad calls in football games. There always are. And you know what? Sometimes good teams or good players are going to get the benefit of the doubt. That's just the way it's always been. But I like to look at it like, oh, you got to overcome this, you got to overcome that. I just don't think it's nearly as big a factor as some people have let it be in their minds. Now, if you show me receipts, show me actual documentation, show me actual evidence or something. Emails.
Then we can have a conversation. Versus, like, it sure does feel like, I need more than that. I need more than that.
I'm bringing this up out of respect for you, the listener, not to drive you away. I'm not telling you go listen somewhere else. What I'm telling you is that if that's what you're coming to the store for, reading these that are preemptively bitching about the referees, then that product is not in the store this week. Like that's the equivalent of like if you go to a pizza joint and you like the meatballs there, like the appetizer, that appetizer's not on the menu this week. Sorry. Now, if for you that's actual pizza, then this pizza joint does not have pizza this week. So we're just not. I find it to be. I find it to be a boring and a small topic. Like if that's your angle on the game, then I just think I as a sports fan, like you just said, like how do you go through life as a sports fan worrying all week about the referees leading up to a game? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Let's see where Kansas City is on total number of penalties. Crap. Third fewest in the league.
They're a good team. Can I say they're a good team? Why'd you have to do that out loud? Where are the Texans?
I think the Texans, last time I checked, I thought they were middle of the road. Fourth? They've got the fifth most in the league. Now, if you removed Laramie Tunsil's unfortunate penalties from earlier in the season, they'd actually be in the bottom half. So and Laramie Tunsil's, I don't know why. There's still a lot of people that want to make excuses for Laramie Tunsil's penalties, and he's been much better over the second half. You could tell he made a conscious effort to clean it up. He had that blip in the Titans game, which I'm cool with. I don't want to excuse that, but it was a blip. But it was an extreme. It was without Laramie Tunsil's penalties, they would be, I think, in like the third fewest penalties.
And he's cleaned that up. To your point, like that's a trend that's gone away.
Yeah, no, and as far as and honestly, there is the actual specific penalties and everything. I think the Chiefs played relatively clean football. You'd probably look at Jawan Taylor in the last few years, and that's the biggest issue they've had. So I just don't worry about it. I very rarely have ever worried about that, other than when, there might have been valid reasons to be concerned whether there's going to be retribution against the Astros.
Yeah.
I can't go through life that way.
No.
I can't go through life that way thinking that the game is rigged. Okay, why bother playing then? I'm not going to, until I've got clear, unless you show me the email where Roger Goodell ordered all the officials to somehow give the Chiefs the benefit of the doubt. I'm just not gonna go through.
We want electronic proof on this show. That's what we want.
Yeah.
CJ was funny yesterday. CJ was asked about the tribute T-shirts that the team was wearing for Tank Dell in warm-ups before the Chargers playoff game. Here's what CJ had to say about it.
It's kind of, I don't like it, but I mean, I like that, but it reminds me of like the funeral shirts, and that's kind of what we do back home. Is like, I'd rather be there for somebody than rather just wear a T-shirt. So, but I don't mind wearing the shirt. But I think our EQ gets some for us and remember somebody for that year, but I don't want them to everything like they just on the shirt. Like, I actually do check up on my guys who aren't playing no more, care for them more than just wearing a T-shirt. So, but they're dope, it's a good way. I hope they like it, but I think I don't know if I want to be off on a shirt, but no, I think it's amazing that we do that and everybody shows respect to that person who is out for the rest of the year, but thank God they're not on the other side.
He caught himself because he kind of didn't want to disrespect the gesture or anything. I kind of like that. If I'm going to read too much into CJ not really being cool with the funeral shirt for Tank Dell, you put things in perspective a little bit. And CJ looked like he had a hard time recovering emotionally from Tank Dell's injury in that game.
Yeah.
You just always got to remember these awful injuries in sports usually are orthopedic injuries. There's the Damar Hamlin incident and things like that, or when somebody has a spinal, that's really, really scary stuff. And Tank Dell's injury was awful, and it was really, really, you feel really bad for Tank Dell. But there's a certain level of stoicism you got to have about this stuff. And remember, ultimately, at the end of the day, right, this is not life or death. This is let's play some football.
It was weird. I'm glad CJ acknowledged it that way because it was very strange. There was a picture that was circulating that I saw before the game. CJ had the Tank T-shirt on, and he was on the right. Diggs is in the middle. Diggs just has like a cool leather jacket on, and then there's Tank on his crutches on the left. And I'm going, hey, this looks a little awkward here, like that CJ's wearing the tribute T-shirt to someone who's standing 3 feet away from him, to the left. I almost, to CJ's point about the life or death aspect of it, I almost expected Tank to have that glow around him that Jedis do when they pass into the netherworld.
Oh, like he's Obi-Wan Kenobi,
like he's a Force ghost.
Like he's actually standing there as a ghost or whatever. Yeah,
yeah, like a Tank Dell. Like there's CJ, there's Diggs, and there's a Tank Dell Force ghost, and CJ's got his RIP Tank shirt on.
That's what we should do in our Payne and Pendergast T-shirt store is in advance, let's do your funeral shirt and my funeral shirt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be badass.
Who makes the best funeral shirts? I'm unfamiliar with this whole thing.
Text in.
Is it a SoCal thing, the funeral shirts, or what?
I don't know. I don't know. And CJ, I think I just figured out. Seth's going to make fun of me for this, I can tell. When CJ said that EQ got the shirts for us, I started scouring the Texans roster to see whose initials were E and Q.
Oh, yeah.
But it just dawned on me, he was talking about the equipment managers probably, right? Like the equipment people?
Probably. I didn't know for sure either. I assumed that's what it was, but I didn't know for sure.
Okay, I thought that was like a standard football term that I was unfamiliar with.
No, because at first I thought, is that the name for whatever the player programs guy is now or something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so because he had said they at some point, right?
Yeah.
When he was referring
to
EQ.
He did, yep.
Yeah, so he's probably talking about the equipment staff.
Okay, gotcha.
I like that lingo.
I do too.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
EQ,
all right. Yeah. Acronyms are good.
Yes.
Swarm much? Yeah.
Here was CJ. Okay, CJ, I don't know if I like this cut right here. CJ was asked by somebody about, hey, when you were growing up, when you were a kid, did you watch the NFL playoffs? And are there any games out there in particular that you recall in watching the playoffs?
Yeah, I definitely looked up to a lot of guys growing up, and watched these type of games growing up. And, I remember watching Houston play in Kansas City some years back and went up early, and they ended up coming back, So, and I'm not saying that's how it's going to go, but I remember watching that one. I remember watching all the AFC championships with Burrow and Mahomes, and I watched the one with Josh Allen and Mahomes, all those great games. So, I've always wanted to be in these type of moments, which is amazing. I'm able to do it in year 2 again. So I'm definitely not taking it for granted and definitely, going to try to earn my op and, try to run with it. So.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. When he mentioned, the Texans playing the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I did think, okay.
There's not a good answer to that question.
What was the score of the 2016 game?
It was 30-0.
30-0.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, I didn't remember that as being as bad as it was. Yeah, as soon as he said the Chiefs in the playoffs, it's like, well, this is not going to end well. And then he brought up the comeback. If anything, though, a 16-year-old CJ is watching that game, and he's thinking, all right, if I'm ever playing against Pat Mahomes, no lead is safe.
That's right. Yeah, no, he's going to be on his toes that whole game.
Especially when you got the officials on your side. Yeah. I'm joking.
So, yeah, CJ, why'd you have to bring that up, man? Why'd you have to do that?
I'm glad that he's aware of that. Now, he didn't – somebody in the press conference had mentioned that the Texans have never been to the conference championship. And see, I was surprised CJ said he wasn't aware of that.
Do you believe it?
Yeah, well, I think he just probably hadn't been thinking about it as an obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
He probably kind of, like, if he had time to think about it, he probably would have been able to tell you. He just hadn't, like – It tells me this. DeMeco hasn't gotten up in front of them and said, he hasn't given the old Bill O'Brien speech of like, guys, this organization has sucked in the past. Bunch of bums used to play here, except for me. And so he hasn't done that speech that Bill O'Brien did at Hard Knocks.
That was for his coaches. Remember that? He's like sitting at the head of the table telling all the coaches what trash the organization's been before they got there.
This organization, bunch of worthless hoes up until now. So let's do something about it, hey? And the disrespect the disrespect to our awful, awful quarterbacks.
Who went on to lose.
These guys don't think Brian Hoyer's an all-pro.
Who went on to lose a playoff game 30-0 to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. Here was DeMeco. One of the more interesting things from the playoff games this weekend was A.J. Brown reading a book on the sidelines, like during the game, like in between series, pulling out a book. What's the name of the book again, Seth? You're reading it.
Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy.
Inner Excellence.
Several chapters into it, which is not as impressive as it sounds when you're talking about a self-help book. You know, usually it's a whole lot of lists in this book, but I'm enjoying it so far.
That's my kind of book. I got to read that too.
Yeah.
Here was DeMeco Ryans. They asked him on the coaches show, Mark and John did, if a player reading a book in game, what would you think if you saw a player reading a book on the sidelines?
What's wrong with this guy? No. First off, where did the book come from?
Yeah. How did it get out there?
How did it get out here? Yeah. Like that would be my first thought is how did you get a book and what are you reading?
Team introductions, you're carrying it.
What are you reading about? Yeah. Never seen that, but AJ, whatever keeps you grounded, man, keep doing it. I guess it's working for him.
Yeah. No, DeMeco didn't have any clue about the story of it at first when they asked him that. Yeah, so it wasn't like he was just kind of – when they asked him reading a book on the sideline, I think in most people's minds, your mind immediately goes like, what, like Jane Austen? What are you reading a Dean Koontz thriller? So they didn't – DeMeco didn't know that it's actually a book for athletes on how to achieve inner excellence.
Yeah.
And I would imagine DeMeco – after learning about the story and everything, he'd probably be all about it. You know, DeMeco's got a few self-help books behind him in his office. One of them is The Energy Bus, which I read. And I think DeMeco would probably – I read after I found out that DeMeco had read it. I think that DeMeco would probably be cool. Like, these things, like, I believe in them. And, if it works for guys, then for sure, use it.
Do you think that once he's healthy again, once his Achilles is repaired for a second time, that Deshaun will have the coffee bean tucked under the bench? He starts playing football again?
The Coffee Bean, which he listed as his favorite book.
You read the Coffee Bean twice during a single break in our show one time.
During a bathroom break.
Yeah, it's
a hardcover pamphlet.
Yeah.
It was fine. It was fine. It was really, I can't remember the author of that book. I've come to like him because he kind of like, his books are more like a collection of parables or something. Yeah. It almost reads a little bit like, they read almost like some of the stories you hear on Christian radio. Right. You know, of like the way it's like a short story that tells a life lesson. And I kind of, The Energy Bus is kind of like that too. Yep. I've come to appreciate those books, even though they're not my cup of tea or my coffee bean per se, but they're good to give to groups because, you know, what are you going to do? You're going to give your whole team a 400-page book that's like science grounded and everything. They're not going to read it.
Well,
so you give them these books that are digestible, and they work well.
If we're being honest, Deshaun wouldn't have the coffee bean under the bench tucked there. He would have Pass It On by Deshaun Watson underneath
Pass
the
it
bench.
on. Oh, that's right. I read that book too. Well, no, I read parts of that book.
Yeah.
I used to have it. I think I got rid of it. I don't know why.
Wow. How much did you get for it?
Oh, yeah. The biggest message I've gotten from that book so far, which is I think it's probably perfect for A.J. Brown, and I'm guessing somebody gave it to him right around the time that he and Jay reported having some kind of issue.
Yeah.
The big one is adopting an attitude of selflessness over self-centeredness and just kind of getting out of your own head in terms of what your expectations are, what's your measuring stick for success, and bringing it back into the things that really matter. And then also understanding that as you're trying to achieve excellence as an athlete, you should be doing those same things to actually improve your life and your quality of life and everything. Like, they should be one and the same. So like all the things that you're doing to be a better athlete should also be making you a better and happier person. But a lot of it is about getting away from being self-centered. And I think for receivers especially, because that's a lot of stuff goes on that affects the stat line for a wide receiver. A.J. Brown could play the game of his life, but only get like 3 targets because he's getting doubled all the time.
Yep.
You got to figure out a way for that to not bother you. So I would guarantee you that D'Amico, if he knows the whole story and why A.J. Brown is reading it, D'Amico would be all about that.
Oh, yeah. And you give a thumbs up to that book so far.
So far, I mean, they're all good.
Yeah.
If you got like the self-help books, like there's you read enough of them, and it's all the same stuff. You can trace them all back to various Western and Eastern philosophers. They just package it in different ways, but they're all good little inner reminders of those same lessons, but just with a different phrasing, and it reminds you of things.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Peyton Manning on the Manningcast. Manningcast highlights that I saw were pretty good this week. It was Belichick's last Manningcast, so the goodbye that they gave him was excellent in particular. But Peyton Manning laying out the rules for quarterbacks buying gifts for teammates was pretty funny. We'll get to that and a whole lot more as we roll on here on a Wednesday. But before we do that, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos and his family own the dealership. Ryan O'Kane is the GM who's doing the day-to-day there with all the sales folks, making sure that they get you into that next luxury.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne asked with you on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Seth, you got that look on your face. What's going on?
Okay, so I asked for evidence of Pat Mahomes getting, there's a conspiracy to help Pat Mahomes, and somebody brought up the viral tweet from the September of this year. Go ahead and read the text.
The text, you talk about the one about the interceptions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fact that Mahomes has had 17 interceptions called back by penalty since 2018. That's the most in the league.
Right. There's the problem with that stat is that, for one, he's had more pass attempts than anybody else in the league since that time, but also that you have to remember that a lot of those interceptions that were called back for penalty were because the penalty was offsides.
Free
so
play.
he's taken his shots on a free play. Like, when people dug into that, it was not nearly the damning evidence of a conspiracy that people thought it was. But people love latching onto it, which I, like, honestly, have fun with that. Have fun with your whole attitude in life towards that. Like, they're a really good football team. They're a really good football team. They play clean football. And, they're like, I don't care. Yeah, do good players get the benefit of the doubt from the officials more so, and older players versus younger players? Sure.
In every
But it's
sport.
nothing that, like, if you're going into a game thinking that the biggest thing you have to worry about is going to be some kind of cabal that's in charge of giving generous officiating to the Chiefs, then why even bother watching the game?
Well,
the other thing, too, one of the other texts was a single call by the official can change the game.
The refs can make the test.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
Right.
Like, what? Duh. Why do I have to answer that with duh? Because, right, I would never deny that. The issue is when you start to think that, in the fourth quarter, here we go. Yep, they're gonna give it to him.
Yeah.
Like, stop it.
It's weak.
It's weak. Yeah, it's worrying about things that you're creating in your own brain as an excuse in advance. As much as possible, try to avoid making excuses in advance in life.
Yeah, I think it's weak after games. Like, I think generally speaking, as a show, we're not a ref blaming show.
The Chiefs got hosed on a couple of calls in the first game with the Texans, too. Yeah. I think the Texans probably got the brunt of it and I'm not claiming because it was a conspiracy or something. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Yeah. But there were bad calls against the Chiefs in that game as well.
To be very clear, I think the Mahomes memes of him doing fun things with refs are very funny. But if we're taking it seriously, like that, this is like the conspiracy that the league has the Chiefs penciled in for the Super Bowl.
The fun thing about it is that Chiefs fans are hypersensitive about it.
Very sensitive.
Yeah, they are incredibly sensitive about it to the point where it's all they can think about seemingly at times. And that's where I would encourage people to keep talking about it and make jokes about it and everything else. There's nothing funnier in America in modern times than people reaching ascending to the highest spot and then being astounded that there's not universal praise and acceptance of them. That's just the way life works, man.
Right.
That heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yep.
People love champions watching a champion fall.
Yeah.
And that's why I would tell you, dear Texans fan, don't concern yourself with conspiracy theories about officials. Just go worry about shooting the champion in the back and watching him die. Okay? That's what's fun. Watching people bleed out on the frozen ground.
Yes.
All right? That's what brings me joy in life. Not whining and complaining.
Correct.
Bitching.
Yep.
Conquering my enemy and then taking his family into my home and making them take my last name. That's what I live for. Give me your territories and lands and all of your gold.
I can't wait for the Chiefs to be 53 guys with a Stroud jersey, the Stroud on their back. They're all going to take CJ's last name.
But and honestly, though, I don't want to discourage the chatter about it too much because it does bother Chiefs fans.
Oh, yeah.
Because I tried to I made just like a simple passing joke about it in a video, and my God, I've never gotten, I set a record for most dislikes on a video from Chiefs fans who needed to come and defend Pat Mahomes' honor. Yeah.
Wow. All right, so Peyton Manning and Eli Manning had the Manning cast during the Monday night game this week, the Vikings and the Rams. Peyton, at one point here in the show during the game, laid out the rules for quarterbacks giving gifts to their teammates, to their offensive line. Let's see if we can figure out who he's talking about in this first one here.
What do you want to vent about? You want to vent?
These lineman gifts now, okay?
the couple rules. I mean, you and I did them, right? And take care of these guys because taking care of. But we have to spend our own money, quarterbacks. We can't be using sponsors and credit and putting it all on TV. We have to actually spend money. So I'm not accusing anybody of not spending money, but let's be sure we keep spending our money.
I want to hear some
to take care of our linemen.
It's like a promotion.
I'm just saying, we have to spend our money.
Brock Purdy gave a bunch of Toyotas?
Toyotas, yeah.
Toyota Tundras to his there's no way in hell Brock Purdy on his first contract sprung for a bunch of Toyotas.
He probably could, but it'd be really stupid.
The fun thing about that is that if they were Toyotas given by the company as part of a promotion, I can almost guarantee you that they were like 2-year leases. Yeah. It's not like they gave them. So it was a nice gesture and everything, but they did it for the gram. So the Instagram, that is. So this is the advice I'd give to football players, young football players, is at Christmas time when you're giving gifts to your actual family members. I was like several years in the league before I realized this. I would get people a bunch of gear, from the team, which I would buy at the team store, and I would get a discount, but it was like the cool gear that was new. There were some things that I have like that wasn't available to the public that I would give out. But like I remember my brother kind of joking about it once because one of his friends had said like, "Oh wow, Seth really hooked you up," and he told his friend like, "Wow, I mean, it's not like he's paying for it." And I was like, "You son of a bitch!" Yeah, I'm like, yes, I did. Yeah. I had a nice discount, but I paid for it. Damn it! So don't even get bothered giving out sweet team gear to your family because
they think
they think you're just giving them your throwaways.
It's good advice to players, man.
Or at least inform them of it.
Right.
But then it gets conspicuous because then you're like, oh, and I pay. By the way, if you need to return that,
I have the receipt right
I
here.
did pay money for it.
Here's the receipt. Here's Peyton also. I like this one here. My background is in sales. You earn what you earn. Nothing is given to you. I like this from Peyton Manning right here. No gifts if you play poorly.
It's not a Christmas gift. You have to block well to get a gift. You don't have, like, a couple years, like, we didn't make the playoffs. I didn't get my guys anything. Like, you didn't block that well. So you don't feel obligated, quarterbacks, if your team doesn't make the playoffs, you have to get them a gift. That's like a participation medal. Block well, I'll give you a gift, right? No wolf, no part, okay? No playoffs, no gift.
This is the part where it's fun because you get to see the kind of sociopathic side of a great leader.
Yeah.
Is that he doesn't understand the difference between a bonus and a gift. Like, all right, if you're giving it because of performance, it's not a gift per se. That's a bonus.
Right.
And, sometimes the line gets murky. But, and it doesn't matter in Peyton's mind. It's like, no, I'm only going to reward. I would advise everybody to do this in your personal life with your children as well. Power rank them as much as possible. Be sure they're aware of the power rankings and feel and they'll understand come Christmas time.
This is unfair when you do. Your child is an only child. This is unfair when you encourage people to do this.
When I know. I do the power ranking. It's
one of one.
Yeah, I do it. I'm not giving any advice I haven't taken myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peyton
That's
also.
What I should power rank all of the cousins. Like, like everybody needs to power rank just their own children.
Yes.
And the cousins, the first cousins.
And live stream it. I want to see the
reactions. I'm going to send it out to my brother and sister and my in-laws, everything.
That's funny. Peyton also said he gave gifts to his linemen in high school.
In high school? Didn't you give your linemen some gifts in high school?
I got them isotoner gloves, which it gets very cold in New Orleans, but that was kind of a cool thing to do. Marino was doing commercials for it. I'm like, I had a little allowance money from cleaning the pool and bought them. But we had a good year. We made the playoffs. They deserved it.
That's pretty cool.
That is
fun.
I
like that. Yeah,
that is fun.
So you gave them a bonus.
Yeah.
Of isotoner gloves.
Hopefully they earned it. Yeah, they made it
Which
to the playoffs.
Was back in the day, kids. Dan Marino was a great NFL quarterback, and gloves were kind of a bigger deal.
Yeah.
I don't know why they stopped being as big a deal.
I don't know.
Because you could just get them so cheap from China.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Marino and isotoner is about as identifiable an endorsement among football players as I can remember. Like that.
Yeah.
That was a very successful ad campaign.
Ace Ventura definitely helped that.
Ace Ventura? Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Marino is in Ace Ventura. Good call, Ben. Good call.
Are there any name brand gloves that people talk about anymore?
Text
that you
in.
see advertised on television?
I live in
can't
Houston.
remember.
I don't wear gloves. I have no idea. I don't know. Text in. 713-572-4610.
Latex is caught on way more than in the 80s.
That's true. Last one from the Manning cast. Good job, Eli, on this one, saying goodbye to Bill Belichick. His final appearance on the Manning cast before he is now the North Carolina head coach full time. Here was the goodbye.
Bill, I just can't say enough. Just thank you so much for joining us this year. We had a blast. It was more fun being your teammate than having to go against you. I know that much for sure.
I don't know, Pay, you can kind of speak for yourself there. I kind of like playing against Bill sometimes.
Okay. All right, E.
Sorry. Truce is off now, Coach. Truce is off.
The reference there, obviously, is the 2 Super Bowls that Eli was able to win against Bill Belichick.
A lot of times people make that as Giants versus the Patriots or Giants versus Belichick. It really needs to be Tom Coughlin versus Bill Belichick. Because those guys both started off together with Bill Parcells as young assistants. And Belichick would obviously go on to have more total titles. But Coughlin every time he faced Belichick in a Super Bowl, Belichick would just he just couldn't get it done.
Yep.
Couldn't get it. Didn't have the it factor is what I like to say.
Belichick, he did not. Not in those
probably
games.
Scared of Coughlin.
Mm-hmm. Were you?
Because Belichick will fight dirty, and Coughlin, but he knew that he couldn't beat. He knew that he couldn't in a fist fight. Coughlin would just do the old skills he picked up at the YMCA back in the day, and just pop him right in the nose.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Deontay Johnson waived. Where did this experiment go wrong? I'll tell you what. I want the Texans, even in the wake of the Deontay Johnson waive yesterday, to keep on doing. We'll talk about that coming up next. But talking to you folks out there right now,
help.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Get up.
Hey, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a, we were just...
we were talking about conspiracy theories.
Yeah, during the break. Yeah.
Various people were out to get me and all of my conspiracies.
We weren't formulating conspiracy theories. We were talking about the
appeal of conspiracy theories,
the overabundance of them out there,
and how easily how easy it is to find one that suits however you want to feel.
Yeah,
it's to the point where it almost feels like that's becoming like like an accepted form of logic. You're like, okay, what explanation makes me feel best about myself?
Yep.
And then yes. That is it. It was a vast conspiracy that allows me to keep on feeling the same way I felt ever. I don't have to change my views or anything. Vast conspiracy.
That's right. No conspiracy theory here. Deontay Johnson waived. I think we all know the reasons why.
Yeah. I think we do.
Do you think we? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're told it was because he was being a little truculent after the game on Saturday, but...
Well, we don't know for sure. That's not what we were told. But as far as it was reported that he looked like he was down in the dumps after the game.
Yeah.
After the Texans' exciting victory the other day.
Yeah, he was down in the dumps.
The guy who 3 teams had parted ways with already in the last calendar year is waived yesterday.
Yeah.
And thus ends my weekly calling him an X Factor.
For more Deontay.
I cannot call him an X Factor anymore.
Yeah.
Other than the lack of him as an X Factor. Is a big issue for me in the game this week.
Yeah, no longer an X factor, right?
Yeah.
Here is DeMeco Ryans yesterday at his press conference. Very first question: what happened with Deontay Johnson?
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're on to the Chiefs.
So Deontay Johnson, his career as a Texan, 3 catches, 24 yards.
Yeah.
Total.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite Deontay Johnson memory from your time here?
I thought where he was open down in the red zone and Davis Mills had a bad pass.
Bounced it off his
him.
shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, as a kind of a metaphor for his entire career as a Texan. It's just a missed opportunity.
Yeah. I sat and thought about this a lot yesterday as I was sulking over Deontay Johnson no longer being a Houston Texan, and I thought, man, it may feel a little too soon. I know there'll be some Deontay Johnson T-shirts out there, I'm sure, amongst the team in Kansas City. They'll have their tribute T-shirts on.
The airbrushed picture of
him. Deontay Johnson, and I thought, boy, I can't wait to get my hands on one of those. And I sat and I thought, and I said, what was my favorite Deontay Johnson play? My favorite memory, and it was either this against the Titans.
Davis calls for the ball. Here's pressure. Mills plants. Mills fires left sideline and caught. Deontay Johnson first down.
Yeah.
Left side, 28-yard line. The toe tapper and the sticks move on the pass from Mills to Johnson.
Yeah, so it was either that or this one against the Chargers on 3rd and forever.
3rd and forever. Stroud looking, throwing underneath, got a man across the 20. It's Nico down to the 18-yard line. Rather, it's Deontay Johnson. I saw the 2, not the 8. His first catch of the game. Deontay Johnson, welcome to the playoffs with Houston. And the Texans don't get the first down, but they get back to the original line of scrimmage, and they can try a field goal on 4th and 10.
Yeah, so I'm having a hard time. Is it the 10-yard catch in the meaningless game against the Titans? Mm-hmm. Or is it the 12-yard catch on 3rd and forever to set up 4th and 10?
How long was the field goal on that one?
I don't know, but I know it got made for everybody to miss a damn thing.
I just say your percentages go up a lot with an extra 10 yards fewer to kick. So
yeah,
that might have been if it had been a 3-point game. It was a closer game.
I still haven't decided yet, man. I'm still struggling with which memory is my fondest one: the 10-yard meaningless catch or the 12-yard kind of meaningless catch.
I wonder, man, what if it's just an inability to grasp a playbook or whatever it might be. We didn't even have time to really grow to dislike him or anything.
Right.
It was they gave up nothing to get him, so it wasn't. There wasn't any reason to dislike him. It was pure upside. So I don't have any issue at all with them bringing him on the team. His upside as a player physically is really, really good. But, man, he's got to figure something out.
Yeah.
He still has that upside. But for whatever reason, 4 teams in a row now have been like, not for us. I don't even want to minimize this. He might have some issues, man. You get
you get cut loose by 4 teams in a year, it may be beyond just like, I need more snaps. And I know this will not discourage Nick Caserio from continuing to do what he's done the last 2 years, which is churn the waiver wire, keep going and finding guys. Like last year was even more extreme than this year. Remember last year they got Derek Barnett and they got Tier Tart, Kareem Jackson, Adrian Amos was on this team for a few weeks. I like
made
that.
some nice plays in the game
for the Chargers. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He absolutely did. So, yeah.
I guess the question would be, well, somebody earlier asked, hey, would the Chiefs possibly pick up Deontay Johnson just to try to pick his brain? Maybe worried about it, given that it seems like he might not have a lot to offer in terms of knowledge of the Texans' offense, but. It would really suck if the Chiefs picked him up just because, hey, it's more speed on the field, and they figure out a way to get the ball to Deontay Johnson a few times.
This would be, if they did that, that would be the second time in the last month that he got picked up by a team who was playing his former employer the following week, because the Texans picked him up the week before the Ravens game on Christmas. So that would be a wild factoid right there.
Well, the only other team that put a claim in on Deontay Johnson was the Chargers when he was on waivers and the Texans picked him up.
Yeah.
So the Texans got him because of the order of the waiver wire.
Yeah.
So the Chiefs didn't do it the first time around, and if anything, they've gotten healthier at receivers since then.
Yeah, they ain't picking him up. Yeah. It's an interesting question. But
no, because the Chiefs are a team. You go back to what's his name from a few years ago that they picked up midway through the season from the Giants.
Oh, Kadarius Toney.
Kadarius Toney, kind of a head case, kind of a mess.
And they traded for him.
And they ended up winning a Super Bowl with Kadarius Toney. And it didn't last long into the next regular season. He didn't really do much for him. But they have done it before.
They have.
That's right. Yeah, I brought up Kadarius Toney as an example when the Texans picked up Deontay Johnson.
You did.
All right, hey, you only need him for a few weeks.
Yeah. Do you think it might be Mark Vandermeer's fault that Deontay Johnson is no longer a Houston Texan? Let's just re-listen to that second highlight right
Third and forever. Stroud looking, throwing underneath. Got a man across the tweak, down to the 18-yard line. Rather, it's Deontay Johnson. I saw the 2, not the 8.
Oh.
His first catch of the game.
Okay. Do you think Deontay Johnson felt a little disrespected there? Like, hey, I'm not Nico. I'm my own man. We both have 2 in our jersey. You just assumed it was Nico making a catch.
Yeah.
You think that happened? I don't think so.
Yeah. They might have been playing that in the tunnel or something after the game. And he heard that.
And he heard that? It's like, I
did the same thing. I did a video recapping the 99-yard drive, and for whatever reason, it's because what I do, I accidentally called Robert Woods Robert Ford, which I don't think Robert Woods would ever get offended by, because it's a show of respect to both those Roberts,
sure.
I think. That, Robert Woods, Robert Ford, dependable veteran that you can rely on in the crunch. Yes, both of them are that. So no offense taken, hopefully.
Yeah, none taken. We actually got a text here. The text from a listener saying, "Hey guys, great show as always. Totally off subject, but I've listened to the other NFL team radio broadcasts, and just makes me feel so fortunate that Mark Vandermeer calls Texans games. He's hands down the very best at what he does. So much better in the description and emotion compared to other announcers. Appreciate you guys as well. Best show on 610. Thank you. We appreciate that. And I know Vandy, if he's listening, appreciates that a whole lot more than my conspiracy theory on him saying it was Nico instead of Deontay Johnson, and that's why Deontay Johnson got waived.
It is. We're very, very lucky to have Robert Ford as the play-by-play to hear it for the Texans for 24 years.
Indeed. Yes. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Text message, The Coffee Bean is a good book. What was the energy book Seth mentioned?
It's called The Energy Bus.
The Energy Bus.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That was, for those of you who weren't listening, that's one of the books that D'Amico has in his office that he's read before. Yep. That's good stuff. They're all good.
Yeah.
With the self-help stuff, it's kind of like diets or just like nutrition in general. You gotta find what works for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of tend to just dabble in a lot of them, and if there's one that I really like, I'll buy the actual physical version, the paper version of it, instead of the Kindle app, and keep it on the bookshelf so I can just earmark some spots and stuff. Yeah.
There you go. All right.
So one last thing. So if it's got good reviews on Amazon, just try it. You know, and maybe it speaks to you, maybe it doesn't.
The energy bus you're talking about here. The energy, the energy bus. Okay. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right. Let's get some thoughts on the other side about the Texans from the Chiefs. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and then the guy who's going to have to go up against Nico Collins. What is he saying about his battle coming up on Saturday? We'll have all of that coming up for you next.
We knew it was coming. Now it's official. Texans.
Say they can go up and snag it.
Yeah, if anything, that was the worst part of the Texans picking off the Chargers 4 times in that game. That's why I was down on it. I thought after 2, I was like, hey, we don't want to have a real quick reminder here, a stark reminder of facing an opportunistic defense that we really got to be on our P's and Q's. Yeah. All right, guys? Hey, maybe, Derek, bat down that last one, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe just, let these guys kind of coast on through and feel like, well, here we go. He's basically got a bye week versus the Texans this week. No. So it's very obvious that, yes, there's a lot of speed out on the field there, and the Texans are a very opportunistic defense. They led the league in interceptions, or did they end up second in interceptions? Whatever it was.
They intercepted a lot of balls, yeah.
I don't think, as much as Chiefs fans or anybody else might be taking the Texans lightly, I don't think for a second that Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid are taking the defense lightly. If you're a quarterback, you don't like throwing interceptions, and they've got very recent proof and evidence of the Texans' ability to do that. You just gotta keep doing what you did last week, though. It's if that defense keeps playing the way they were playing. And especially if, the nice thing was that they fixed their issues in the run defense on the first drive. They were having some issues with their defensive tackles getting trapped and whammed, all the same stuff we've been seeing the last few weeks. With Azeez Al-Shaair back out there on the field with all of the starters versus a playoff caliber football team, they fixed it. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Azeez Al-Shaair was on the field when they fixed this thing that's been an issue the last few weeks. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to what does this team with Azeez Al-Shaair versus the Chiefs offense.
Yeah, and I think that's Azeez Al-Shaair being back is big when it comes to, I think that the biggest thing that, if we're looking at the previous Chiefs game, because it was fairly recently, like the biggest thing that I would try to cure would be the defense's ability to get off the field in the fourth quarter. The Chiefs were able to burn that clock. The last 11 or 12 minutes of the game was them just burning the clock, converting third down after third down after third down. The Chiefs are not a great offense in terms of scoring. They're middle of the pack. They're 15th in scoring in the league, but they're second on converting third downs. And so this gets into a game in the fourth quarter where the Chiefs have to play keep away like they were able to do against you back on December the 21st, and you're not able to get off of the field. That's a big problem, obviously. So I think that to me, if there's one thing I could cure from that first game, it would be that. Because to my recollection, I don't think they hit you with a bunch of big chunk plays. DeAndre Hopkins had a few catches to move the chains. Travis Kelce was just kind of annoying paper cut kind of catches, but he was also somewhat of a factor. But I don't remember Xavier Worthy getting massive plays in that game. Hollywood Brown, I don't even remember if he played in that game.
And it is still, though, look, the one thing I'm actually kind of glad happened, given the circumstances. I'm glad that Ladd McConkey had that big touchdown.
Yeah.
Because I think the Texans defense needs to be reminded that, hey, we've been really, really, really good in a lot of ways this year. These huge chunk plays have undone a lot of that good stuff. Mm-hmm. And part of it is that some of that's just been because they've had younger guys in the defensive backfield. Mm-hmm. So those guys have played really well, but they've got moments where they've played like rookies. It's a reminder to them that, all right, man, as awesome as that game was, it could have been a lot better if we had just been a little bit more aware on that. Like Ladd McConkey, that could have been an interception on that play.
Yes.
Instead of a touchdown. You got to play all 4 quarters, and especially when you're facing a guy like Xavier Worthy, you got to play mentally sharp the entire game. So, there's no shortage of footage where you can watch the Chiefs and see exactly how they can take advantage of that.
Here's Patrick Mahomes and his thoughts on the Texans' defense.
Yeah, I think what everybody's kind of known. I mean, that defense is extremely real. They have a great quarterback and a great coach, and we knew when we played in this last time it was a hard-fought game, and they get after the quarterback really well. They have really good secondary players, and the linebackers fly around. So it'll be a great challenge for us, and we'll have to play our best football.
The frustrating thing about the Chiefs game also was that they got some really good pass rushes. They didn't get Mahomes on the ground. That's part of Mahomes and he's just really good at scrambling and taking the yardage when it's there. Mm-hmm. So the contained pass rush and all that stuff really matters. But ultimately, it's not enough just to get pressure. You got to get him on the ground. You got to or hit his arm as he's throwing the ball to force him into some of those errors. The Texans defense right now, for all the issues that they've had with, including still Christian Harris. Somebody on the text line just asked about Christian Harris, whether he played last time or not. Christian Harris only played 7 snaps in last week's game, so it wasn't like he was a big part of that defensive effort. I think you got to look at him at this point as it's a bonus if his calf is functioning properly and if it's okay. Maybe he's a big factor in the game, but I don't think you can really lean on him being in there. The encouraging thing is that when Andy Reid's talking about the speed of the defense, he's talking about Azeez Elshire and Henry To'oTo'o at linebacker and the way those guys play. It's just they're not, going into that game versus the Chargers, I thought, man, the Chargers, they like to try to be an old-school football team. They've got big-bodied dudes. They want to run the ball. And I was worried about the Texans having to play nickel all the time. They had to play nickel all the time, and they were still really good against the run. So, and again, I don't think that happens without Azeez Elshire out there.
Hollywood text message. Hollywood did play in the last game. That's right. Texter also, it's Nico's texting in saying Worthy scored a TD when he said the Texans yelled out the coverage. That's right. Xavier Worthy said they yelled out zone. And so he just ran into a spot there.
And I think some people made a big deal out of that. That happens sometimes. You're trying to make it just. Now that's where the Chiefs do a good job of taking advantage of motion and everything else, and that's when you end up getting calls from the defenders who are communicating. So, the next level for the defense is when you want to start making dummy calls whenever possible. That takes time and that takes veteran savvy. You can call zones even because both the two defensive backs know that it's not zone, but you just say it as a dummy call.
Yep.
I don't think the Texans are quite there yet because they have so much youth.
Yeah, a texter also saying, do you guys know if Lassiter played in Week 16 against the Chiefs? Yes. He was the one that was in zone right in front of where Worthy slipped behind him on that touchdown. Yes, so he definitely played. He definitely played in that game. One of the fun battles in this game will be Nico Collins versus Trent McDuffie, the Kansas City Chiefs' top corner. They have him travel with top wide receivers. Here was McDuffie yesterday talking about the challenge of going against Nico Collins.
I kind of was saying this earlier. I love going against players like this who I call him a complete receiver. He's big, he's physical, he's fast, good hands. His connection with CJ, you can tell, is at an all-time high. They're kind of clicking on all cylinders, and he's their number one receiver. And that's really why you want to play this game. Go against the best competition and a game that means a lot in the playoffs. So excited to go against him. Know what he's going to come into this game with and ready to go compete.
Yeah, so Nico in that game had 7 receptions for 60 yards, 10 targets. Tank Dell was having his best game of his season so far because he had those 6 receptions on 98 yards. The run game wasn't as bad as it's been at times for the Texans, but it certainly wasn't great. Mixon only had 57 yards rushing. I think that ends up being a big factor in this game because the old cliche, man, try to keep Pat Mahomes off the field. This is the kind of game where time of possession matters.
Yeah.
You got to, when it comes down to, especially in the fourth quarter, giving Pat Mahomes as few cracks at the bat as possible. If they can build on what they did last week and start to be able to lean into the run more, that hopefully could be a big difference and a big difference between this time and last time.
Dude, if they could be the team that's possessing the ball for the last 6 minutes of the game, that would be incredible.
You know who had the big reception in that game, Sean? I was trying to remember. It was Samaje Perine.
The wheel route.
He went 30-plus yards on that one.
The wheel route on that last drive. That's right. Yeah. That was the play where not you, Seth, but you, all of us, we're going to lose this game. Like that was, you know what I mean? Like that's the play. I think it was on third down. It was, I
leaned in hard. Sammy had brought some Domino's pizza to the live lounge up there, and I ate one of his entire pizzas. Thank you, Sammy. I don't feel guilty about it now. I used to feel guilty about it when Sammy was just a college kid. Now that he's a lawyer, I'm like, oh, you only brought 2 pizzas?
And can no disrespect to Domino's, man, but hey, what about some designer upscale pizza? How about a little deep dish? You know what I'm saying? Although Domino's gets the job done, I would say.
I like Domino's. I feel like I don't know. I don't know if I've yet met a pizza chain whose pizza I don't like. I've got no issue with any of it. Oh, it's dough, it's cheese, and it's a bunch of sauce.
Yeah.
All right, it's hard to screw it up,
Yeah.
Now there's individual pizzerias sometimes that just are poorly managed.
Yeah.
I'm not a pizza snob.
No.
And the good stuff. I love Star Pizza, but man, I feel like a boa constrictor having just eaten an entire wildebeest after I eat it. There's just so much. There's just so much in my belly. I can't control myself.
We got to go to their buffet sometime. Tuesday and Friday.
I can't do that.
Yeah, let's go, Seth. Come on. Let's get come on, a little retro time. Old Seth.
I got to back off on the sodium is the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Not with just any pizza in general. I got to watch the sodium these days.
One of the things that I'm excited about with the Texans, independent of this game on Saturday, that I will be excited about even if the Texans lose, and even if they lose lopsidedly on Saturday, is that we are not one of the teams, we don't root for one of the teams that's on this hamster wheel at either head coach and or quarterback. This was Kevin O'Connell yesterday, I believe, talking about, it was either yesterday or right after the game on Monday, talking about Sam Darnold's time in Minnesota. Take a listen to this.
A winning quarterback this year and the consistency at the times he had it throughout the year and what that meant for our team, because I think that can stay with him moving forward as he goes back to work. Proud of him. Proud of really everybody in that locker room, but Sam and the journey him and I went on this year will always, be something that's a special place in my heart for sure.
Okay, that last part is where people were like, oh, yeah. Like the whole chatter about Sam Darnold 4 weeks ago where they're like, well, they could franchise tag him and J.J. McCarthy for another year. I hear that last part, and this year will always hold a special place in my heart. Kevin O'Connell sounded like a guy who's ready to move on to J.J. McCarthy next year in that cut.
Yeah. Well, and that would be the likely. You draft a guy, you draft a quarterback in the first round. Typically, that's the plan for the future, and you got to figure it out.
No,
Now,
but I mean, Sam Darnold was like in the running for the MVP a month ago. You know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But given the way he's played over the last couple games, he's clearly not the guy.
Yeah.
That I guess it's not like a huge leap that we're going to move on to J.J. McCarthy now. Now the question is, all right, what kind of offers does Sam Darnold actually get, and how competitive would the Vikings really have to be to bring him back and be a bridge quarterback to him? Maybe that's still in the cards. I don't know.
That would be weird. Like, as good a year as he had, like Sam Darnold to come back to the same team and be a backup. Like, I think some team's going to offer him a starting job. You know, like there's
as a bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
As a guy that
there just aren't that many good quarterbacks in this draft. You know, he'll be a star. I think the Steelers could sign him and not draft a quarterback. You know.
Yeah. Do they have Justin Jefferson? I can't remember. Right. That's the biggest question.
I'm not saying it's a great solution. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah.
You know who's not a big fan of Sam Darnold? Paul Allen. Not the deceased billionaire, the play-by-play guy for the Minnesota Vikings. I love stuff like this where radio guys go off. And it's the color analyst that does this. But this is the play-by-play guy in Minnesota, Paul Allen, after one of Sam Darnold's 9 sacks that he took.
2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run, Paul. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
All he's got to do is pull that thing down and run and get as much positive yardage as he can. There were 5 to 7 yards easy there to be made. We saw Buffalo do this to him all day long because they're not always disciplined in their lanes. But if he pulls this thing down right there, he has a good 5-7.
That's good, Ben. Peter Bursich is the color analyst. I know him because he was a Notre Dame guy. But the play-by-play guy screaming out, "Throw the ball, man!"
Yeah, not the color commentator, but the actual play-by-play guy. It feels a little bit like Andre Ware. We get that same element with Andre.
Yeah. We get the inverse. We get Andre doing that here.
Oh, no!
Yeah, here's my favorite example of that one.
Stroud gets the snap. CJ with pressure. CJ scrambling out to the left, now back to the right, runs into Titus Howard. Ball comes out. Somebody's got to fall on it. Texans have it inside their 35-yard line. A disaster on 3rd down.
Titus has got to stop watching and quitting on plays, watching the action when he gets himself beaten. That's what happens when you just stop and start watching and somebody's still playing. You're trying to get out of the way. You run right back into him.
It looked like Titus almost pulled the ball.
It happens, Mark. It happens way too much.
Can you imagine Paul Allen and Andre Ware on a broadcast together? Oh my God! Where the team's not playing well.
Like the 2 guys in the balcony in the
Muppet Show.
In the Muppet Show,
Statler and Waldorf. Just cracking bad jokes.
What were their names?
Statler and Waldorf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was a big Muppet Show.
Sounds like those are a couple of rich old guy names.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, you think?
Statler and Waldorf.
Statler and Waldorf. I am just happy. The reason I played the Darnold cut, I am happy we're not in those conversations anymore. You know what I mean? Like, okay, do we if you're the Steelers or you're the Raiders or you're one of these other teams, especially teams that are looking at this draft, and it's like, okay, it's Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward, neither of whom are viewed in the same realm as the top guys that have been drafted the last couple of years. And then it's Quinn Ewers after that. You know, it's a bad quarterback draft. So that's Sam Darnold might be one of the better options out there, and he ain't a good option. Like that's
Sam Darnold it felt like the entire second half of the season the shine was off a little bit, and you look at his yards per attempt ended up being just like abysmal, like below 6 in multiple games there down the stretch. And it felt like, all right, whatever ambush element there was to, hey, quarterback in a new system, first time we're seeing him, it takes a while for the league to catch up. So I've always felt like the best strategy to feel great at your quarterback is like, let's say you had Gardner Minshew and Sam Darnold on the same team. It's just, okay, Sam Darnold's going to be the first half of the season quarterback. And then second half of the season back at
Ambush.
quarterback is going to be Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, you trade for Joe Flacco, right? Or you bring Joe Flacco in off the street right before the playoffs. Yeah. Just ambush him because you just don't know exactly how they're going to use the guy. He's good enough, but like, hey, just throw him in there.
Yeah, you treat your team like a Broadway calendar. We're like, we're starting the season with Sam Darnold. He's only here for 4 weeks. You got to get, if you want to watch Sam Darnold. And then the next show is Gardner Minshew and then Flacco.
And then Beverly D'Angelo. At the end,
Yes, we do Hamilton for the last 2 weeks. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Hey, Justin Verlander's gone. He's headed to the Giants. He revealed the reason why he was so banged up and injured last year. I'm curious how Astro fans feel when they hear the reason. Will they feel a little jilted? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Hey, Houstonians, I've got good news for you.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so baseball season, pitchers and catchers were about a month away. And the Astros are probably pretty close to done here. I think most people would like to see them pick up an outfielder. Justin Verlander will not be an Astro anymore. He signs with the San Francisco Giants. Did an interview, I saw it on MLB.com, where he talked about the culture that he was so impressed with and why he signed with San Francisco.
Quite frankly, before Buster called me, wasn't really in my consideration. And then in doing some research after Buster called, obviously immediately you're like, man, really tough division. That's obviously true. But I think that this team has a lot of upside that is maybe a bit overlooked. I just think that there's a really good chance that this team can do something special. And from everything that I've heard, the guys, the culture that's been built in this organization is something special.
All right, so that's Verlander. Buster is Buster Posey, obviously the former catcher for the Giants, who's now in their front office.
He's a president.
Yeah. So
of the Giants.
Of the Giants,
not the United States.
Not the United States yet. I thought that was interesting. Like, it feels like Verlander on that quote is going in far more blindly to this one than when he came to the Astros back in 2017. Like,
well, it's similar in that when he went to the Astros, he got a call from Dallas Keuchel that kind of explained, one, that no, it wasn't. The city was not going to be completely submerged by the time Justin got
that's right.
here.
It was Harvey. Yeah.
But also, it was a conversation with Dallas Keuchel that kind of made him feel good about going there.
Mm-hmm.
So likewise, Buster Posey, former player, and I'm sure, I don't know how close they are as friends or what have you, but it sounds like that. Maybe Verlander's a guy who just wants to be sure there's at least whatever the situation he stepped into with the Mets, that it's not going to be
it's
bad.
not. That's a good point. Yeah, because that was a mess.
It was, because there were reports that it sounded like the culture was just a little bit off. You know, there was that story that Verlander would suggest to the Mets staff that, hey, the Astros did this thing that seemed to help a lot. Mm-hmm. Maybe you guys should try doing this. And the Mets were like, we do our things our own way. No. So I don't know. Maybe that matters.
We got to go give $200 million to somebody else who can't play. Yeah. So this was Verlander. I thought this was interesting. Revealed why he thinks he got injured a bunch last season.
I've changed a lot of my offseason program. I have, for the first time in my career, I've not put down a ball. I kept throwing all offseason, and that was to help the shoulder issue that I had. And it was totally avoidable. It was my fault. You know, I've always been somebody who just I set down the ball and don't pick it up again for a few months. And then I've always been very lucky that I just pick it up and start throwing. Well, at 41, that caught up with me. So that was an adjustment that I've made that I feel like is paying big dividends already. It's funny. I was having a conversation today with my throwing partner and just talking about how miles ahead of where I was last year at this time. Honestly, this time last year was my first game of like real catch, and you know, I'm already up to 92 and trying to pull the reins a little bit, not overdo it.
I guess that it makes sense, and it's good that he changed the strategy and everything. At the end of the day, he's an older, and you can change your strategy and accommodate for things, but he's going to be 42 years old this year, and it feels bad because it feels like I'm like, he's going to get injured. I don't mean that at all. It's just, it is what it is. He's 42 years old. I'm not convinced that that's a different strategy, but it doesn't mean it's the right strategy. I don't think he should be so hard on himself.
That's the thing.
Basically, he was doing what he would always do. And you would think, as you get older, if anything, maybe you should have started easing into it a little earlier, but more work isn't usually the answer for an older guy. I would say take it easy on yourself, Justin. If what you were doing was the same thing that led you to multiple all-star appearances over the course of 20 years of playing baseball, I wouldn't say it was my fault. It was like, okay, I could have adjusted to it.
That's when I'm like, that's when that audio became compelling to me as I'm listening to it yesterday. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So he's totally changed. Totally changed his strategy. You go from putting a ball down for 3 months and not touching it to throwing every day or throwing regularly, that's a complete shift in strategy. And I totally agree with what you said, Seth. I'm like, I don't know that ultimately the solution for a 42-year-old is throwing more.
That's how, But this is how I feel about, like, if I'm anybody, you know, if you're in your 40s and you're like, oh, I've got some arthritis in my knees and I never had this issue before, I think what I'll do is start running more.
I'll do a 5K.
That'll fix it.
Doing a weekly 5K. Yeah. So, but I'm listening to that. I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. I'm nodding my head. And then he goes, totally avoidable. My fault. I think I'm supposed to be angry now. Wait a second. He's apologizing for something.
I guess maybe he had gotten advice. This is what I choose to believe.
Yeah.
That the Astros gave him the advice that, like, hey, man, you should really ramp up more. You should start earlier and ramp up. And the Astros crack training staff are the ones who told him that. And he said, piss on you. Piss on all of you.
Do you have multiple Cy Youngs? I have multiple Cy Youngs.
Yeah, so it was your fault, Justin Verlander.
The other thing that and I feel bad bringing this up, but, you know, he's not an Astro anymore. And I think even if he were to hear this, he would take it good-naturedly, I think. I don't know. But I did think when he talked about just putting the ball down and not doing anything for a few months, I thought about how he looked when he came back from being gone for a couple of months during the season.
Yeah.
And you and I were like, jersey sticks out a little bit more over the belt.
He's never been an impressive body guy. You know, he's never been fat or anything, but he's always kind of had a dad. From the time he was in his early 20s, he kind of had a dad bod, you know?
Right.
That generally, I think with the older athletes, it's usually the improvements you want to see is, okay, they take better care of their body.
Yeah.
You're going to tweak your routines a little bit and everything, but more than anything, you got to take advantage of all your recovery time and not be carrying around any extra pounds. We'll have to monitor this closely in spring training and do a body composition analysis on if he's throwing earlier, but he's also carrying extra weight. I would say that's a bad sign.
Probably so. It's gonna be a weird season, man. Like this is the most like nucleus culture foundational Astro that's gone out of the building at one time. Probably since the start of the golden era. You know, like since like 2018, like you lose, or 2019, like I forget, you lose Charlie Morton 1 year and then you lose Garrett Cole 1 year. It was always like one guy a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now it's like Bregman, Tucker, Verlander. I mean, we've experienced losing Verlander before, but I'll throw him in there because of how I think the fan base feels about him. I mean, those are three of like the 6 or 7 most, like maybe 8 or 9, like most foundational guys since 2017. Yeah. And they're all leaving at the same time. It's just that's going to feel weird.
And then just trading Tucker away instead of playing it out to the very end.
Yeah.
That to me was the emphatic closing of the door, not necessarily the closing of a window, but the closing of the door on that era, including the way they managed the team. That it's just the really unfortunate part of it and the sad part of it is that it's looking more and more like it didn't have to be that way for Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
If Bregman ends up getting a deal for the same or less than what the Astros offered him, man, what a shame. And then ultimately, the Astros fan in me says, yeah, it's a shame emotionally, but who knows? You know, maybe you solidify both corner infield positions, which, okay, maybe you don't feel as great about Paredes as Bregman, but you've got actual stability of corner infield spots. The sum total of that could pay dividends and feel better about it than last year with Bregman.
I think it's easy to feel better about Paredes at the price they have him at than feel better about Bregman at $30 million a year or whatever it was going to be. You know,
right? And it's just and it allows you to also have stability at first base, get an outfielder at some point, and see where it all leads.
Yeah, like I think in his heart of hearts, if you were to ask Jim Crane, because the philosophy all rolls down from him in terms of contracts, length of deals, age of guys, things like that, which is what made the Abreu deal so weird because Abreu was old, you know, like that kind of thing. Yeah. But flushing that aside, would you rather have Bregman at the contract you offered him and then probably some solution less than Christian Walker at first base, or have it the way it is now at the corners with Walker locked up for 3 years, Paredes under team control for 3 years? I think Jim Crane likes operating in 3 and 4 year windows way more. I'm not breaking any news here. Way more than okay. I got to pay this guy till 37 years old over here.
Oh yeah. That's his whole deal, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Jose Abreu, if he's currently a free agent.
He was. There's a lot of footage that's surfaced of him in the Mexican League this year on social media, and all of it that I've seen has been good. I don't know what his numbers are, but like it. So who knows? I actually admire the fact that he's still grinding and going after it.
Dude, honestly, I admire the fact that he was willing to go down and with in the rookie league. I mean, you could tell he felt bad about the way he was playing, and it wasn't like for a lack of effort or like that he had lost the passion for that. I never once felt like, oh, here's a guy that just took some money to come in and steal for a couple of years. It bothered him. It stinks. It's just like in nature, Sean. None of these animals, very few of them die a peaceful death.
No.
You end up getting eaten by a coyote at some point.
Happens,
so,
man. It happens.
He got eaten by a coyote in Houston.
He
by
did.
One of our urban coyotes.
He did. He got $57 million for it. Not bad. Not bad work if you can get it. Not the coyote part, the getting paid part.
Dude, watch American Primeval. Speaking of getting eaten and killed.
Oh, you mentioned that to me the other day
on Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh, it's intense. It is an intense. It's about basically about all of the conflict between the Mormons, the U.S. government, the Shoshone, and I can't remember the name of the other tribe. Everything all coming together on the American frontier in the 1800s. And it's just brutal. It is brutal. But it's the most accurate depiction yet I've seen of why Utah Jazz fans are the way they are.
Okay.
I just all right, I get it. Okay. I get it. Of all the movies I've watched about Jazz fans, this is the one.
This is the one that shows it? Okay.
Yeah.
Not Big Love back in the day?
No. That was a kinder, gentler Jazz fan. This is the psychotic will kill for any reason to justify their own beliefs. Yes,
that's what I would tell Texan fans who are preemptively complaining about the referees in this game on Saturday against the Chiefs.
Yeah,
that's who you sound like. You sound like Jazz fans. If that doesn't shock at least half of you into stop doing that, then I don't know what to tell you, but you sound like Jazz fans.
I'm okay with it because it bothers Chiefs fans so much.
Yeah, that's true.
It drives them insane.
Forget what I say. Dump that,
I say keep it up, keep trolling. Whether you mean it, whether you're genuine in your belief or not, just keep tweeting about it because it drives them insane. I love it.
The biggest shift in the two teams personnel-wise from the game 4 weeks ago to the game coming up on Saturday. C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans spoke about that. We'll hear from them coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is the 2024
responsiblygambling.org.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, that'd be huge, I didn't know that, but I think that'll be a huge accomplishment, and, his team were really motivated to, go up there and play some good ball, and, a great Kansas City team was been in these moments forever, so, it's going to take all of us, and it's going to take a lot of, execution and, get that done, so got to be on our A game.
Were you surprised? CJ said he didn't know that this team had never made it to the AFC title game before?
I was a little surprised at first, and then I think he'd probably just never heard it framed that way. Mm-hmm. If he thought about it, he probably would be like, CJ's kind of like, by 22-year-old standards especially, he's kind of a football historian.
Yes.
I think if you asked him, hey, CJ, have the Texans ever been to a conference championship game, he would have thought in his head and thought, oh, no, they haven't. But I do think it's notable in that I don't think that D'Amico has been using that as some kind of a rallying call, which I like. I don't like using historical things that you haven't done or whatever as a motivational tool, because it's almost implanting in your brain subconsciously or consciously that like, oh, this team we're losers.
That's
we're
negative
losers.
energy. It's negative
anything
energy.
like that. Yeah, even though it's not like awful toxic negative energy or anything, but it's just not let's look forward.
Yeah, what I probably would not CJ to find out, if he didn't know about not getting to the AFC title game, what he doesn't need to find out is that they haven't really been competitive in any of these divisional round games either. If we were to go, no, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. The very first one, they were competitive against the Ravens. Back in 2011, when they lost by 7 and TJ Yates threw 3 picks in that game. They were competitive in that one.
And they were having a really good game through 3 quarters in New England.
2016, the Brock Osweiler year.
Brock Osweiler. And really, remember, they had Brady on the ropes. Brady threw up that prayer of a ball that could have as easily been a pick six as a reception. But, of course, Brady being Brady, I kind of feel like it looked like it was a duck, but he probably knew he could get away with a duck at that point.
Yeah.
Like, they made life really difficult. Ultimately, I don't think the margin ended up being close. But at the very least, that was an entertaining game.
It was an entertaining game. No, you're right. The Patriots, the spread on that game was like 17. And the Patriots, I think, ended up covering the spread in that game. But you're right. It was that game was close early in the fourth quarter, and at some point when the game was still hanging in the balance, Will Fuller dropped what would have been a walk-in bomb for a touchdown.
Well, early. They could have had a quick strike. Somebody dropped the ball early.
You're thinking of 2012. That was James Casey. James Casey let a ball go through his hands in the end zone.
That was in 2012.
That was 2012.
In the playoffs?
In the playoffs. Daniel Manning had a huge return on the opening kickoff. They started the game in the red zone for the Patriots, and James Casey dropped what would have been a touchdown pass.
And meant all those things.
You conflated the two Patriot losses.
No, I remembered it. I just said it wrong or something like that. I don't know. Let me have this.
Let's just hope it doesn't look like 2019. That's all. I'm confident that this thing is going to be a close game. 9 is a lot of points, man. It's a lot of points for a team in the Chiefs that play a ton of close games. That's a lot of points.
They play a bunch of close games, and I think even in my own mind, I was kind of like, well, yeah, but after that fourth quarter versus the Texans, look, they got on a roll. They didn't really. They went and they had a really impressive game versus the Steelers, but then they got rolled up with none of their starters playing by 30-plus points versus Broncos. But, I mean, I'm not worried. I mean, like, that was what it was. They were playing all their backups. But it does mean that, okay, if there's any such thing as a rust factor, a lot of these starters for the Chiefs haven't played, including Mahomes, will not have played meaningful football for 23 games.
Yes.
So hopefully there's some rust there.
Got to jump on them early, man. Got to jump on them early. Biggest change for the Texans, at least, personnel-wise, from that game to this game, Azeez Al-Shaair will play in this game. Here's C.J. Stroud on Azeez Al-Shaair's leadership.
Yeah, it's huge. He's been a leader since the day one. So, that's the first thing and foremost is he's always been a leader. And just because he was out doesn't mean he was even leading. He was leading even when he was out. So, I think just in life, until you make a mistake, you can't gain wisdom. So, when you're on the stage, you make mistakes, and you're held to what your actions, and you learn from them, you move on. And one thing I'm happy for him, he's not living any guilt, any shame, and I'm proud of him for that, for just coming back and just playing really good. And he played great on Saturday. We need him to play great again. He knows that. So his wisdom and his leadership and the ups and downs he's been in his life, and the shoes that he the background he has, that he grew up. A lot of people don't know Aziz's story. Aziz don't really come from much. And you look at somebody like him who was the oldest out of a lot of kids in his family. He's had to take care of a lot of his siblings. It ain't been easy, So you make mistakes, you know what I mean? And it's all about how you answer it, no matter what the mistake is. So, I'm very proud of him, and, he's going to be huge for us.
One of the cool things about Aziz Al-Shire was if you search for it, there's a video of him talking to Mike Evans when Mike Evans was mic'd up. And Aziz Al-Shire goes up to him and expresses gratitude for all the work that Mike Evans has done in Tampa with, I think, with a lot of homeless initiatives and stuff, because Aziz Al-Shire at times had been literally living under a bridge with his family.
Yeah.
He had a rough upbringing and got moved around a lot and everything. There's a nice moment for Mike Evans too, Galveston kid, to see that. But Aziz is a guy that, it's a shame that the rest of the league or the fan base largely knows him because of the fallout from the Trevor Lawrence hit, and because it's just so far away. It's so different than how the rest of the league or how the Texans know him and know about him.
There will. My prediction is there will definitely be. The Texans are definitely going to play a primetime game next year, or 2 or 3 or 4, however many it'll be. And especially if there's a game against Jacksonville that's on a big stage, they will do one of the reporters will do a sit down with Aziz that does a deep dive on the fallout from the hit on Trevor Lawrence last year and bring up and blend it in with a story about his background. You know what I mean? There will be some sort of, it's going to end up being a feel good story out of all this, all the hatred that he's been getting. That's my prediction for next year, Seth. I think there's going to be one of those next year in one of the Texans' big primetime games. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about Aziz Al-Shire.
Aziz has been a great vocal leader. He always shares a great message. He's great at articulating those messages to the players, and the players are very attentive when Aziz is talking. Right? When Aziz talks to the team, it always comes from the heart. It's heartfelt, it's sincere, and you can tell how much he cares about the guys just with his messages. So I know it resonates with the guys, and that's what a team is about, right? When your team leaders are standing up giving the messages, they go a lot further than what I have to say because they know my messages don't change. It's the same thing from when we started in training camp to now. We're going to be consistent in messaging from me and what I expect of our guys, because I believe in winning. It takes a certain way to win games, and that doesn't change right from day one to where we are now. So really thankful for Aziz and his leadership, thankful for CJ, guys who step up and lead when it comes to being vocal leaders. You need that. You need guys to do it the right way, but at times players need to hear from each other, and it means a lot more when they do that. So we have a lot of guys who aren't afraid to speak up and speak their mind to each other and pour out their hearts to each other.
All right, so my favorite thing about that audio right there is D'Amico Ryans D'Amico Ryans talking about himself as if he's 65 years old. D'Amico Ryan's yeah, my message gets stale. They don't need to hear from me. They like hearing from Aziz. And I think, too, Aziz, the fact that one of my big concerns coming off of that 3-game suspension is this going to be something that in a way messes with Aziz Al-Shire? Is he going to be the same player coming into or coming back from that suspension, coming back in Week 18 against the Titans, more importantly, coming back in the postseason against whoever the Texans play? Ended up being the Chargers and now the Chiefs. Is it going to affect his style of play at all? Is it going to affect him mentally at all? And I think we've seen, certainly with that Chargers game, we didn't see much of him in the Titans game, but certainly in that Chargers game, he looked like the old Aziz Al-Shire. So that's good. That to me is the biggest change. If we're taking a look at the Week 16 game against the Chiefs, the 27-19 win, and we're looking at the handicapping of this game and looking at the just the personnel effects of this game, getting Aziz Al-Shire back in this game is absolutely massive. Messages here. This goes back to our Astros conversation in the previous segment. But you have no outfielder, 0. And Pena is an average shortstop. I'm okay with Pena, but they need outfield help so bad. I would say about the Pena thing, you can't have an all-star at every position. And I acknowledge the outfield situation as well. So there is that. Hey, quick reminder. We mentioned this in headlines earlier. The Texans are hoping that you, Texan fans, can be out there on Friday at about noon for a send-off of the team as they head to the airport, as the buses leave and they head to the airport to go take on the Kansas City Chiefs. So you can get all the information on it at HoustonTexans.com, I'm sure, or if you're a Texan fan, you're probably getting emails and push notifications about it. But the Texans are looking for the fans to be out there to send the team off in style as they head to Kansas City to try to do what they've never done before, which is get to the AFC title game. Look who's here. John Lopez.
Look who's here.
It's Reggie Atatula. What's up, fellas?
Oh, man, I got a question for Seth.
Okay, well, Seth dropped for a moment, so he's not there right now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I got a question for you.
What's that about? Was he angered? Was he enraged? Did someone have to die?
The internet was angered and enraged, yeah.
I
so
got
imagine the
question for
ISP
you.
has to die. Okay, very
So later in the show, which is, I guess they call those vertical teases, we're going to be talking about these nicknames that the Texans defensive line has.
Do they have nicknames?
Yeah, there was a big deal about it on social media.
Individual nicknames?
Every single one of them.
Oh, they all each have a nickname.
Yeah, they each have
This is supposedly part of the motivational strategy for this defensive line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is donning or giving them all, knighting them in some ways.
Yeah.
With nicknames that in some ways encapsulates their personality.
Who they are.
The question is actually probably better for you.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm like, we're going to talk about the nicknames. There's going to be a little twist that we're going to put to it that hopefully works. But either way, I was like, I don't know if Seth Payne ever had a nickname. And then I searched.
Is it in his Pro Football
Reference? I love
It's
going
not
on
I
these
didn't
reference
find it.
pages and seeing because there's always inevitably one that you're like, ain't nobody once called him that.
Always. Yeah.
Well, that's part of the question. So I found 2 nicknames for Seth Payne.
Oh,
which
God bless.
I covered him when he was here. Obviously, we've known him a long time.
Sure,
that stuff. Never knew it. Just take a stab. What would Seth Payne's nickname be?
The Big Intellectual.
That's very good.
I like that.
Yeah. The Big Ragu.
That's no chance he's been called the Big Ragu.
It says it.
What's it?
It.
That is an unfair use of pronoun. What is it? Who's telling you he's the Big Ragu?
The interweb.
Okay.
And Pope Zaza.
Well, Pope Zaza
That
is
one
his nickname on
originates
this show.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
In fact, we're Pope Zaza is going to have a segment coming up either Thursday or Friday this week.
Yeah.
Did we get the appropriate headgear?
Yeah, I would tell you except the internet.
So my question is, are those nicknames post-playing career?
Pope Zaza was like Pope Zaza. The genesis of that came from Laramie's advisor Saint Omni, and we're like, okay, we need to come up with nicknames for ourselves where the first name is some sort of religious like title
capacity, yes.
Yeah, and the second one is a hotel chain.
Okay.
So I was Deacon Doubletree.
Yeah,
that didn't really stick as much.
So
as
like Bishop Howard Johnson.
Yeah, exactly.
Although that feels like that would actually be some bishop somewhere
with the hyphenated name on the back of his jersey.
Yeah. Pro Football Reference doesn't have any.
Doesn't have any form. No. The Big Ragu. The only thing that could come from.
Wait, Seth's middle name is Copeland?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, that's a good nick. That's a good middle name.
What's the Spanish version of Copeland?
Cope.
Okay, very good.
There you go.
That's a callback to yesterday's show. If
John gave I guess. Yeah.
By the way, that throwback also, our friend John Philip Lopez was actually supposed to be Juan Felipe.
I heard you guys talking about that yesterday.
I give credit to my dad on that.
Yeah?
Because in that era, there was obviously it was a different time.
Okay, yeah.
And he's like, no. John Phillip.
Seth's back.
What's wrong with Copeland?
Nothing. I'm quite fond of it, actually. It's not what I would have imagined, but now I kind of see it.
Seth, Lopez came in today. The defensive line on the Texans apparently they've all given themselves nicknames.
Or the line coach has.
The line coach has given them nicknames, and so John Lopez did the research on whether or not you ever had a nickname, and apparently there's some corner of the internet that has 2 of them for you. I'm excited that one of them was Pope Zaza, so that's taken a foothold at least in some corner of the internet.
The other one, and Seth, You know, I was in the room when we played and followed you, and we're friends and all that, and I never knew this. The Big Ragu?
No, that's the nickname of the guy, the former Steelers offensive lineman that was the guy who was the judge or whatever in the Aziz Al-Shire deal. So somewhere, did AI tell you this?
Yes.
Okay, what AI did was they took some tweet that I had taken about that guy's nickname being the Big Ragu, and juxtaposed it together.
So did you ever have a nickname?
Psycho Seth. That was Brant Boyer, the Jets offensive or special teams coordinator.
Dude, that's awesome.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Psycho Seth.
So Rod Wright's the defensive line coach for the Texans, former UT football player. But good. There's some things the Texans defensive line is doing this year you can tell as a result of drill work in practice. I think he's done a really good job with some of the finer aspects of the D-line technique. So I'm glad that he also is good at coming up with nicknames for guys.
Yeah, as long as they don't show up, doing cosplay stuff before a game. I know that was the linebackers, not the D-line. John asked me what I would nickname you, Seth, and I said the Big Intellectual.
Ugh.
Oh wow, the disgust.
That sounds awful. Like, am I wearing like a tiny hipster hat and in a blazer that's a little too tight?
With patches on the elbows.
Take it as a compliment.
I would call you, and this is going to come up later in the show, but I came up with one for you, the Reaper, because you tell everybody to go die.
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's a good one. Better than the Intellectual,
the Reaper.
For sure.
Yeah.
We've run into a problem with the Amazon fulfillment service where I was going to put out Go Die T-shirts, but apparently Amazon doesn't like violence or wishes of death upon people on their apparel.
They're so picky. Yeah.
I think we know people that can probably help you.
Probably. All right, Seth. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you as well from the Big Ragu.
Yeah.
All right. We are done. We are out of time. Oh, look, cue cards on the wall. You're listening.
Oh, wow.
To KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. John Lopez.
That's
Reggie
the part that you fumbled?
John Lopez.
Do we need cards for the whole thing?
Reggie Atatula. Sean Pendergast.
Yeah.
Not the Big Intellectual.
Yeah.
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Figgy here? Yeah, Figgy Fig is in the house. They are in the loop, and they start. Wow, this is smooth. They start now.
Yeah.
All right. Smooth jazz.
It's a quiet storm.
For all the ladies out there.
Yeah.
For all the ladies out there.
Yeah, how many listeners are ladies right now? I'm just a curiosity.
Hey, it's funny seeing a Mobb Deep instrumental as smooth jazz, by the way.
Yeah. But, I mean, look, it's smoother compared to, some of the places that hip-hop has gone now. But, I guess there's just all sorts of tentacles. There are smoother facets. And then you got, 42 Doug and Sada Baby, hitting you with that crazy hard stuff.
Yeah.
I guess pause in there. But, yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. He is correct. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig with you on a Wednesday. Hey, we making it through this thing.
How about
as we continue to move towards some people would call it hump day, right? As we get over the hump and head downhill towards a AFC divisional round matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium, GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium.
Sure.
If you want to get very technical
I'll go with that.
About it. Seth, go ahead and write that down and put that on 5 Reasons I Hate You, having an unnecessarily complicated name for your stadium. But yeah, get involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, YouTube is there, up and running. Sports Radio 610 and then 610 Houston on Twitch. Lopez, what's happening, man?
Man, it is happening. It's a little muggy outside, but that's okay. It's a beautiful day because the Texans are alive, and I had a strange feeling come over me this morning. I actually feel kind of confident in this offense.
Is that because you're going to get to talk trash to Nick Wright?
Well, yeah, 10:20 in about 17 minutes. Nick will be joining us and talk about practice, man.
Yeah.
We'll talk about practice.
That was kind of egregious, but that's what he do. That is what he do. We'll adjudicate that in a little bit. Don't look at me, Figgy. I know exactly what you was thinking in that. Adjudicate, really?
Yeah.
But let's adjudicate this. How about the Chiefs' defense is a solid one. I think they. Honestly, for me last year, watching that run to the Super Bowl, they're second in a row for the Chiefs. I was looking at it and I was like, hey, I understand that we all understand who Patrick Mahomes is and his stature and his status in the NFL as the best player. We've all crowned him that, and rightfully so. There's Kelsey, there's names over there, there's Andy Reid running the whole operation. That defense is the reason why they are currently sitting as the reigning champions, right? Like I personally
more
have
so this year than last.
A lot of respect for Steve Spagnuolo and what he does on that defense, and that's what's going to be coming at you again after you had the Week 16 matchup. But you've said you're starting to feel more confident. I feel like a lot of that's because of CJ, isn't it?
Look, we're going to talk about some of the things that would not get inspire confidence for sure. If not today, soon. This offense, the wide receiver core is at best depleted. By any definition.
What makes you say that?
Depleted.
What possibly could have you saying such a thing?
The tight end group is a huge question mark.
Tegan Catoriano practiced full participant.
He did practice.
That does make it feel like
so they'll bring him
make
up.
it back.
But it's still doesn't inspire a lot of confidence either. But I thought C.J. Stroud kind of gave us a hint. I thought C.J. Stroud had a light bulb moment that we've talked about a couple of times, and he gave us a hint. Well, let's hear the first part of this, because I think there are some things in here.
CJ weighing in on what we've been talking about.
Yeah, and I promise I'm not trying to rehash yesterday's
I don't know. I don't believe you. I refuse to believe you, because it felt like every time it came up, I was like, all right, we will quickly move. Nope, quickly is not a possibility.
It's not going to happen today,
but
buddy.
If you weren't listening yesterday, a lot of conversation about a good development with CJ Stroud in the game versus the Chargers, which is him utilizing his legs.
Yeah, and I think if you listen to this, you can kind of see where he that aha moment.
Not really. They kind of shown those looks throughout the week. There was one third down. Actually, the one I threw the interception on. I looked and I was like, dang, there's a wide open. There's nobody accounting for me. And I looked at it on the iPad, and that's learning moments right there. I'm still learning. Year 2 for me. I think I'm ahead of a lot of things, but I'm definitely not perfect. I don't think I ever will be. So I'm always willing to learn, make mistakes, and learn from them. So I'm glad I was able to learn from that and see that look and take it off from there. So yeah.
So you can kind of hear him saying, "Oh yeah." It opened up. Then I went and looked at the it's not an iPad, whatever it is they look at, the
Is it still the Surface tablet? Because when he said iPad, that made me stop and I was like, did the Windows sponsorship stop?
I think it still has the Windows.
Yeah, I think it's
logo
Windows.
Which, hey man, Windows got to be real mad at all, because everybody, right? This is one of those things that I'm always fascinated by, which is like the brand dominance over a thing, like how everybody calls the adhesive bandages Band-Aids. Do people even know that is technically an adhesive Band-Aid? No, it's just Band-Aid.
That's an eponym.
Yeah,
that's the word. There we go. Eponym, right? Yeah. Same like Kleenex, right?
Yeah.
All these
Q-tip,
and now iPad is absolutely one of those.
It's crazy because it wasn't always iPad. It was, people used to say tablet.
Yeah. But can't you hear it there?
Yeah,
he's like
100%.
Oh, I still do have this weapon,
right?
And then he looked at it on the whatever it is tablet, and he's like, yeah, maybe this is the. And I kind of feel like he's realizing. And again, I'm not even talking about yesterday and the called runs. And I'm talking about he's realizing I've got to do this.
Sure.
I
mean, look, you legit. That's one of those things that makes it reminiscent for me of. There was one time when I was really young. I had gotten a Game Boy. And I was, I liked using this Game Boy, but there was one point for some reason I tried to hide it. And I hit it too well because I hit it for myself. And so I just thought, hey, man, that thing is gone. And then one day I found it and I was like, oh, wow, yeah, this is here. And I just dug right into it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, now I need to remember that I got this thing.
Yeah.
And it feels like that's what CJ had, because we talked extensively about this yesterday about, hey, you've gone through this process before on the collegiate level where people wanted you to use your legs. You have a certain level of athleticism that you weren't using. And he talks about this a little bit as well, right? What the impact of his legs is, like talking about that. Hey, man, when you have that, you go, hey, man, let's break this out and let's use it because it gives you a decided advantage. So I kind of want to hear it from CJ's mouth. This is cut 12 here. This is him talking about the impact of utilizing his legs on the offense.
Yeah, he's been talking to me about that for a long time. And I feel like I've been able to kind of do that this year. Throughout the year, I think I ran for like 60 yards against the Jets. It was like probably my career high, which I thought was kind of cool. But yeah, it's not something I've ever been opposed of. It's just I think I'm elite at throwing the ball in the pocket, but I have been able to extend plays this year, and I think that's a good thing for us. And when it's need be, it's not something that I'm just looking for all the time, but definitely is something that I think could help us get an edge on the team. And I'm more than able and more than capable, and yeah.
And now he seems to be a little more than willing, and more than willing is the key element here. And you can just feel it. And it gave me a certain amount of, as much as there were big Quest offense. It gave me a little bit of hope, like, okay, even no matter where we fall on the called run thing, like, okay, this is something that we should absolutely expect to see more, and it's going to help them.
No, absolutely, and it's going to be necessary because I think ain't nobody go as far as Nick Wright saying that this is some level of practice for the Chiefs in their way to a run towards a championship again, right? Nobody's going to do that. But I think there's an understanding that the Texans are the underdogs in this game, right? And when you have that, you need to maximize all the tools that you have available to you and utilizing the legs, especially with an offense where you've seen some of the issues, you've seen some of the hiccups over the course of this season for them. Utilizing your legs when possible, especially in a similar way that Patrick Mahomes has, right? He extends plays, but then when he has the opportunity to add rushing yards, that changes the dynamic against the defense and makes them have to defend 11 guys, or at least consider defending 11 guys instead of 10, which is super important. Plus, when it comes down to it, right, I was looking at something interesting. And of course, I'm always going to look at this EPA or what have you. Patrick Mahomes is one of those quarterbacks that's very good at translating his regular season play to the postseason, right? Sometimes you'll even see an uptick in his ability. And that's not the same for everybody. And it feels like for CJ Stroud, like, in order to help match that or create that uptick, like generating some things with your legs will also be helpful in that, creating conflict with the defense, which is what every offensive coordinator and every offense in the world to do in the National Football League, is creating conflict with the defense. Adding another space, especially when you don't have as many threats per se that a defense will look at in routes. Or in other circumstances, right? You don't have as many threats. That becomes another threat that you have.
Well, the other thing that it can do, and you mentioned Patrick Mahomes and the postseason. Patrick Mahomes is just a master. He's the best in the business at whether he's finding more time, scrambling out of trouble, whatever it may be, of finding that kind of jailbreak wide receiver open. And what was the biggest play of the game on Saturday? It was Xavier Hutchinson. That he was not open initially, but he was smart enough to kind of cut back, old school, run toward the receiver, run toward the end line where the quarterback is running, and he got open and he made the big play. Well, that's what Patrick Mahomes has been doing. It's his calling card. It's absolutely the best in the game when he does it. I could see where C.J. Stroud might be able to do those types of broken down play moments in the passing game, and you actually have to do that more with a wide receiver core that's going to be, depleted.
Exactly, and knowing that this defense from the Chiefs also, they've got the capacity to make it tough on the places that you want to go. Namely, Nico Collins, who I was again looking at various statistics. It's that time of week where it's just like, all right, let's dig into some of these things. When it comes to like yards per route run, Nico Collins is, when they put up the quadrants and you kind of have the far top right quadrant is really good and the other corner are okay and this bottom left is awful. Nico Collins, just letting you know, in the top right quadrant when it comes to man zone, like he is alongside AJ Brown, Puka Nacua when we talk about like ringing out the most yards per route run, and teams know that, right? Nico Collins has elevated himself. You're no longer dealing with a come from behind story or something to that effect where you're catching anybody off guard. Everybody knows who Nico Collins is now, and he will garner that level of respect. I imagine there's a lot of people, and you are alongside that. Hey, Trent McDuffie probably follows him around this week, and if that's the case, that makes it just a little bit more difficult. Not saying that you should not go to those places to get that there. Yeah, man, it's going to be important to maximize what you look at.
Their secondary is really good. They're top 10 in defense, top 10 in rushing defense. Not quite as high in passing defense, but they make plays, especially at the safety position. So that, at the safety position, Justin Reed, they got the young guy that's playing as well. His name is escaping me, but I wrote it down earlier. Anyway, their safeties, not Jared Wayne.
Jared Wayne's a wide receiver for the Texans.
No, not Jared Wayne. But anyway, they have a defense that can cause some issues, some safeties that can cause some issues.
What's annoying me? Okay, because the thing that was annoying me is that I had that moment where I knew the wrong answer was coming to mind, but I couldn't kick it out because I kept thinking Juan Thornhill, and I was like, no, you're behind.
Jaden Hicks, their young guy that has been playing really well. So they're going to do everything they can to take away Nico Collins. And that's Steve Spagnuolo over there. He's good. He's good. That means these other receivers are going to have to step up. That means C.J. Stroud is going to have to buy time and have them in that broken down play mode where maybe they just sit down in a route and they make a big play. It's not just the running, but you could see it, you could hear it in C.J.'s voice. I got to do more of this.
Yeah, and what's interesting is looking at kind of the Chiefs' coverages, defensive coverages that it seems like there's a lot of man, more than some. I mean, I think the second most, or if not the most, amongst the teams that remain in the playoffs. So, and I imagine I can't see any reason to not do that when you look at it and you go, hey, how many dudes are we concerned with beating us in man on this Texans off, when it's just in pass coverage, right? Like, are you concerned with Dalton Schultz and John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods beating you in man? It's really just Nico Collins, and if you do that a little bit more often, not to say that that's going to be the end-all, be-all. They're still run a decent amount of zone. I mean, it's impossible for you to kind of go exclusively one or the other, but that's going to make it tougher. I imagine that separation will be something that's interesting to come by, although it does make I'm interested to see how Bobby Slowick plays this. I want to step back a little bit, go back to the previous Saturday as opposed to looking entirely forward to this next Saturday. Give Bobby a little bit of credit. They did shift the way that they handled this, one, by getting some more quick passing game out, and I do wonder how much that factors in, because you go from a team that's playing a lot of zone, dropping out, compared to a team that's going to be likely manned up a decent amount and maybe playing aggressive. Are you going to be able to do some of that quick passing? But at the very least, I hope that what continues is passing on early downs. But I think he shifted that a whole.
I think it's going to be more of a philosophical or order, so to speak, from Bobby Slowick, because C.J. Stroud said it himself. I consider myself an elite passer, and he kind of was indicating I maybe default to that a little too much, and then he had that light bulb moment, as we've talked about. Yeah, I think Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson and whoever can say, hey man, don't be afraid, to just get what you can with your legs, or find some time and find an open wide receiver. I think they're just pretty much, he's realizing, and they're hammering it into his mind, this is the time to kind of use that weapon that you have.
For sure. And I'm excited to see him utilize that weapon. This is a fun game, man, that's coming up, because that could be the added wrinkle that helps bring this over the top of what you saw in Week 16 against these Chiefs, because again, this was a tight game up until you have that injury, and I think you have things separate a little bit from that moment. You could see kind of the Texans' offense in particular. They get caught for a second, right? Like they maybe it was the emotions, maybe it was something else that we can't speak to. But they get caught in a little bit moment. Hey, can you replicate some of at least that portion of the game where you're step for step with this Chiefs team? That's going to be something that we hope to see on Saturday against the Kansas City Chiefs. But we're just getting going here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And we got to do this. We will welcome in, and maybe welcome isn't the right word, but let's talk to the man who proclaimed this game that is coming up on Saturday as simply practice for the Kansas City Chiefs versus your Houston Texans. That's right, host of First Things First on FS1, Sports Radio 610 host. Let's talk to Nick Wright next.
We're in here talking about practice.
After crushing the Chargers 30.
outage, keep everything in your home, including your AC, running at half the cost of a generator. Visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Are you giving the Texans a chance here?
No. Good defense. Can't listen. The Chiefs. I'm not going to do the thing. I'm not going to say this is a bye. It's not a bye. It's not a bye. Okay. It is, however, the Chiefs' final practice of the year.
Yeah, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and joining us on the phone line, the man who said that. He is very familiar with these parts. Used to be this man's partner on Sports Radio 610. And he is the host of First Things First on FS1. It is Nick Wright. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. And I've now heard that a couple times, and I can't find anything wrong with it.
All right, so first of all, I'd like to say, one, pleasure making your acquaintance, and two, what the hell, man?
Practice.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That it's not about the Texans. I promise you. And this is where, and I'm really mad Rex Ryan bastardized something I created 4 years ago, which was when the Chiefs got the Steelers in round one, the year that Big Ben thought his career was over and did a victory lap around the stadium, then found out, damn it, we made the playoffs. I called that better than a bye.
Mm-hmm.
That was about the Steelers, and that, the Chiefs scored 35 straight points in that game. And then Rex Ryan tried to do that to you guys. He was wrong. It was disrespectful. I picked you guys to win this weekend. And, thanks to great defense and Justin Herbert being Justin Herbert, you did just that. This is not about the Texans. It's about the divisional round of the AFC playoffs. Patrick Mahomes is the final practice of the year. The Chiefs under Mahomes have 1 or 2 game seasons. And I explained this, but I will do it again. The season starts in the AFC Championship game. If they go in one, they make massive changes. It has happened twice. Once they fired the defensive coordinator, once they traded Tyreek Hill. If they go 1-1, meaning make the Super Bowl but lose, then they look at it and say, why didn't we go 2-0? And they address that portion of the team. When that happened in 2020, they had to fix the offensive line. So they signed Joe Tooney, they drafted Creed Humphrey, they drafted Trey Smith. And if they go 2-0, they hold a damn parade. So it's nothing against you guys, but this is practice because the divisional round is practice for the real season, which is very brief. It also means Patrick Mahomes may be overrated because he's only 7-3 in his career. 7-3 is the whole of all. He's only played 10 games. So I don't know. That's just what it is. And listen, sorry that you guys were a part of one of these practices once. We spotted you 24 points, and then I think scored 51 in a row. You've been to this practice before.
Oh, boy. See, the thing is, Nick, it's a little bit about the Texans. I mean, because obviously the Chiefs have not exactly been overwhelming. I get it. Postseason, all that stuff, and their record is obviously exceptional. But it's a little bit about, you saw what the Texans could do defensively, and that could be against anyone.
I have a ton of respect for the Texans. They're really good. And unfortunately for them, they ended up on the same side of the bracket as the Chiefs, which meant their season had a hard ceiling of this. And the NFL didn't do you any favors. Because they put it on Saturday instead of Sunday, they could have at least given you a 1 more day stay of execution. I don't know what you want me to say. You want me to act like I think there's a chance that this Texans, we just saw these two teams play.
Yeah, it was a damn close game. It was a down to the wire.
Was it close?
They were strive for strive.
Down to the wire.
They were strive for strive for a good long time until a dude gets injured. That changes the kind of tenor of the game. I mean, come on, you got to give us that now.
Don't have to give you that. I don't. Listen, I am not a Texans hater. I think that you guys have – let me just say some things I think about the Texans. I think D'Amico's awesome. That, while I didn't love CJ, giving, with his 19-game career experience, wealth of knowledge, him coaching up Caleb Williams, he's obviously a great dude. And after what I would call an up-and-down season, I think going to be an awesome quarterback. You probably have the single best non-rookie contract in the league with Nico Collins. And the Donnell Hunter move was a great one. Obviously, Will Anderson's awesome. And you might have the single best secondary in football. What you don't have is an interior offensive line, and what the Chiefs do have is the best D tackle in the league. So that ain't great. What you guys also don't have is a ton of experience playing in free weather. It's going to be that, so that ain't great. And what you also don't have is 6 straight trips to the AFC title game. And so, no, I'm not going to I'm not going to act like, oh, man, any given Sunday. It's not any given. First of all, it's on Saturday. Second of all, they're not losing.
Yeah, so this is a lock.
Of course, John. You can't lose a practice.
All right,
you can't.
All right, let's do some productive stuff because I feel like our listenership is about to revolt now. We're talking to Nick Wright of FS1 First Things First, and Nick, I'm interested because obviously you have followed very closely the career of Patrick Mahomes, and one of the things that it felt like early on in this season was that teams were going to treat C.J. Stroud in a similar way that they treated Patrick Mahomes, where they were like, hey, we're putting a dome, we're putting 2 high safeties over this, and you have to go ahead and pick us apart. And we've been really, happy about C.J. Stroud deciding to use his legs of late, kind of in the same way as Patrick Mahomes. Can you see maybe a certain similarity in that early development time between C.J. and Patrick Mahomes?
So that's really interesting. And what C.J. using his legs in that Charger game is really, what flipped the game was the 3rd and 16 because it looked like it was going to be a disaster, and it ends up, what a moment for you guys. The 3rd and 16, you end up scoring a touchdown, take the lead. Chargers get the ball back with 58 seconds, and you guys are the ones that end up with a field goal. But in the second half, CJ deciding, I've never had a spy on me in my career because I don't run the ball really. I'm going to take advantage of it. It's such a weapon. And so now listen, Patrick at Texas Tech ran a lot more than CJ at Ohio State. I think people see young black quarterback and just assume, this guy runs around. You guys know this, obviously. CJ doesn't. Mm-hmm. But he's not Jared Goff as far as his inability to run. I don't think he is an elite by any stretch runner, but you saw it in that game. So, yes, I think that is a valuable weapon, and I think that using it in the playoffs and almost the playoffs only because having your quarterback get lit up is just such a bad idea would be smart. I've been really impressed by your guys' ability to overcome injury. And listen, it was not a popular opinion that the Texans were going to win last weekend. I happened to have it, and it was, if I'm being totally honest, almost generated by the fact that everyone was so confident in the Chargers. I was like, that's ridiculous. But I didn't, it didn't feel like this was a mismatch or whatever. And so I think this is a great positive step. And I understand it might not, because last year you were in this exact round, tied at halftime, and then it got away from you, and so you feel like stuck in neutral. I don't feel that way. I feel like you guys have dealt with a far more difficult schedule this year than you did last year, way more injuries. The Tank Dell thing seemed to have take a real emotional toll on the team. And to bounce back from all that, and also to be playing really poorly offensively for almost a full half of playoff football and to still be able to win, I think is all positive. Like, all of that's really good, and none of that should take away, we shouldn't take anything away from that just because you guys are about to get dog walked.
Oh, there it was going so well.
It was going very well.
There's no shame in that.
There's a little shame. There's a little shame in that. Man, I just love this because it's just so fun, and I can hear you smiling. But let me ask you this on a serious note: how does Steve Spagnuolo play that with Nico being Nico? Clearly one of the best in the game, and the fact that CJ seems to have had this light bulb moment where maybe they need to keep a better eye on him.
So I think that they're going to make CJ prove that he'll run. I don't think they're going to – my guess would be they're not going to have a huge part of the game plan dedicated to, if CJ Stroud starts running. Now, maybe he'll take advantage of that. The Nico thing's interesting because there was a sneaky, massive injury around Week 10 this NFL season that understandably a lot of people didn't pay attention to, which is Jalen Watson, the Chiefs' number 2 corner, broke his ankle. And that happened at a time where the Chiefs' number 3 corner was already out injured. And so all of a sudden, the Chiefs were, for their second and third corners were actually their fourth and fifth. And you have Trent McDuffie, who's awesome, and then a bunch of guys that they were just rotating. And that's when the Chiefs' defense started giving up points and yards. They lost to the Bills. All those things happened. Jalen Watson is back. My guess would be what they do in this game is they put Trent McDuffie on the wide receiver 2, whomever that is, and then put Jalen Watson and a safety on Nico. The old Patriot style of, we're going to double your best guy, and then we're going to trust our best guy to – and is your guy's number 2, is it John Mechie right now?
It's either Mechie or Xavier. They're really hurting at the wide receiver position. It's either Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson, maybe
right.
Robert
and
Woods.
So,
nothing really scary.
Now, I will tell you this. Here's one spot that you guys should – so, listen, maybe they'll be so unafraid of it, they'll put McDuffie on Nico and still end up doubling him and just be like, listen, we can cover your other guys one-on-one. I don't know. The one spot that have not been great on covering all year is tight ends. That is if you're one of – if you like individual player props, Dalton Schultz's over in yards is probably a good one. That is something, it hasn't really burned them, but there are a lot of times where a dump off to the tight end goes for 20 yards because nobody's within 10 or 15 yards of them. So that's something where you guys could take advantage, I think.
Do you want the Ravens or the Bills?
Oh, I don't care.
Of course you don't.
I think the Bills are better.
Interesting. Can you expound on that just a little bit?
I think they've been better all year.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see more from Lamar to believe he's over what had been a career of bad playoff performances. And Josh, that's not who he's been. And so I just, the people are like, oh, the Bills don't have a ton of weapons. The Ravens wide receivers don't scare me. Now, Derrick Henry's an unbelievable player, obviously. But here's the thing. I think Bills losing to the Chiefs again might break them as a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't mind that franchise being broken. So I guess I'm Bills to beat the Ravens. and then them to get the Chiefs, even though I think that would be a tougher game. The Ravens don't scare me. I think the Bills are the second best team in the NFL. So I think Bills Chiefs Super Bowl, and I think the Bills could win. I'm not I've seen the Chiefs lose an AFC title game. Granted, it was in overtime and it was a long time ago, but I've seen it happen. And so the Bills are the team that is, to me, the most dangerous. They're also the team I think we're going to see.
Well, Nick, you worked a little bit with my partner here, John Lopez.
Well,
and
yeah, 5 years.
Yeah, man, I'm just getting started with them, and so I wanted to ask for a little advice. What is your favorite way of getting at Lopez? Because I've been trying to start a list.
Getting at Lopez. The thing is, John and I didn't really fight much, so I don't really know. Like, I do know that I had a very heated argument about how much money you would, and I've been meaning to tell you this, John, about how much money you would spend to help a pet. Like, would you go in debt to save your pet's life, those types of things?
Yeah.
And I reflect on it, what the kids call loud wrong in that. John was totally right. The answer is there is no amount.
There is
no amount. It's a member of your family. It's a member of your family. You do whatever you got to do. And I thought John was but I was being a jerk. So that's, I think, the angriest he ever got at me was in that argument. So I don't know, man.
About pets.
I don't know. He's a pretty affable guy. He's pretty, I mean, tell him his barbecue sauce sucks, but that'd be a lie.
And
that's delicious.
Yeah.
It's great. I have it in the house.
Likewise, yeah. That's why I've been trying to find reasons. I've been trying to find things that I can get at him about, and you didn't help me out there. But Nick,
I don't know. Bring Tom Herman in the studio. Is he still around?
I don't know.
Work.
That's a great question.
It doesn't seem like he's busy. I don't think he's working on anything right now.
I was going to say, he's certainly available.
Nick, we appreciate you giving us some of your time, and I hope that you're ready for them to be smoking on the Nick Wright pack in the locker room. The visitors' locker room.
I'll talk to you guys later.
There he is, Nick Wright. First things first on FS1, giving us a little bit of time. And obviously, previously sat in this chair alongside John Lopez doing this.
And now he's got a dog. I think he's got 2 dogs.
All it took was actually
about it now. It's like, whatever it takes.
I'm so interested that he said that he would want the Bills over the Ravens, because I feel like, funny enough, within all of this that we're talking about, quarterbacks finding that will to, hey, I'm actually going to use my legs in these situations. I thought that's really one of the developments for Lamar Jackson. I thought that was the thing that held them up last year, was that he seemed to want to stick in the pocket and throw the football so much more than, hey, you are an elite runner of the football. You pull that down and go get it. So I think that's funny. But look, we'll see who's right ultimately. And you know what? He might not even have the opportunity to make that selection on who we'd want to face, because the Texans are indeed coming to town Saturday. At Arrowhead, it is Texans versus Chiefs, and you'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's see if I can do this right, because my computer just turned off. Coming up next is our question of the day, and it seems like Jack Easterby is taking credit for the Texans again. And inspired by that, who is somebody in sports, or maybe otherwise, that you will hate till the day that you die? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
I think some people are going to say Nick Wright. Anyway,
Wait for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios.
You're in Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Attitudel, and Figgy Fig here with you. Much appreciation to Nick Wright of FS1 for joining us in that last segment. You didn't hear it. Maybe you want to hear it. Go and you can get on the Odyssey app. The Radio Rewind feature is always there for you. Plus, I know my man Figgy Fig is on his job. That'll be podcasted sooner than you can believe it, rather. So yeah, make sure that you do that. But right now, time for our question of the day, and maybe you're going to ultimately say Nick Wright. But who is – actually, let me make sure I get it right this time, because I know last time I was just kind of going off the top. But what sports hate will you carry for the rest of your life?
I'm talking about sports hate you're going to carry. Even though they're not in your life, they don't affect your life, you just
It do not matter.
It just doesn't matter. And where is this coming from, you ask? Did you see Jack Easterby? By the way, Jack Easterby – Figgy, you know how he works. We've seen him working.
Yeah.
He's starting to put those little tentacles out. What's it been, 2 years? Something like that? He's starting.
Let me start by saying.
Yeah, look, he
I like that you say start, like he's not been feeling this out.
Well, let me start by saying.
Well, more publicly.
Thank you, Jack.
More publicly. He went on Sports Business Journal and flat out's probably not completely fair. Seems to be taking credit for the Texans.
Okay.
The Astros are playing baseball, Rockets in the playoffs.
And he's got another couple of podcasts that he's scheduled to be on next week.
Oh, he's doing a car wash, ain't he?
So he's starting to get it out there.
He said, hey, man,
yeah.
How come the Jets is interviewing everybody from GM and I ain't gotten the call?
Yeah, exactly.
Holla at your boy.
So he thinks enough time has passed and wants to be a COO type for a sports organization.
Ah, yes.
Well, hell, he was general manager here for a second.
He's like, I don't want to be front and center, but I want to handle some of the operations.
But look at this. Like, this is the quote. I'm going to read his quote in the Sports Business Journal, kind of taking credit for the Texans.
Okay.
Quote, what we saw is that an improved workflow in the building.
Workflow.
An improved communication structure, an infusion of continued high-character, smart, tough, dependable people. We've never heard that before. Increases the sustainability of the long-term vision.
Oh, he definitely want to be in a corporate structure. Yeah. That is all business jargon.
The more you bring in those types of people, the more you fill the building with people that can perform their task at that elite level, the more you give the building an opportunity for sustained success.
Is he talking about the stadium itself?
My guy is taking a little bit of credit for what the Texans are now.
I also love the idea that this is in some way novel. Get a lot of good people that are good at their job.
No, yeah, never heard that before.
I think you're going to have a good football team.
Yeah.
I think that's going to happen.
I irrationally hate that guy.
Wow.
He has nothing to do with my life.
Correct.
At all.
That's right.
Zero.
He did for a little while, though.
Well, he did, but I'm saying, like, it's been nothing. Nothing to do with my life.
And it's still there.
Hate that guy.
Like, never left. Yeah, man, it's kind of crazy. It is very clear. It's very abundant that, like, the culture change happened with the swarm. Like, that feels very abundant.
Not according to him.
Well, all right. I guess let him have that.
Who do you just irrationally has no effect on your life?
I'm so glad you asked, John Lopez.
Hate that.
Let me do Google real quick so I can. Oh no, it's a guy. Yeah. Let me tell you. Let me make sure I do my Google so I can put all of the respect or disrespect, in fact, on this. His name is Carl Anthony Malone. I really dislike that. Like, just the Utah of it all, right? Like, I rock with Vern Maxwell as if it needs to be said. I don't think it should. This show originates in Houston, Texas, so I rock with Vern, and of course I do not rock with the Utah Jazz. And then Karl Malone is a despicable human being on top of that. Just makes it easy. It's just so easy.
Yeah.
I didn't know his name was Carl Anthony.
I didn't either.
I thought you were going somewhere else.
I was about to say, what Carl Anthony Towns do?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Carl Anthony Towns has his own, but he's finding his way to not be as much of.
He ain't no Carl Anthony Malone, though.
Yeah.
No, but yes, Karl Malone, man. I dislike
Figgy,
that man.
there's got to be something. I just hate that guy. It has nothing to do with your life. Just hate him.
I'm not a big fan of Joakim Noah, man.
Really?
I like Joakim.
I don't care for Joakim Noah.
He's a scrappy.
Yeah.
I know where this is.
Yeah. Honestly,
Cleveland basketball fan.
Yeah.
That part of it too. I don't like the way he shoot.
It was
I don't
like
like the way he looks.
Yeah, he don't play like a basketball player, man.
Lopez, you know what he said? I hate the cut of his jib.
Yeah, I don't like the way that guy
I don't like
looks.
his haircut. I don't like.
I hate the way that he walked, the way that he talked.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the Cleveland part. I actually didn't have a problem with the Cleveland part. The issue I had with that part was just stated the obvious. Like, who do want to go to vacation in Cleveland? Like, he had he was
like, we know.
He was comparing it to L.A. and all this other stuff. Like, okay, like, ain't nobody trying to pack their bags and stay a week in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Like, no duh.
All right, some answers that have come in on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. I will always hate Danny Ainge to the day that I die.
That's
from
a good
Ocho.
one.
Danny Ainge is a good one. You know why I dislike Danny Ainge? It's not because of him as a player, which plenty there. Him as an executive, I hate the way that he just always feels the need that he will not execute a trade unless he is absolutely stealing from you.
Yeah.
That's not how this is supposed to work, dog. We're not playing fantasy sports.
Right.
It's supposed to be a give and take. He's like, nope. I want all your first-round picks and your best player, and maybe I'll give you a little something. Come on, dog. And somehow he's made it work.
Yeah.
And somehow those teams end up bad where he have a first round, he have a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
He's like, how you get all these top 5 picks?
Hate it. Some other things, of course, Joe Kelly comes up.
Oh, yeah.
For doing that stupid face. I wish his face would have stuck like that. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, you know how parents
your mom used to say?
If you do that too much, your face. I really wish he would have had to walk around looking like that. Carlos Boozer, the Rocket series ruined me. Fair. Also, you remember that time he put shoe polish on his head? That was funny. Peyton Manning, no question.
Peyton Manning I've always liked. And
I can't go there with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've always liked Peyton Manning.
He's too likable, and that's probably the problem, right? He's just out here. He gets to cosplay as every man, and he's so damn affable. But damn, like that's
in that same vein. A lot of people, and I'm not in this category. Tim Tebow,
I don't hate Tim Tebow.
They just hate him, and he's a guy.
I don't hate for Tim Tebow. I have hate for all the people that tried to tell me that Tim Tebow was good at football.
Yeah.
That was not what we were seeing with our eyes.
Oh, by the way, no longer a virgin.
Congratulations to him.
They just announced their baby. They're going to have a baby.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, they just announced having sex.
Congratulations, you got laid.
Is that a PR statement that you had? Somebody said James Harden, hate James Harden. I understand how you get there. I do get it. I get it. Some other things on the text line. I love the list that comes in from the 832. Malone and Stockton, fair.
Yeah.
The Colts, fair. 3, I'm surprised that Lopez didn't come up with this. Amy Adams Strunk.
Oh.
And then 4 is Deshaun and Bill O'Brien. I don't know how somehow they became one person. I feel like you could have just put 5 there. But you know what? Who am I to talk about that? But yeah, Amy Adams, where's she fall on your hierarchy?
She's probably right up there with Jack Easterby.
Some other things.
Hate that woman.
Woo! I thought you were about to do it that time. Joe Buck. I never really understood the Joe Buck hate. I do hate the one time, though, that he was clutching his pearls on the fake moon. That Randy Moss, as if he was actually showing his buttocks. I was like, come on, dog. We get Eugene Hilton comes in.
Derek Fisher.
Otherwise known as T.Y. Hilton. Derek Fisher, yeah, fair enough. Gary Payton, Sean Kemp comes in. Charles Barkley, biggest Rocket hater.
Played for the Rockets.
He did for a short period of time while he was chasing a ring. I feel like he should probably remember that. Richard Effin Sherman, his interception against the Texans. And then Michael Crabtree for the Texas Tech versus Texas. Yeah, fair enough.
That's fair.
I don't think I actually hate this man, but I have less hate for Crabtree and more, frustration for Blake Gideon. Because if you was watching that game, that Texas Tech game, you'll remember Blake Gideon had an opportunity to salt that game away by simply catching an interception that they were trying to give him. So yeah, no, Blake Gideon will forever get my my ire in that one. Steph Curry comes up. Thank you. Finally, someone. I'm not saying you have to hate him, but I just don't understand why more people don't dislike him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, one, a lot, and we as Americans are haters. But then 2, he be out here doing all this shimmy and stuff, like, turning to the bench. And usually that makes people not like people. Christian Laettner, fair. Mike Fiers.
Mike Fiers
that's
is
a good
fair.
one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Angel Hernandez is a great one. Buster Douglas, Don King, Bill Cartwright, great answer. And he, you know what? He appreciated
ugly
it.
shot, too.
And
okay, I like Bill Cartwright.
Scott Foster.
Elbows out, baby. Elbows out.
Oh, you're one of those. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where apparently David Montgomery is somehow, maybe he has a bionic MCL or something. He's back. We'll talk about that more next.
In the loop.
This is the team we expected to see. Incredible pass rush, an all-pro cornerback making all-pro plays, C.J. Stroud working magic. That's what's so exciting. It's like no matter where you were last week.
Yeah, starting the weekend.
Yeah, this is the team.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're going to find out how well I can juggle here, right? That's what we're going to do because you guys on the text line, 713-572-4610, have come very strong on the question of the day, which is what is a sports hate that you will carry for the rest of your life?
Hate that guy.
I want to make sure
Hate
that
that guy.
I want to make sure that I give you guys the opportunity to express that hate. We're going to let the hate flow a la Star Wars and get that through. But we still need to go around the NFL, which is by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans and you can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That is QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. So the way we'll do this, I will, again, juggling, back and forth. NFL story, hatred. Good?
We're good.
Let's do it. Let's start here. Quinn Ewers, who is most recently seen in the Cotton Bowl as the quarterback for the Texas Longhorns. There was a lot of rumors and conversation around him potentially transferring and getting a big, and I kind of hate that we're still calling these NIL deals because they're not getting paid as endorsements. These are
contracts.
These are contracts. We're looking at employment stipends or what have you, right? Some level of payment, inducements. But regardless, there was a lot of rumors. Maybe Oregon would be one of those places. Somebody had brought up the idea of Ohio State, which I thought was funny. But whatever. Seems like that might not be the way that he goes. It might still be. We'll see. Mm-hmm. But as Quinn Ewers has indeed declared for the NFL draft.
So my first thought, and I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, I think it's legit. He's probably going to take a pay cut, huh?
I mean, yes.
Right?
Yeah. I mean,
he's like the fifth, maybe sixth ranked quarterback coming into this draft.
I mean, best you can do for him is probably what, third? Absolutely.
If you squint and you cross your fingers.
And that's in a class where I don't know that if you were just ranking, as scouts do, they'll grade these guys and they'll put a first round grade on them. Quarterbacks ultimately are going to go in the first round because the strength of the value of the position and the absolute need that happens with the scarcity of people that can play a position at a certain high level. However, I don't think that you have a first round grade quarterback this year. Talk less of that.
But you do have,
and then he would be beyond Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward.
Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, probably Jackson Dart, who's getting a lot of love.
He is getting a lot of love. That is fair.
So there's three at least, and then we can start arguing a little bit. What do you think of this guy versus that guy? But that's a third or fourth round quarterback.
And somebody said not in the long run. That's assuming that he gets a second contract.
Fine. Yeah,
we'll see where that goes. That used to be the calculus, right? Is as soon as you can go to the NFL, start the clock, and see if you can get yourself to that second deal where you're actually going to make some real money. For him, however,
$6 million was the number being thrown around.
If that reporting is to be believed, I think that we're getting to a place where we're having better numbers. I don't know how good having better numbers when it comes to this NIL space. Because early on I was like, what is the party that is vetting this? Where are the places that these promises are just numbers in the ether?
The numbers, to be fair, have been relatively accurate on some of these guys once the deal is done.
It does feel like we're getting better numbers. So I said all that to say I don't know that it's 6, but I have a feeling that at least
more than a third or fourth round pick.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Or even second round pick guaranteed for a year, right? Like I don't know that we're guaranteeing that kind of money. But ultimately, he could still pull out of the process, maybe just get a feel for, hey, how highly coveted are you? What does it look like? And then maybe go back to school as a possibility. I don't know. But Quinn Ewers has indeed made it into the draft, pool for this 20 draft class. We dating back again to the question of the day: who is the sports hate that you will carry for the rest of your life? Floyd Mayweather comes up. That is exactly what he wanted. That was how he sold his fights. Maybe you hated him enough to see if maybe he would that zero would come down. And no, it did not. Derrick Henry also shows up there in division, I imagine. Speaking of running backs, let's turn it back to around the NFL, where somehow, some way, David Montgomery was a full participant in Lions practice yesterday.
Unbelievable.
That is the David Montgomery that
I thought season was over, man.
Yes. The coach said it was.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell said it was.
And I mean, to be fair, relatively soon thereafter, they made it clear that they were maintaining hope that he would make a return. But I thought that'd be like conference championship, which I guess is a week away, right? Like maybe that's ultimately still where it is if they have a certain level of caution that they proceed with, somewhat like the Texans would. But here he is practicing again.
Full participant.
Modern medicine is insane.
And these guys are not like the rest of us.
They're not
They're
real
not-
people.
yes.
So it seems like he will be back, which has to bolster the Lions' chances to ultimately make it to the big game, as they call it in New Orleans. Because did you already have confidence that it would likely be the Lions? They've managed to handle these injuries very well, but it seemed like that was going to limit the high end in my estimation.
It would seem that way, but I'm convinced it's going to be the Lions. I mean, just whether he plays or not, but it looks like he is going to play.
Yeah, they have the Commanders this week. They have indeed actually the biggest line in their favor. The Lions do 9.5 point favorites. Visit and watch the Commanders. With your man's.
Yeah,
Jaden
Daniels.
Your man's.
By the way, bat phones, Captain Scott Knoll, Cortland Finnegan.
Cortland Finnegan
Hate
is a
that guy.
great answer.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't have to carry that to my grave because Andre Johnson went ahead and whipped him up for me.
He took
you know what I
care
mean?
of
Like he got whipped up for it. He talked. He effed around.
Yeah.
And he found out.
Yes, he did.
The cycle is complete. We have done it. Albert Pujols comes in as well on the text when it comes to dudes.
Well, that's with a good reason, though.
Great reason.
That's a good reason.
Great reason.
Mm-hmm.
Some other things around the NFL. We talked about the coaching carousel that is going. A couple of things. The Jacksonville Jaguars obviously looking for a replacement for Doug Peterson, who was fired at the end of their season. Ben Johnson and Robert Saleh are indeed the odds-on favorites to get that job. Concern level 1 through 10. 1 being not at all, 10 being oh goodness, please help. Where are you at with the possibility of one or either of those guys ultimately at the helm?
It's a good way to put it. I would say 5.1. Like just over 50% worried because these are good candidates.
They are.
I'm a little surprised that the Jags, those two guys are favored for the Jaguars. And what also kind of is, and again, this is the Texans division for the foreseeable future. I think we can.
It does feel like
we can all agree on that.
But also, one thing I will say, and why am I? You know those moments where your mouth starts running. You're like, why are you doing this? I'm feeling that in this moment, which is NFL changes real quick.
It does.
I mean, who would know that
if
more?
If you're judging it right now for the foreseeable future, it's the Texans division.
Who would know that more than the Texans, though? Right?
Exactly.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Who would have? Look at us.
Used to be with starting all this.
Look at us,
man.
It was a mess, but a little bit of concern here because not only are they two of the top candidates, maybe the two top candidates, or certainly Ben Johnson is, but they have to see something in Trevor Lawrence. They have to see something there.
Which one are you more scared of?
Ben Johnson.
Ben?
Yeah.
That's a dude who does not have a lot of experience being somebody's boss necessarily. I think that's always one of the things that I worry about with one of these guys, that especially the offensive guys that you bring in as, hey, you were coming in with a schematic advantage, but can you come in and lead the room and be kind of the executive that is necessary?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that scares me about the possibility of Robert Saleh. You know that the defense will come together like Voltron. And then you know that he knows how to be someone's boss. It would just be who does he bring along with him to be the coordinator that would ultimately try and get that right. But ultimately, those are interesting. Hopefully the notion of Trent Baalke continuing to be there will portend failure continuously for the Jaguars forever and ever. Amen. Some other things, some other sports hatreds that you guys will carry till your grave. Someone brings up Frank Reich, which I thought was a little interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know that he rises to that level for me. Somebody said Nick Wright after this morning.
Of course.
He joined us earlier at 10:20.
Of course.
Continue, double down on his thought that this
so is it
game
a lock?
on Saturday.
Of course it's a lock.
It is practice for the Chiefs. He said it has nothing to do with the Texans, which is even more insulting a little bit.
I don't
to be
believe
completely
that.
honest.
A little backhanded
If it was Cincinnati, you wouldn't be saying this practice.
That's why I told us it's a little bit about the Texans. Somebody said Jack Easterby's face, Jack Easterby's stupid bald head, Jack Easterby's voice.
Okay. The triumvirate.
Yes.
I respect it.
Family football.
Very good. How about this around the NFL? Deion Sanders obviously has popped up as an interesting name for the Cowboys position that is open. By the way, no official requests have been put in by the Cowboys. It seems like Jerry Jones is operating by his lonesome.
Go figure.
As a Wildcatter and Cavalier. Is anybody shocked by that? Please raise your hand.
In the least bit.
I don't believe that I'm seeing any hands raised. And the interesting thing about this is Deion really interested in this job? Or is he using this as leverage? Jane Slater of NFL Network has said, quote, Dion signed a 5-year deal. He's 2 years into it. There has been some talk that there's potentially been an extension on the table in front of the regents. So is Dion leaving this leverage to get paid a little bit more and stay in Colorado?
I think the short answer is no. I think he wants to take the Cowboys job and wants the Cowboys job, but you got to cover yourself, right? Like if that doesn't come through and nothing else really gets him going, hey, how about a 10-year contract at Colorado? I can live with that.
Yeah, I think that he has quite a draw to college. I'm not certain exactly how well that works at the NFL level, what Dion is doing. And again, that has been the doubt that has been levied for him at various levels. So I understand what it sounds like, what I'm doing. I recognize that. It just feels like he works where he is, and not saying at Colorado specifically, but like at the college level, he is finding some level of success there. But we'll ultimately see, because if there's one thing I do not believe in is Jerry Jones to get that right. How about this? Do you feel like this portends or shows that Robert Kraft has gotten New England the hire of Mike Vrabel? According to Adam Schefter, he had 4 words to describe Mike Vrabel's front office influence when he was asked about, if he would have, basically ability, free reign there. Vrabes is the man, saying that the general manager there basically works at the behest of Vrabel. He said that Elliot Wolf will be reporting to Mike Vrabel on the Pat McAfee show.
100%. I think Vrabel, he's proved himself, except to Amy Adams,
right.
And I think he has that kind of power. I think he's got that kind of trust from the Kraft family. So I think he is the man.
I'm interested in that. Like I appreciate when you kind of have a level of synergy, but I also believe that you have those jobs separated for a reason. And obviously Elliot Wolf still is there. It's not to say that he isn't there, but I do wonder like how much of that then is being shouldered on Mike Vrabel, and maybe it's just like he has the opportunity to kind of call, make the final decision, which is good in some ways. But yeah, more power to him, I guess. Mike Vrabel and the Patriots finding a level of success there. By the way, did you hear Bill O'Brien calling into our sister station up in Boston, WEEI, when Vrabel was up there? And they had a little bit of a chat. Like they had a conversation up there. Bill O'Brien seems really excited to have Vrabel back in town.
Oh boy, what does that mean?
You think he's politicking?
Well, he's not going to go down from a head coach position, but it's a little bizarre, isn't it?
I mean, maybe, but
Boston College head coach to Patriots OC.
It could happen. We've seen things like that happen before, for sure.
I don't think it actually happens. I think BOB's ego is too big to be anything but a head coach.
I mean, he was relatively recently a coordinator.
Yeah.
What was that?
Then he became a head coach.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Bill O'Brien, actually doing some good things at Boston College, like giving him credit where it is due there. Back to your sports hate. Somebody said they hate Ed Reed. Is that the drama that he caused when he came through?
You resent him lying, yeah.
He
knew he couldn't run.
Sports hate the Astrodome.
Thank you. That wasn't me.
You sure?
Yeah, check the number.
Your number ain't 832?
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. Ray Caruth came in. Cody Bellinger, good answer. Marty Schottenheimer starting Elvis. They're mad that he started Elvis Gerbach over Rich Gannon.
Wow.
You really hate that man. Wow. I don't even think that was about sports betting. You just hated that move. He was just like on the strength, off GP. I hate that. Hate the Dallas Cowboys, the Yankees, and the Dodgers forever. Fair.
Yeah.
A lot of those keep coming in. Keep rolling those in. I will try to abide by those as we go. By the way, coming up in the noon hour, I really should have told you this ahead of time, but I got caught up in everything again. Been trying to juggle here. But you, dear listener, will have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show.
How about that?
Which is happening January 29th through February 2nd. at NRG Center. So keep it locked right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, keep it locked for this. Coming up next, it is a Wednesday. We didn't get a chance to talk to him a little earlier. Let's talk to our Rockets and Astros insider, Adam Spillane. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, man, and that auto show, you got to go.
Baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo, baseball spo.
That's right, he's here. His name, Adam Spillane, baseball and basketball Spo, joins us in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Spo, what's happening, my man?
How are you?
I'm doing very well. We've been enjoying the hatred today as our question of the day.
Embrace the hate.
Yeah, man. We are embracing embrace debate. We're embracing the hate is what's happening. That was our question of the day, inspired by Jack Easterby getting out here and trying to take credit for the Houston Texans' current success.
Trying to get back in, right?
Yes. Oh, it's
somewhere.
It's obvious.
Not here.
He did that with Sports Business Journal. He's got a couple podcasts next week. See him working. That's what con men do.
So let's start there. Do you, and I imagine you have to, at being a sports fan yourself, do you have a sports hate that you're just going to take with you for the rest of your life?
When I was a kid, George Karl. Just because when he was coaching those Seattle teams that were really good and just kind of a thorn in the side of the Rockets. So that was one for me was George Karl.
It's a good answer.
That's a deep dive, man.
But he was also, like, just as a coach generally, even if you don't have the particular Houston ties that you want to use, he was just like the way that he treated Carmelo Anthony was like deeply unnecessary.
He was very cocky, and just his face.
Correct.
he had a very hateable face, and the thing is now I don't have any issues with him. So it is kind of dissipated over the years. But that was probably a big one for me was George Karl, the Buffalo Bills. Just like everything about Rich Stadium and that turf that they had there and the end zones I just didn't like that. Now I like the Bills. I wouldn't mind seeing them have a nice postseason.
Look at you resolving all your hates. I mean,
you get older, you get mature, and that happens.
Well, those aren't inherently.
Yeah, do you?
Those aren't. It's not inherent that one goes with the other. To be fair,
Yeah.
I think that one people would understand around here would be like the Dodgers, just because when I was working in the Rockies organization, we would go up against their affiliate every year, 16 games a year. They always beat us. I just stand the Dodgers for that very reason. So.
Well, you might not stand them as well because it seems like Sasaki is.
Well, they're just gonna get everybody.
Yeah. They're like, hey, let's get an international dude to be our 7th starter. It's fine.
None of their draft picks ever failed. It was unbelievable.
That's the thing that really chaps my hide.
Every second round pick that they would have would produce, and like, here we are on our team. Our second round picks all suck. We're all good. So
really chaps my hide. All right. Speaking of maturity and development, it feels like we are in that place right now where. Oh wow, sorry. Got a little distracted because our program director just let me know that we can get George Karl on the phone if we really wanted to and hash this out. I feel like I would have.
I'm cool with him though.
To be fair, I mentioned this to you guys off. I like George Karl.
Yeah,
I've always liked George Karl.
Y'all got that. Look at y'all being mature. I'm not there. How are we feeling about the maturation of Jalen Green? He's been playing really well the calendar year and really since probably about Thanksgiving. He's had a good stretch. First and foremost, like, what is your natural reaction? What is your immediate reaction to just what we have seen recently with Jalen Green and how sustainable or how I guess permanent this change is, or is this another one of the ebbs and flows of his game?
42 points on 18 shots is probably not sustainable on a night in, night out basis, but
fair.
This is like watching what he did on Monday. That's why you can't quit the guy because of just the talent, and the talent is just on display when he's able to get up and down the floor, and when he's able to get to the rim, and when he's able to draw fouls, and when the shot is going in. Like, there are very few players in the league that can hit his ceiling. Now the problem is that his floor is a lot lower than others, and he hasn't been able to hit nearly enough. But if he can somehow continue to play the way that he's been playing over the last couple of weeks and do that consistently, that completely changes what he is as a player, and it changes the Rockets' ceiling. Because you look now, they were kind of a middling offense for a good start of the season, good portion of the start of the year. They're almost in the top 10 now in offensive efficiency, and he's been a big reason for it. So he's playing with a level of confidence that I think you kind of saw last March when he went on that run. And the way that they're playing is helping also. And having Amen Thompson in the starting lineup with him and having those two just kind of on the floor at the same time, it's making the Rockets play faster.
Yeah.
And when Jalen Green plays faster, Jalen Green just plays better because it takes advantage of the gifts that he has.
Man, I talked about it Monday with Reggie and Figgy. Like, watching that game Wednesday really kind of just flipped everything for me because I've been right there with everybody. Like, is he the guy? Can, his floor, as you talked about, is he going to be considered? I really think he looked like a guy that was a franchise player, and not just the 42 points. That was almost secondary to me. Like, he affected everything offensively, and more importantly, what a really good team was doing defensively.
Yeah, and defense, I think, is where he has probably made the most strides over the last couple of years. Like, he really competes on that end of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that one thing that gets lost about him is just how competitive he is. And, like, he's getting in Ja Morant's face.
Yes, he was.
In that game.
Well, they were buddies, though. They were kind of laughing about
but even being buddies, like, there's a lot of dudes who are buddies in this league who don't get to that place on the floor on a,
No, but I'm saying they were kind of laughing.
But still. That was like, hey, I'm coming for you.
Yeah,
like that wasn't like a, hey man, we're best friends type thing. And you watch Monday, Cade Cunningham's going to be here Monday with Detroit, and he and Jalen Green do not like each other.
Yeah,
and those two have shared an NBA floor 3 times in their careers, and Jalen Green has dunked on Cade Cunningham twice and been teed up for it both times.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to watch for. Like, they do not like each other. So like that competitive streak in Jalen Green will certainly be out there once they get back from this trip.
And one more thing with Jalen Green though is, like, shot selection has been a part of all of this. And it feels like that has gotten better, but I do wonder, like, does it feel like there's still room to grow there? And do we feel like he can push himself to that place, or is this kind of just inherently who he is?
I think shot selection's been fine. Like, I don't think he's taking a bunch of contested threes. You look at the shots that he's been taking during this, like, he's getting to the rim. And I think that's the big thing, is that he's somebody who should be able to get to the rim a lot. And like, I think that he should be a double-digit drives per game type guy. He's not there yet. I think part of it is that they play a little slow, and things can get bogged down in the paint, and the spacing can be a little off with them when they play a little slow. But if they can keep playing fast and keep playing at the pace that they're playing at right now, then he's able to get to the rim better, and he's able to take advantage of some matchups a little bit easier. So that's why the pace, they talk a lot about pace, and they're kind of middle of the pack now in pace. In the last year, when Şengün got hurt and it was Thompson in the starting lineup, they were among the league leaders in pace for that stretch. So I think the big thing for them is keeping the pace where it's at right now.
How do you integrate Tari Eason and Jabari Smith back? How do you think they will?
That's something we might.
Because Amen's in, right?
Yeah, I would think. The good thing for them is that have to worry about the starting lineup here for it's going to be at least another month until Jabari's back. They don't know if he's going to need to have surgery yet, and he still hasn't had it. I don't think he's had it yet. So that it's been 10 days, more than 10 days, almost 2 weeks since he got hurt. So they've got a while before they got to make a decision there. I don't know what's going on with Eason. Tonight will likely be 13 straight games that he's missed. You really haven't gotten any sort of an explanation or any sort of a timetable on if and when they think he's going to be back. So we move on from there.
But there will come a point.
Yeah, listen, it just means that guys will, they have to figure out the minutes. Like, they will have to figure out those minutes. I do think one positive for them is, like, somebody like Dylan Brooks. I don't think you want him playing a ton of minutes because it takes away from his aggressiveness, and because he's got to worry about fouls.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have to worry about fouls, he can be a little bit more handsy. He can be a little bit more physical, and you don't need him on the floor for 30 minutes a game. So that's one area. And there's just other ways to get guys rest. And I don't think they want to play Fred VanVleet 35, 36 minutes a game, whatever he's at. So if they can dial that back a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good problem to have. And then you have, the Whitmore stuff in there too. So like it's a good problem to have. It's never a bad thing to have too many good players, and that's kind of where they're at right now. But it's not something that I think they have to worry about, at least for the near future.
It does feel like they're adjusting. I mean, you're talking about Fred. Like, it seems like he's having less of an, I don't want to say less of an impact, but he is less focal to what they're doing offensively because of Alperen and Jalen in this stretch.
He's not shooting as much. I don't know exactly what the attempt per game, and he hasn't been shooting as much all year, but he knows, he's the type of guy, he knows when he needs to look for his shot, and he knows when he can kind of take a step back and let others look for their shots. And so a game like Monday against Memphis, when other guys were going, like, okay, y'all go.
Yeah.
But then the game in Memphis last Thursday, when they were really struggling to score in crunch time, that's when he started to take over the game a little bit, and he hit the biggest shot of that game. So I think that's what's good about having Fred VanVleet on your team, is that when he needs when other guys are going, he's going to let them go. When other guys aren't going, that's when he'll take more of a role within the offense. And then he also knows how to get guys involved, and he's not going to turn the ball over.
Nuggets tonight, clearly, going against the best player in the league in Jokic, and a somewhat resurgent Russell Westbrook, who's been doing some really good things and being very aggressive in finding his role with the Nuggets. What are you most looking forward to? What do you think can be proven for this Rockets team in this matchup?
Well, it was the first time they've played them this year, and the Rockets had a lot of success against Denver last year. They won 3 of the 4 games against them last year. But playing in Denver is never easy just because of the altitude, especially when you haven't dealt with altitude all year. So that will certainly be a challenge. But from an athletic standpoint, they have a big edge in this game. And they have bodies to throw at Jokic, which sometimes can be a problem for a lot of teams. But whether it's Şengün or Steven Adams, or if you get desperate, it's Jock Dell. Although Lando's not going to play in this game, so never mind. But with Adams and Şengün, you have fouls that you can throw at him. You have bodies that you can throw at him, so you're not going to be out physicaled. And then, who's going to guard Jalen Green in this Denver team? That's the one aspect. Denver does not guard the perimeter the way that they did when they won a championship a couple years ago. So to me, the Rockets have a bit of an advantage in that regard. It's just can they contain Jokic, and can they do all those little things that Jokic is able to do? And it's a fun matchup though, and just seeing it for the first time this year, it matters. And right now Denver's 4 games back of the Rockets, I think, at this point. These are the games that matter. And this is when they have an opportunity here. They're gonna. When this trip is over on Saturday, they'll be at the halfway point of the season, and they will likely be second in the West.
By the way,
and they'll be second in the West.
That's crazy.
Even more important, 2.5. Interestingly enough.
Yeah. So it's I'm talking loss column.
Yeah. Yes.
Rockets are a little behind on games played after
three on the loss column.
Yeah, after the
with
game
the
that
Atlanta.
Yeah. So there is a very good chance that they will be second in the West, and if you're second in the West at the halfway point, you're thinking
you're a contender.
Yeah, you're thinking that you have a chance to win a championship. Yeah. And I don't know if this team necessarily feels that way, but it probably should if you're going to be second in the West at this point.
That's our guy, Adam Spillane. Baseball spo, basketball spo. I was like, I didn't really give you any baseball.
We got some coming up.
Yeah, because
I'll ask you in the break. I have a thought.
We're only a few weeks out
and then I'll share it with the kids
for pitchers and catchers reporting and such.
Middle of February, I think.
Yeah, 17th, something like that.
I think it's earlier than that.
Okay,
we're getting close. Over under 1.5 outfielders added to this team.
Under. Although, this was around the time that they signed Hader last year. Because FanFest is coming up in a week and a half, and right before FanFest is when they signed Hader. So who knows?
Okay, all right. I would like over, but fair enough. All right, that's our guy, Adam Spillane. Appreciate you joining us, shifting the schedule a little bit to accommodate everybody's favorite Nick Wright.
I'm here for you.
Thank you, sir.
When you need me, I'm here.
Look, your message of support does not fall on deaf ears. Thank you so much, and we'll always talk to you on a Wednesday. Next week, back at 10:40. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. There's so many things to talk about, and we'll break it down next.
After crushing the Chargers 32-12, the Texans.
Device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits, and if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into What's Poppin' on a Wednesday, and there's a lot of stuff that's coming through, including Texans hype. People hype for this game versus the Chiefs that's going to happen on Saturday. It's at Arrowhead, so the fellas are going to be flying out of here in Houston on Friday, and the Texans are kind of hoping that people will go send them off. Now, of course, you're not sending them off from the airport. Send them off from NRG as they get on the buses. That'll be at noon on Friday, and you can park in the green lot if you are inclined to do such a thing. Let's go see the fellas off to hopefully head to Arrowhead and start putting together a Nick Wright pack.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Have that send off 2 p.m. over at NRG.
Is it 2? I thought the watch party was at 2.
Noon. At noon.
Now we're mixing up two things, so I want to make it sure.
To be sure,
send off
noon
Friday
on Friday.
Noon. We'll in fact we'll be on air at that point.
So that's cool. But Saturday, watch party. Who doesn't love a good watch party?
Watch party.
Watch party Saturday. That is at 2 p.m. at the Rustic.
That's the official Texans watch party.
Yeah. Toro, cheerleaders, guests,
the whole game,
all that stuff. Yeah.
Nice, very nice.
Be cool.
All right. So that's the Texans there. Did you happen to watch A&M yesterday?
I watched in and out on A&M because
the reason they lost.
It spiraled away a little bit.
You're the reason that Kentucky got the victory.
And I was like, screw it. I'll just watch hacks. So.
That's your fault. How about this? Let's talk a little bit about Alex Bregman, who's kind of in an interesting space. There's been not news, kind of rumors that have been around him, but he's still out there, right? He's looking a little bit like the Boris 4 of last year, where you just kind of have good dudes that are clearly big ticket free agents that are just out there not quite finding the market for themselves, and that is where Alex Bregman is. It feels like the leaders in the clubhouse, pun intended, for his services are the Red Sox. However, the Tigers have still been pretty highly regarded, obviously, with his former manager, A.J. Hinch, and that kind of connective tissue there, that exists, but it seems like the Tigers don't want to spend a lot of money, and the Blue Jays remain as a name out there, but you're running out of spots to maybe put him in, and it seems like nobody's willing to really fork out the money that I know Boris in particular was hoping that they would give for Bregman.
That's what was interesting to me, and that's we didn't quite get it with Adam Spillane, so I asked him, talked to him about it off air, and I will relay that here because I think it's very interesting. Alex Bregman, and you say it's more rumor. These are like beat writers that are kind of, throwing this out there from the Bleacher Report, the Red Sox beat writer. So it does carry a little weight. Maybe they're just not comfortable to actually report it, but it seems like the Red Sox are the leaders for Bregman, which that's fine, and we know he's not going to play here. That's a done deal. Green Monster has been very, very good to him. I mean, he has just destroyed it in Boston, so it makes sense. But what was interesting to me is it seems like the Red Sox are kind of playing a long game with Bregman. They're gonna see what Toronto and Detroit are going to do, and they don't feel like they can. They're going to give him the 6-7 year offer, and then they'll swoop in and give him more money where he wants to play. It seems like in Boston, but Adam was saying not going to happen. That Boris will just not let that happen. A 4-year or maybe even a 5-year deal.
No. This is the time to cash in for him. You were talking about how I think MLB Network at one point was discussing the potential decline in his game at this point.
Yeah.
Right? He'd be coming back free in that circumstance in early to mid 30s, where maybe if this was a decade ago, you could still pick up a big contract at that age where, contracts are being given out on what you have done. But it seems like baseball has gotten smart to the idea of, no, we're not giving out lifetime achievement contracts. We are firmly basing this on what we believe you can do during this contract, and that would make it tough for him to continue to collect in a big way. So strike while the iron's hot, and don't move until you can get what you're looking for.
And so Boris is playing the game too.
Yeah,
Boris is saying, fine, we'll wait. And there's going to be a desperate team. It's going to happen. Happens every year. It happened last year with his clients. And so I think he's going to ultimately, if he can't get the 6 or 7 year deal this year, he'll just wait, and it'll be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see where he ultimately lands. Been real interested in seeing how that pans out, and it remains unsettled. But a little bit more information there. Courtesy of John. Another thing that is popping, we're about under a week away from 2025 MLB Hall of Fame announcement. Obviously, balloting is happening or has happened, and one of the things about the MLB Hall of Fame is that it's a paper vote, right? It's this thing that's kind of stuck in time and in kind of the pomp and circumstance of it all. But also, we know that people kind of make their ballots public. It's one of those things that it's taken as a great honor, but then also folks like giving their explanation as to why they chose who they did.
Yeah.
And so certain people will keep track of it. I know that on
this dude is really keeping track.
Ryan Thibodeau is keeping very meticulous track of who's been voting and what the percentages are to give you a little bit of an idea of what it looks like. And of course, around these parts, the name that everybody has circled is Billy Wagner. This would be his 10th time on the ballot. This is it. And last time out, I think the percentage of the votes that he got was 73.8%. Of course, 75% is necessary to be inducted. And as of right now, it seems like he would go in. He currently is on 84.5% of the ballots that we know publicly. And so that's putting him into place. He is trending. I feel like Steve Kornacki when he's on
Steve Kornacki
or Kornacki. There we go. When he's on
the khaki pants, rolled up sleeves. All right, so you're looking at Idaho right now.
Yeah, exactly.
You're looking at
but 84.5% is where he is at on these votes, and it feels like you'll have another Astro going into the Hall of Fame this year if these things track correctly.
I just don't want to get my hopes up here. I've been
You think all the haters aren't out publicly, and
I've been very adamant from day one, from the first ballot when I was voting for the Hall of Fame. I voted for Billy Wagner. I don't want to get my hopes up because the ballots are at about at least what I'm looking at right here is 145, which is 39 and change % of the ballots. Well, that's not a lot. I mean, it's a good indicator.
Yeah, not enough of the precincts are reporting
exactly.
Yet.
Calhoun County or whatever is still out there, and so to use the Kornacki thing, and so I don't want to get my hopes up, but I feel pretty dang good that it will happen this time. And of course, the other thing I always do.
Yeah, I mean, he has probably the third highest percentage of votes that he has gotten when it comes to ballots that we know thus far, as recorded by this data tracking.
And the other thing I always like to do is look at who did not vote for him on this list.
You go through the hater.
Who are the a-holes that didn't vote for him? So John Heyman which surprises me.
He didn't vote for
He
him?
did not vote.
I'm sure John,
according to this.
I'm sure John Heyman has written an article because that's one of the things is, hey, I will turn my ballot into content.
Yeah.
And people will write an article and give you some of the reasoning. I'm sure we should go and look it up. I'm sure John Heyman has given some of the reasoning as to why.
I should tease him and say he getting a cut from an agent or something so he could go off on the phone.
Man. Woo. He really did not take kindly to that assertion.
No, he did not. So Heyman is one that did not. And I'm not trying to put his business out there for people to come at him.
He
but
the one who made it public.
Nah, do it.
They made these ballots public. They knew what time it was.
Well, exactly.
It's out there.
They did. And surprised a little bit, Keith Law, who's very much, if you know Keith Law, he's very much one of those guys that is very data-driven, and he's been out there a lot. He did not vote for him.
Bleep him.
Bleep him.
He's on the
too.
bleep him list.
Yeah, bleep him too.
So yeah, Billy Wagner again. If you didn't hear, 84.5% of known ballots have him being inducted, and so 75% is what you need. We're still working through this, but he's looking good right now. This is his 10th and final time.
We're waiting on Alameda County.
We are. Yeah. If you are interested, Ichiro Suzuki has literally been on every ballot.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah. So, strong feeling that he'll get in. CeCe Sabathia, in his first time as well on the ballot, has 92.9%. So it feels very strong that at least those two will be a part of the Hall of Fame class. We'll find out what that is Tuesday. Tuesday is when that will be made official. This is something I also found to be interesting. College football coaches have voted to push the portal window. So they're going to cut 10 days and move it to January. That was one of the things that was really uncomfortable about this bowl season and college football playoff season is, seeing guys opt out, not because they didn't want to play, but because they felt like they needed to get into their next place where they were going to play in the year prior. And it just overlapped in a way that was uncomfortable. So college football coaches have done the thing that I think a lot of people were concerned about or interested in maybe seeing, which is the proposal to shrink the transfer portal window time to a single 10-day window that is now in January.
This is all good except for one thing
What's that?
In my view. I love it. It's January 2nd to January 12th is what they proposed, which means spring period. You're not going to have the I think there's a December period as well right now. And so it shortens it. Make your decision, move on, and very key, get into the new campus. And I know we don't really look at it this way very often anymore.
Get into classes.
Get into classes. you got to register. You got to be into the school.
Right. Whatever.
No, I'm saying just technically, if you want to. Yeah, technically.
I know what you mean.
You got to be a student, even though you're not really a student, to get into school. Here's what I don't like.
Okay.
January 2nd to January 12th is playoff time. It is playoff time.
Yeah, but I mean that affects how many schools at that point?
12.
January.
Well, but still, I mean, 12 are going to have players that are going to be.
By that point, we've narrowed it down a little bit. We're talking about 8 at that point, right?
Well, that's still a pretty big number, and that's still pretty important players who are on the depth chart. We saw it this year. Backup quarterback at Penn State.
Yeah,
transferred. That could have been enormous. So,
but he would have had a little bit more time because again, he transfers in December.
Right.
When we're still in that.
But he would have had to make a decision during the playoffs.
Sure.
So that's where I'm like, Like, let's say
and there is a little bit of wiggle room because there are players that are playing in this playoff that have already committed to transfer that the team is allowing them to finish out that
But
stage.
there are some who will not. And if you're the next school, you do not want him playing. So that I love it. 95% of this I love.
Fair. No, I think
there's
it's a fair point to
5% that's going to be like let's talk about Arch and Quinn Ewers. If that were in place right now, and I'm not saying either one was even thinking.
Well, if they were in place right now, you wouldn't have to worry.
Well, not today, but this year, one of those guys, if they were considering it, would have had to have made a decision.
Right.
That's interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we will revisit the formula on how the Texans ultimately make themselves a Super Bowl team. But before we do that, I do want to remind you that coming up in the noon hour, this hour that's coming up, you'll have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th to February 2nd at NRG Center. But again, coming up next, there was a formula that Lopez laid out on what the Texans would need to do to be a Super Bowl contender. They're in the final 4 of the AFC, the final 8 of the NFL. Let's revisit that formula next.
We knew it was Slay here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Attitula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this Wednesday. Hope you're having a good one. And I do want to return to this. Earlier in the season, probably about a third of the way.
Yeah, it was about a third of the way into the season. I remember doing this.
We did, and you put together, Lopez, a formula that you believe was necessary for a championship contender.
Yeah, I think it's one to subscribe to. It's been talked about over the years. All right, you want to win a championship. So you want to win a championship, right?
Yes, I do.
What do you have to have in terms of like a formula? You have to have your star players, your big-time players, meet or exceed the expectation you have. That's part one. There's 3 parts. Part 2, your role players, you have to have a good number of role players have career years, so to speak, or at least very good years, exceed expectations.
Okay.
And then the third part, you got to have some contributors that all of a sudden become like a happy surprise. And you can go through the years of, championship teams, like whether it's one of your favorites or one that you just watched. Like star players have to have great years. Role players have to step up all of a sudden and become like, whoa, what a great year. Really helped us win a championship. And then you have to have, relative, anonymous players play key roles. And so I played this game with the Texans when they're, about a third of the way into the season. And I said, all right, let's go through the star players. Are they having a star type of season that you expected? So let's do it again.
Okay.
Then we'll get to the role players and contributors, because I think things might have changed over the last week. C.J. Stroud.
I mean, you can't say that he's had an incredible season.
But has it changed at all?
I mean, at the right time, he's playing better, but I'm still not in the place where I can say that he's – I mean, yeah. I can't forget the level.
No, I don't disagree.
The struggles that he has had. And
this is how we kind of talk our way through.
Yeah.
Are they legitimate or not right now?
Sear in my mind the struggles that he's had with, being hit a lot. I think he is – I was looking at a statistic earlier today, or yesterday rather, of, quarterbacks who have had to, do the most evading of pressure and how many sacks they have negated, I guess is the way that I would say it in this moment. And I think C.J. Stroud has the third most. Caleb Williams rather, having by far and away the most. Lamar Jackson having like 28.
Yeah.
And then C.J. Stroud having 26 sacks that he's avoided. And it's like, man, he's done a lot of that, and we saw the ways that hurt him. He's playing better in the right time, which is great. But we're going to have to see that go to another level as well.
No, I'm with you. So the answer to C.J. Stroud is your star player doing what you expected him to do. The answer, in a broad sense, is no. All right, Nico Collins.
Yes, injury is taking him away.
That's a given, right?
And then are they getting him the football? Ends up being more the question. He himself, when number is called, he's been delivering.
Will Anderson.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like there's only one person that I put above him, and I imagine his name comes next.
Daniil Hunter.
There you go. Daniil just he workmanlike. He clock in, he clock out, right? Like you check his punch card, and every single day he is there, applying pressure, hitting dudes with spin moves, doing it all.
Yeah, and this one is interesting to me. Joe Mixon. Is your relied upon star player playing at that star level?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's not his fault.
No. And he's had some
he's got 700-yard games. That's a big number.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's a big number. Derek Stingley. I mean, come on.
Yes. All-pro Sting.
Stephon Diggs was on the list earlier in the year. Obviously, he's not going to count here because he's injured. Laramie Tunsil.
I can't do it. Like, he led the league in penalties. He definitely got better down the stretch and found a level of, I don't know, he's solidified the play.
Yeah.
Particularly pass protection, which he always is like pretty good at, but also feels like they've been running the football a little bit better, especially off that left side. It just feels like you can't go all the way there with Larry.
So by and large, your star players, you're getting what you expected from them, if not more so, with a little optimism on C.J. Stroud, but you can't give it to him, and that would be Obviously Stephon Diggs not being there. So
Yeah, I
okay,
mean,
you check that box.
And it's largely differentiated on the lines of offense versus defense.
All right, so you check that box.
Yeah.
Now let's go to role players. You got to have role players have career-type seasons.
This has been an interesting place.
This is a very interesting place. Dalton Schultz.
I don't think so.
That's a no. Right, Figgy? I mean, that's a no.
Yeah.
Could be big this weekend, but so far that's a no.
Right. Tight ends is not where the Kansas City Chiefs defense shines. Mm-hmm. And it felt like he started finding something interesting, getting involved in the quick game, kind of quick slants, those types of things. But no, it can't be. It can't be that this is what you were hoping out of, what was it, $12, $30 tight end? Like this, you wanted more out of this.
So this is going to be key. Tank Dell is not going to participate. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Sure.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I mean,
he had a little glitch, of some misses, but I'm going to say yes.
He can't miss no kicks in this game, man.
Right.
No,
right.
No, you need all the points that you.
Yeah.
If you can line it up and have an opportunity for points, you need to be able to get all of those.
Damian Pierce. Come on, we could say it together. No, the answer is no.
I was like, can I give him credit for?
Can I get there from here? No, you can't.
Can I give him credit for special team? Also, another reason why I hesitated there was like how much was going to actually be asked of him.
They had him as the number. They traded Cam, what's his name?
Cam Akers.
Wow.
Cam Akers.
It's like that? Cam Akers was your favorite player.
I know.
Yeah. And you called him Cam, what's his name? That's crazy.
But they had him penciled in.
But remember, you were also the ones who was like, hey, man, give me 20-plus carries a game for Joe Mixon. And that's what they have done. Like, they have leaned into the idea of,
But they made him the number 2. You need a number 2. The answer is no.
And they barely played them.
Aziz Al-Shaair.
100%.
100%.
Absolutely.
Henry To'oTo'o.
Yes.
Yeah. Titus Howard.
We appreciate Titus Howard for switching positions.
Yeah, I would probably say yes because of that reason.
I'm going to say no. Well, we know the offensive line is not. It's still just trying to keep it together.
But I mean, he's been a huge, and of course, you ultimately had to get there due to injuries and everything. But he's been a big part of this offensive line finding a little bit of stability. Moving over, so would you say that the stability that you found in Juice Scruggs playing left guard, were you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I am comfortable with it.
Okay,
but,
so then probably no.
So you got 6 players there, not counting Tank Dell, that you needed to have career type years from. You're batting 500. 3 of them are on our list.
Kaimi, Aziz, and Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so here comes the key part. You got contributors that you're going to get a happy surprise.
And there's dudes that are contributors who are now actually like those featured role players.
Yeah. And here we go. Kamari Lassiter.
100%. Kamari Lassiter has been incredible. And he's
dang near a star. He'll be a star going into next year.
Right. I mean, you look at the offenses against this team. If you're going up against this team, there was a point where you could go, all right, we really don't want to go to Stingley. Can we go and attack that dude over there? Nope.
Yeah. Can't do it.
It can't happen. And that makes that's huge. This has been a turnover defense, one of the things that we were hoping for. He's been a large part of that. This is the best cornerback duo that's left. And I mean,
that's
if we really want to open this up, it's worth having the consideration of if this is the best cornerback duo in the league.
It's certainly the best left in the playoffs.
100%. And that I mean, a lot of that is a credit to Kamari Lassiter. Remember, a rookie in this place, right? Like, and not saying that rookies can't do this as a cornerback. We're seeing that more and more, especially. But there was questions about like, will his speed hamper him? No, and a lot of the reason why it doesn't is because the heady way that he plays this game. No, he deserves a ton.
So we're
of
off to a good start on the big time surprises with the contributors. Here we go. Mario Edwards.
He gave you what he needed to when he had
Hell
yeah. He held you down those first.
How we felt in training camp.
Those first 6 weeks, he held you down.
No, I think he's having a terrific
When
season.
they signed him, I'm thinking like, ain't nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Nah, Rio.
Big time Rio. Folo Fatakasi.
Absolutely.
Yep.
He's been so important in the run game. Like, he has been vital in the run. There is a noticeable difference when he plays. And it felt like that one, I mean, just Saturday. We don't have to go too far back to see what he gives you, being able to, move, especially against an interior offensive line that isn't as good like the Chargers. Moving guys, getting a hand on a running back and making it tougher. That's been something that was really important, making sure that you could stop the run. They've done that to a pretty good degree, and I think Fatukasi is a huge part of that.
Kalen Bullock.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We're on a roll here with these contributors that are playing out of their mind.
Now, one of the things I know that Seth was talking about earlier today, which I think is a good one, right? Because with Kalen, you see the interceptions and those things. The tackling is something that still can be better. And remember, if there is a weak spot that shows up in this defense, it is explosive plays.
Yeah.
And that is somewhat on the safeties as well. We've seen some of those instances where you've seen them kind of get got at times. But he is playing also, and I think we probably would have gotten to that place, but technically you started the season with him not being a starter, and he is one in that, on defense and a secondary that you feel pretty good about.
Yeah. And the last one of these contributors where you're like, okay, if we get a surprise, we might be onto something here is Daria Gumbawale.
He's giving you more
I think
than
that's
I think.
a yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think
Daria's been solid, especially, there's been instances where he's, been a pass catcher. There's obviously the place that you expect him to be, which is a pass protection guy. He's even run the ball a little bit in instances where you've needed it.
He had one.
That's probably the real number 2 running back.
Oh, I think they showed it to us. Like they needed a run. They put Gumbawale in there.
I'm still amazed that they ran him on a first down on Saturday.
Yeah.
They were like...
That wasn't Damian Pierce, man. That wasn't Damian Pierce. So when you parse this out individually and kind of put the puzzle pieces together, like I say all of a sudden, but some of these have been great all year long. Like the Texans are kind of in line with this formula. This formula of you got to have those, especially this, aside from the stars, the role players and the contributors that maybe make you think, hey, man, we haven't seen this from these guys before.
Right. And but this is the thing about all of these. When you do it in a binary yes/no, I think that yes, you get to that place. What gets interesting is like consistency when you start asking those questions, because that's been the question of this Texans team this year. It's not been capability. We've talked about the idea of what they're capable and oftentimes how they're not playing fully to that capability. I think with B. Scott, he used this, the Mr. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Which Texans team do you see come out on any given day is a real dictator of if they're capable of playing at a high level? We've seen them play with teams that are really good.
Yeah.
We've seen them play with the Bills. We've seen them play with the Lions. We've seen them, this Kansas City Chiefs team that they're going to play with, they played with them for 3 quarters. In week 16, we've seen them play with really good teams.
Yeah.
It's can you do it for a full 4 quarters, and are you going to do that on any given Sunday, Saturday, Thursday, whatever day the NFL is going to have us playing football now?
Yeah.
But that is the question. Do you have? You talk about some of these guys, and some of these guys are going to be there no matter what. Will Anderson, Daniel Hunter, but like. Do you have a game where Joe Mixon is able to get his rocks off in part because of the offensive line? Like, do you have a game where they're going to be able to get the ball to Nico Collins, talk less of Nico Collins going off, or anyone else, or if C.J. Stroud is on his P's and Q's, getting that ball to where he needs to, right? Those are all parts of the thing that we're talking about here. It's the consistency of it that ultimately is it. Because if they're on, the guys that we're talking about that, were yeses in this thought exercise, if they are on, then yes, they do have an opportunity to play with anyone. And I think that's ultimately what a lot of Texans fans are holding on to coming into Saturday is be on, because if you're on, you don't have to be afraid of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I totally agree, but the formula is there if you look at it closely individually for this team to have success. What's interesting to me is, look, we watch the Chiefs obviously, but we don't dig in on the Chiefs like we do with the Texans and see every little depth piece and all that other stuff. But just on the surface level, Reggie, if I throw a name out there from the Chiefs roster and ask you the same question, I think the answers might be pretty interesting. Patrick Mahomes. Are you getting what you thought you would get from this superstar?
Early on in the season, I'd say probably not. But about Pat Mahomes,
he's still Patrick.
Yeah, the Patrick Mahomes thing is funny because that one has been beaten out of my head. Like, hey, don't even bother going against him. You will look foolish, right? Like, you start picking against him, you'll look stupid because he has that innate ability to, like, when the time comes up. That's one of the things about.
That's the thing. If you look at his stats now, you could be like, we ain't getting what we wanted from him, but. When the game is on the line at the end,
just wait.
He will win the game. He might not have the best game, but he'll win the game.
Travis Kelce. No,
he's been a little bit better than.
But no, that's not what you expected.
Okay.
I wonder if he really thinking about retirement at this point.
Yeah.
Because he ain't that superstar, Travis.
So I'm not going to go through their whole roster, but I'm saying it kind of makes you think the formula is there for this Texans team if they continue to do what we've seen.
Yeah, but here's the thing is like, I don't know that we can compare that to, but yes, you're right. I don't want to skip past that. Yes, you are right that the formula does exist there, and I agree with you there. If we're going to throw that to the Kansas City Chiefs thing, the reason why we don't view the Kansas City Chiefs in similar fashion is one, is the record, right? Yeah. The record is there that ultimately gives people pause generally because there's times where we're looking at flat out bad teams, but the record is good enough that we go, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Wait,
yeah.
But with Kansas City, it's the track record as well, right? Not just the physical.
Yeah,
record
they're
of
in
the
another
season.
category.
We just have learned that they have a level of experience, they have a level of institutional knowledge in these places of the playoffs and beyond that. Okay, it might look maybe a little funny in the light, but trust and believe that that brand name has enough quality and enough belief in it, right? That they'll find a way to get it done, particularly in those moments. And that's where I come back to consistency, man. Yeah. Like, do you believe that they're going to come through in those moments? On the text line, fair enough. Someone brings up Derek Barnett. You didn't mention him, which I'm surprised
I thought about that. Yeah, I should have.
Derek Barnett's your guy.
Yeah, he is my guy. And boy, you're getting a lot out of him. I mean, he ties in perfectly with this format. I just think it's always been a fun thing for me, especially, you can do it in any sport, but like, all right, we know what we're going to get from these guys. We got to get more out of the second and third levels. Texans are. They are.
Okay. Yeah. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said when you mentioned Patrick, you can also ask the same question about Travis Kelce, which we absolutely did there. Coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
This is the
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm really glad that Peyton Manning said what I've been thinking for a long time. So Peyton Manning was talking about. It's everywhere in the NFL. It's really everywhere, or getting to be everywhere at the college level, major college anyway. And that is quarterbacks and their offensive line.
What do you want to vent about? What do you want to vent? These lineman gifts now. Okay, a couple rules. I mean, you and I did them, right? And take care of these guys because they deserve to be taken care of. But we have to spend our own money, quarterbacks. We can't be using sponsors and credit and putting it all on TV. We have to actually spend money. So I'm not accusing anybody of not spending money, but let's be sure we keep spending our money. I want to hear some to take care of our linemen. It's like a promotion. I'm just saying we have to spend our money, all right? And the other thing, it's not a Christmas gift.
Thank you.
You have to block well to get a gift.
Thank you.
Couple years.
Thank you. Basically, he's saying you don't just give gifts just because. I mean, the gift is you've really taken care of me.
Ain't that what a gift is?
Yeah, man.
But I really have to take care of you? Am I just being like, I don't know what the word is.
I feel like if the quarterback really want to get you a Christmas gift.
It's not a Christmas gift. That's what he's saying.
It's like a thank you for.
It's a thank you for really taking care of me. We made a run to the playoffs or whatever. I wasn't sacked very often. I've always thought this, like, why they give those guys gifts? They stunk.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I don't know about that.
I do.
Here's the thing about quarterback. Quarterback is middle management position.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. You got to understand, you also dealing with morale. And look, if you
get sacked 68 times.
No, I hear you.
Here's a new car.
I'm not saying.
Get the hell out of here with that.
I'm willing to go with you on the idea that, hey, man, don't need to get them a gift. Just know, if they feel some type of way, that is all where, like, well,
what does it matter? They stunk.
Sure.
They're going to be gone next year anyway.
Maybe they'll be gone next year, or maybe they'll be your line again. Who knows, right? Like, I don't.
Well, that's called incentive, my friend.
Well, I mean, like,
Chiefs got gifts, we didn't. Yeah, you know why? Chiefs won the freaking Super Bowl.
Or maybe it's just my coworker sucks. Bleep him, and maybe he doesn't go that extra mile for that last instance. Now, of course, I doubt that that's how it goes because ultimately those dudes are about their money.
Yeah,
right? You want to live up to the contract or whatever, or get yourself the contract that you need. That part I hear you on. I'm not actually as hard line about that. Mm-hmm. Part I am hard line about why we can't give gifts. If we get the connect, wait, why do I have to spend money on it? The idea, you get the gift, don't you?
That's not as sincere, I think.
I'm not as sincere.
Yeah, I'm not rolling with that.
I thought of you enough to create the hookup so that I went to these people and got this thing for you. Are you getting the gift or not?
I'm not as adamant about that.
Are you getting the gift or not?
Hold on. I'm not as adamant about that part, but I think it's like, hey, you mean so much to me. I dug into my pocket and I got you this. Not, hey, you mean so much to me. Bex Prime got you a new, gift certificate or whatever.
Okay, so don't eat on Thursday. Then.
No, I said that on purpose because I'm really looking forward to Bex Prime tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But it's from me.
Sean, he doesn't value your gift, dog.
I'm not rolling with that, man.
Not at all.
I just because they ain't got to get you nothing. He could just keep it for himself and keep it for his family.
And he should if they stink. Is my point.
I mean, like, fine. But yeah, the idea that Peyton's like, nah, you got to spend it on your own.
These are my confessions.
One of the things that I'm realizing about myself, I'm learning about myself every day.
Every day?
I am terrible at taking notes. I am truly atrocious at taking notes because there's a few reasons. One of them is my handwriting it's not awful, but it's not good.
Mine is bad.
Like
mine is awful.
I will go ahead and let you be the person who deciphers.
Not great, but better than mine.
Okay, very good. But it's not great. Yeah. On top of that, I just sometimes I don't write the right things down. Like I recall last week we were having a conversation and I wrote down I guess 2 words if you consider the hyphenation. All deserves list, and I don't remember what that means at all.
What's that about.
If taking a note, the whole idea is that this is going
you
to
remember it.
This is going to, jog your memory. This is going to help you remember something. Sometimes I'll write down things and it feels like, hey, that is a good thing to write down in this moment, and it doesn't help me at all.
What does this mean?
Like, what does that mean? If anybody's listening and you were listening last week and for some reason you heard us say all deserves list and you remember what that is, please text in, because I don't at all. And these notes are terrible. And that's even if I remember to write things down, because just this morning I was, woke up thinking about the show. There was things that I was like, hey, I have in my head, and I'll get there and I'll write them down and I just didn't. And I forget them.
I'm not going to say I've not done that.
And
I've written stuff down. I'm like, what the hell was that? No idea.
It's awful. It's awful. I'll try and write lists when I'm going to the store, and it's a useless list. And I'm like, why did I even do this?
Yeah, I feel like that all-deserved list, we was talking about something in the break.
We were talking
before
about
the show.
I thought it was a good segment, too.
Yeah.
Well,
I was like,
we'll
all
never
deserves,
know.
Never know.
We'll never know.
Because my my note-taking game is terrible.
These are my confessions.
So, if you haven't heard, the Cavaliers been the best team in basketball all season long. I think they only lost 5 games. And a lot of people kind of been floating this out before about, like, the possibility of LeBron coming back home. I got to confess, I want him to stay in L.A. I do not want him to come back to this team, man.
I hear you on that.
And
I agree.
I got a little nervous, too, because he was on the podcast with Travis Kelce, the New Heights podcast. And this is what he had to say about the Cavaliers and their success.
Cleveland, by the way, the Cavs looking right now as well. They got another opportunity.
We are rolling.
Yeah, I hope they keep it going. They got an opportunity to do something special. So, I'm glad I was able to put on first, set the trend, and hopefully we keep it going.
Okay, Jack Easterby.
Boy made it about himself right quick.
I know, man.
He's like, don't forget who brought y'all here first.
Hey, don't forget that they had to blow up the whole damn team because of you. Because
he pulled
you
the Jack Easterby.
Yeah. Like, dog. Like, no, don't.
I don't know that he took credit for this, but he was just like, I've been here first. Don't forget.
He said, I set the trend.
Yeah.
No, buddy, your trend was the big 3. Try to get all the superstars on one team.
You set a trend that people didn't like.
But I will go back to the gifts. You like that championship, don't you? You want it to look different?
Yeah, don't take credit for this one. You got your bubble championship, man. So you good, man.
Yeah.
I don't want him to come back, man.
You talking about the bubble championship like you're not talking about the 2016 was a really good championship.
That was a great championship. But you gone,
but don't
man.
come back.
That's
you gone.
You gone, man. It's over with,
he
man.
said that was then. Don't come back here.
Hey, you with the Lakers now,
Don't
man.
come around here no more. Like, I appreciate you bringing that gift, but don't come around here no more.
I really wonder if Cavaliers fans would really want him.
No.
I wouldn't, man. Like, the only way I would want LeBron James back, he gotta get it. He gotta understand what's going on here. Like, don't try to bring your buddies in. Don't try to bring the coach you want in. You got to come in and take a back seat because it is LeBron James.
I wouldn't want him to go back. I'm wondering about fans, though.
I wouldn't, man.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. I think it's very important to see if they can be a shit without him.
I think it's also worth remembering that a fan perspective often can fluctuate with success, and right now they doing real good.
True.
Top of the East, looking good. Young fellas are developing into where they need to be. Like, it feels like they have a runway for the future.
Yeah.
You don't go looking back. That's not when you start trying to spin the block. Is when you got that fine new lady. Everything's going great. You don't go, hey, I wonder what old girl is doing. That's not the time. It's when you're down bad. And maybe if they get down bad again, they'll start looking at it like that.
These are my confessions.
I am, for my entire life, a warm weather person. I'd rather be in the hottest of the hots than the coldest of the cold.
Strong agree.
I am just a warm weather person. My confession, I kind of want to see some snow next week.
Get the bleep out of here.
I kind of want to see some snow next week.
Some snow where?
Here. It's supposed to snow in our area Monday into Tuesday, or maybe it's Tuesday into Wednesday, but around that time.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm like, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, it's going to be all fun and games until Parker say, hey, you still got to come to work.
Well, I did during the freeze. Remember that story? It took me like 2 hours to get here. I did all the hardtop streets, almost killed myself.
I get here fine, but you know what I realize is I don't have Timbs anymore.
Yeah.
And so, like, trying to get out here in snow and maybe ice and just sneakers is a bad.
No, just snow. I don't want the freeze. I mean, I think snow can be kind of cool in small doses.
Snow is fun for all of 1 hour.
Yeah,
maybe
and that's per season.
Yeah, maybe per season. Oh, I don't want it again.
You get the first hour of snow for a season is fun, and then after that it is useless.
Yeah,
100%. That stinks. So no. That's your confession, whatever. I think that stinks.
These are my confessions.
Oh, wow. Some of y'all agree with him? Don't do that. My confession is pursuant to seeing Tank and Stephon Diggs at the game on Saturday. It was nice to have those guys cheering on the team. And, of course, with that came some shirts that, celebrated them and just what they did for the team and just, a level of appreciation for them. C.J. Stroud was asked yesterday if he liked those shirts. And this is what he had to say.
It's kind of, I don't like it, but I like that, but it reminds me of like the funeral shirts, and that's kind of what we do back home. Is like, I'd rather be there for somebody than rather just wear a T-shirt. So, but I don't mind wearing the shirt. But I think our EQ gets them for us, and it's a good way to remember somebody for that year, But I don't want them to ever think like they just on the shirt. Like I actually do check up on my guys who aren't playing no more, care for them more than just wearing a T-shirt. So.
Yeah, good guy, CJ. However, sorry, CJ, I disagree. That's kind of the reason why I like them. They look like the airbrush.
They do look like funeral shirts. He's not wrong.
They look like the airbrush guys who were,
always in our thoughts.
Yeah.
Build those shirts.
Hey,
put the wings on them.
Yeah, that was where I was going to go. It's like, that might be too far, but I might get one even if they had the wings on. Sure. Pour some out for the homies. Ain't nothing wrong with him. He just recovering from ACL, but
Hey, I didn't even think about that until I heard him say it. It is exactly what those look like.
Yes, absolutely.
100%. Absolutely look like.
And I kind of love it. I might be wrong for it, mind you. I acknowledge that. I love it.
Tank Dell, R.I.P.
All right, don't do that. Don't quite do that. He's still with us. He's still. Somebody said it's not the same because you're not buying the gift. You're only connecting them with connect. Do they get the gift or not? Is the question.
No, they get the gift.
Okay, then what are we doing?
But it's not as sincere.
It's
not heartfelt.
I thought it was the thought that mattered.
Well, they shouldn't. My first thought is they shouldn't even get it if they stink. But if you do,
y'all some real haters.
Make it heartfelt.
Y'all some real haters. I don't like this unless this came from your sweat. Unless you labored for this, I don't want it. Y'all some real haters.
Lopez is the one looking at the price tag. Oh, he got it from Marshalls. This ain't thoughtful.
Just real haters.
Oh, Five Below.
Five Below. I like Five Below.
I don't know. Five Below might hurt my feelings. I appreciate it because you didn't have to do nothing. If the Texans win, bring on the snow. No.
It'll be a cold day in Houston before the Texans beat the Chiefs.
There is a cold day in Houston I like what you're doing there. There's a cold day on the horizon. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those indeed are our lunchtime confessions on this Wednesday. Coming up next, hadn't done it in a couple weeks. Let's try this. How about a little NFL overreaction or reality? That's coming up.
For a wild card underdog,
through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with...
What happened there?
Man, I've been trying to fix this thing all show, man. Some little behind the scenes thing.
Oh, okay.
The rejoiners keep fading.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, are we trying to fade out?
Yeah. So yesterday, I don't think y'all know this, but it played one of the wrong rejoiners.
Yeah.
It played a Reaction Monday rejoiner on a Tuesday.
Oh, yesterday was Tuesday.
And yeah, so I tried to get it fixed, and it took all day.
Wow,
yesterday. So now I'm trying to
bring some more tools.
Nah, man.
Take a hammer to it over there.
Yeah, but now I'm trying to get it to replay with the music. So every time the music play, it fade out.
Just a reminder that it sounds like it's easy what's happening over here.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of work back here.
Some work.
I could not do it.
So make sure you get him his gift, John.
You want to try it? You should try
It'll
it.
be when I do, when I do, it'll be from my pocket, from my heart.
Y'all some real haters,
Okay.
man. Yeah. Y'all need to understand and appreciate the concept of good look. You know, like good looking out, man. Like, hey, man, they said they got some cars over here. I got you one. You're not on the good. Hey, good looking out, bro. I appreciate that. Y'all would be on some. Nah, you didn't get it.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah. No, it's a couple times somebody gave me a concert ticket. Like, hey, man, I was supposed to go with somebody, but they ain't gonna be able to make it. So here you go.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
No, somebody gave
Don't
me.
tell them is what I'm saying.
Man, y'all.
Hey, I was perfectly
bougie,
fine.
man.
I was perfectly fine with
you're
it
sloppy seconds.
because they could have. Hey, I don't care about all that, man.
Do you want it or
Look,
not? This is amazing.
You ain't even had to go to me to give me this ticket. But for the simple fact you thinking about me, I'm totally fine with it.
All right.
Unbelievable. All right.
You wasn't gonna take me first, so I don't want to go.
Damn straight.
That's crazy.
That is
crazy.
insane to me. I can't believe it. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do a little bit of overreaction or not. NFL style, of course. Actually, that might be the way we go. He just moved us into the NBA or something else and do it that way.
Yeah, especially as we move along this year.
But no, we're still in NFL times. And, of course, one of the big things that happened was that the Vikings lost. The first 14-win team to lose in the wild card round. They lost to the LA Rams in Phoenix, another wild situation that, of course, was caused by the fires that are happening in Southern California. But one big things was that the Rams' real frugal defense has found a way to, turn this thing over. And they really put a lot of pressure on one Sam Darnold. That felt like maybe turning back into a pumpkin in some ways. And so overreaction or reality, the Vikings should move on from Sam Darnold this offseason, which is actually now. Wow.
Yeah, for them it is. Reality. Had to think about it because, well, he did a lot. I think they do, and plus there's a financial aspect here too.
Well, here's the thing. Depending on what the market looks like, right? If he gets out there and if those two games really hurt his market, it'd be cool to be able to get him back for one of those gap years, gap quarterback situations, which it felt like was what he was going to be and kind of what he is, hey, can you get him for maybe a year or two while you're still continuing to see what J.J. McCarthy does, coming off an injury, learning the quarterback position at the NFL level, right? Can you have that circumstance? But the notion of you give him a big deal, especially before he goes out here and hits the market, if there's some other team wants to be foolish enough to do that, you've seen that. I mean, you even had the head coach and the play caller in a situation where I think we might be making too much of it, but at least he did say, man, that clearly did not end in the way that, everybody wanted, including Sam.
Yeah.
I think that says something about the idea that, hey, this is clearly not the high-level place that a lot of people thought it was, where, you should just keep going with Sam Darnold. He should be the guy that you invest in.
Right.
It's a lot more gap situation, which means it's contractually obligated, and I think that it'll be better to let him go into the free agent market.
Yeah, I agree. I will say this. I thought you were going to go somewhere else with the Rams and Vikings game.
What'd you think?
And maybe you still will. So maybe I'll kind of hijack this for a second.
Go for it.
Overreaction or not, I thought you were going to talk about the Rams' defensive line.
Being real?
9 sacks, exactly. that they can sustain this.
Well, I don't know about 9 sacks.
Oh, yeah, forget the 9 sacks, but that kind of pressure.
Jordan Rodriguez, who covers the Rams and does a really good job covering them as well, I think she got some insight into the Rams' perspective where they know, like obviously Kevin O'Connell in that same system that Sean McVay kind of runs. And so they have a little insight into the way that they do things, and they said that they knew that one, Sam Darnold's going to hold the football, which is kind of inherent to him as a player, but two, that system's going to have long developing routes. And so they knew that it didn't need to be like quick pressure, that they could take their time and get there. And so I think that you had a very particular set of circumstances for them.
Is it an overreaction that it's sustainable?
In this playoff run in particular, I'm going to say that is an overreaction. I do think that they have some really good players. I think that, what's my guy? Kobe Turner has been really good. Clearly, Jared Verse has been very good. Like, I think that those guys being good players is real. I don't know. I mean, that level of sacks, I think that's the easy part saying, but even just to that, even close to that. And
Vikings had a pretty good offensive line.
They did, but I think also, again, like if we're talking about no offensive line is going to stonewall you, at least not at the NFL level, stonewall you for like 7 seconds.
I think part of that was a Sam Darnold thing too, because he was holding on to the ball a lot. I know it was a lot of people open, but he was holding on to the ball a lot, man. It probably should have been like maybe 6 sacks, but the way it was like 3 times he held on to the ball. Y'all know that's still good. That's still good. But
I think it's a reality. I think they're onto something. You know, they're getting hot at the right time. Young players. In a lot of instances, I think it's a reality. I think I'm not saying 6 or 9 sacks, but pressure. This kind of pressure.
You want to hear a funny stat about the Minnesota Vikings? So that wild card game was their 4th loss. They only lost to the Lions and to the Rams.
Yep,
that's right.
The whole year, they only lost to 2 teams. The whole year.
Just got to lose in the right circumstances, and there you go. Yes, his proc awareness was ass in that game, 100%. But pursuant to that game, how about this overreaction in reality? The Rams, in their next matchup against the Eagles, will give up 200-plus yards.
200-plus yards?
Yes. Remember, the Eagles.
Yeah.
That line, that athletic offensive line, and one, Saquon Barkley.
And you're talking rushing.
Rushing.
I think that's a reality.
Yeah, it feels like it.
I think it's a reality. That is a strong team. You know, we were talking earlier, like, I just feel like the Lions are the NFC team. The Eagles going to have something to say about that, man. There's no question. And I still don't have a lot. It's weird. They're 14-3. I still don't have a lot of confidence in the Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, they're going because they're going to need to running the football field is really necessary to their path to victory. The passing game has been a little sporadic for them. It clearly can be really big with the likes of AJ Brown and Devontae Smith and such, but it has been a little sporadic. And if you can run football well, they'll be able to do well, and I think that they still have that chance to do that against the Rams in this upcoming week. How about this as we continue through NFL overreaction or reality? Let's talk about your mans, Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. The Commanders can go into Detroit and beat the Lions. Overreaction or reality?
That is an overreaction. Love the kid. I love what they've done. That first of all, that wasn't a gimme by any stretch in their last game, and then they have some flaws on their team, and Dan Campbell and that team is going to be rested. I think Detroit is the go-to place in the NFL now for best atmosphere, best crowd, loudest crowd, all that stuff, supplanting Kansas City and Buffalo and some of these other ones. Yes,
get Nick back on the phone. No, man.
I think Detroit is an awesome environment. I mean, they just know how to do it, and it's loud and it's passionate, it's raw.
No,
you know.
I mean, we saw those fans come through here when they came. I mean, those fans are very passionate.
Yeah. Detroit is a passionate city, to be honest.
And they hadn't
that's one of those grungy cities. They are super passionate. Everybody from Detroit.
Finding some revitalization, too. And not just with the town, but then also
civically,
with the team now. Like finding – and Matt, they found a way to be rather passionate with that stinky ass team that they had for decades. All of a sudden, you get a team that might be able to play some football. With a passion that also seems to match the ethos of the city. Oh yeah, they are all in.
Yeah, if I were a betting man, which I am occasionally, and probably will be on this game, I think the Lions easily cover that 7.5.
Some other things, overreaction or reality. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who obviously were knocked out in that game in the wild card round versus the Washington Commanders. They have reached their ceiling. Overreaction or reality?
I think that's a reality. Yeah, I really do. They're going to have to make some tough decisions. You still have to wonder, as much as he's proved people wrong about the quarterback position and some other parts.
Oh,
as well.
And within that, obviously, Zane Gonzalez is the one who kind of put them away with that, that field goal. It's worth noting that we were talking about him like kind of running his hair. He's now come out and really openly talked about having OCD, which okay, that tracks, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. But yeah, apparently like that helps him kind of normalize and kind of control himself in some ways. But yeah, But yes, the commander, or sorry, the Eagle. It'd be helpful if I got the right team. The Bucks against the Commanders. I tend to agree.
I kind of honestly, man, I hate to say it like this because he had a good year, but that's kind of that's the Baker Mayfield you'll get, man. Like he has some really good moments, but sometimes in the right time, he just kind of mess up a little bit.
But nothing but respect for that cat.
That's a good quarterback, man. I think to me that's a good quarterback, but sometimes that's what you get at the wrong time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think also you just look around the NFC as well, and the quarterbacks are largely dependent on the context. Where in the AFC, there's a lot of just really good flat-out quarterbacks, including your very own C.J. Stroud. You want to get one more in here? Let me see. Which one should I go with here? How about this? Let's come back. Nope. That one's in the NFC as well. I wanted to see if I could come back to the AFC with one. All right. How about this? The Broncos. Obviously, they have been knocked out as they played against the Bills. The Broncos were one of the best teams, 7 best teams in the AFC. Overreaction or reality?
I think it's a reality.
Over the Bengals? Because that's.
I was trying to do the math in my head.
That's the thing. It's like obviously, college football writers and stuff decided to make some jokes about, look at all the blowouts in the wild card round. The committee should have done better. Where people were kind of
no, that's
people
fair.
were poking at the college. No, it's not. The NFL playoffs.
No, it's a fair criticism.
No, it's not. The NFL playoffs are dictated by records. Whereas the reason why people were upset about the college football playoff is because y'all decide who goes in there.
No, but the division winners versus teams with more wins and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
I do think they eventually changed that though.
They're talking about it.
Yeah, I think
they're already talking about it.
Because it's kind of wild. Minnesota had 14 wins and they had to go on the road.
That's what I'm talking about.
But yes, that does feel like it's hard to look at it's tough because the Broncos defense has been playing less good down the stretch. You look at the Bengals and the way that they were playing late, but the problem is you had ample time. We have 17 minutes.
They just got hot too late.
Just a smidge too late. So I can't put them over the Broncos, even though later, like once we got to the end of the year, they did look like a better team.
They did. So yeah, I would say so right there.
Somebody said Baker's just a better version of Will Levis. Hey, yo.
Come on. That's why it's nothing but you got to respect that guy.
Baker almost had 40 touchdowns.
Yes, he did. Yeah. He sure did. Would you take 40?
Look, man. He's a good quarterback.
He really
but
is.
Sometimes he make the biggest mistakes at the wrong time.
It's a hard position to play, man.
Yeah.
It's a hard position to play. That's your NFL overreaction reality here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I think it's about that time. We talked about the Houston Automotive Show that's happening January 29th to February 2nd, the Energy Center there in NRG Park on Kirby. Well, let's do it right now. Caller number 10. If you call in right now, you will win 4 tickets to that Houston Automotive Show, January 29th to February 2nd. Man, you've been really excited about this thing.
I go a lot. I'm not going to say every year, but I've been more times than not in the last 5-6 years.
So, yeah, caller number 10 right now has an opportunity to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show. All right, coming up next in the Loop, let's talk about this defense of the Texans. All-Pro Sting. He's got to be priority number 1 for the Chiefs, right? We'll talk about it next.
After crushing the chart. C Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Sounded good. Well done, Figgy. I see you. If nobody else see you, I see you.
I wasn't good, man. I still got to work on this, man.
It's all right.
You need a socket set?
Are you just going to keep throwing out various tools that absolutely do not help here?
An Allen wrench?
Can we get you a wheelbarrow? Does a wheelbarrow help you at all in what you're doing back there? All right. Texans out of practice, getting themselves ready for Kansas City. They'll take on the Chiefs at Arrowhead on Saturday. And it does seem like Juice Scruggs is at practice. Shaq Mason is at practice as well. But maybe Shaq Mason being back, like this might...
That gets interesting, doesn't it?
This opens up the possibility of a decision for this offense and for the decision makers on this team. Does Shaq Mason slot right back in to that starting right guard spot?
I think you don't mess with a good thing right now. I'm not saying they're great, but it worked.
Going to be something to watch. And then also Aziz at practice again. I know that he did not practice yesterday. But health largely on the up and up for this Texans team, which is a good thing. After a season of it really hitting you in all sorts of different places. Let's go here because you feel strongly about this. All-Pro Sting has clearly been one of, if not the best players on this team, on this defense, and he's been somebody to be contended with. And when it comes, I guess I'll let you kind of set up your own thought process on it, but it feels like the Chiefs are going to have to contend with him, right?
Well, I think they're not only going to have to contend with him, and this is the good news for Texans and Texans fans. I don't know how much to shy away from testing him, simply because Andy Reid always has a plan or believes he has a plan to get people involved, obviously to give Patrick Mahomes chances. And Patrick Mahomes is a little bit of more than a little bit of a risk taker.
Yes.
He's a risk taker. Well, let's listen to John Gruden first, talking about just how good.
Boo that man.
Let's listen to John Gruden talking first about just how good Derek Stingley is.
4th and 2. You're the offensive coordinator of the Chargers. 4th and 2. Here's a great idea on 4th and 2. Let's throw a 1-yard snag route to Quentin Johnston against Derek freaking Stingley, the best corner in the NFL. And not only that, let's keep throwing it. Hey, Justin, throw it at Stingley again. Another interception. I mean, Stingley and Lassiter were running the routes for the Chargers. The coverage couldn't have been any better. I don't care if they had Dan Fouts and Phillip Rivers on the field with full protection. There was nobody open. Even the 80-yard touchdown to McConkey, he's draped on by two Texans. So they really didn't have any separation.
I mean, he loves him as many of us do.
He just loves him some tape.
Loves him some tape, but loves him some Derek Stingley. And here's the thing, and this is where I think it gets really, really interesting.
Okay.
Derek Stingley to me is that type of cornerback that you don't even mess with. You give him that third of the field.
He's getting to that spot, man. Like he really is like lockdown is quite possible.
No, he is. You can say it.
Yeah,
it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
No, he is. He can eliminate a whole third of the field. And I think a lot of coaches are to the point now, are getting to the point, they're not going to test him. This is where it gets good for the Texans. I think the Chiefs will. I think Patrick Mahomes can't help himself. I think because he's so great and he's made so many of those great plays, and hell, he might make them against Stingley. But he's going to test Stingley.
I think that he might as well, especially because there's a lot of speed that the Chiefs have here. And I think when it comes to like separation, Stingley is really good at, God help me, at closing on a receiver.
The closer is what you're saying.
God help me. I hate feeding this. I really do. But no, he's good at just the right distance and knowing how much space he has to close on a pass that's coming in, breaking it up. We've seen it time and time again.
Yes.
I do wonder, though, and not saying that he does not have the technique to stay right in a wide receiver's pocket. He does, but it seems like he likes being able to use that leeway that he has just a job that is really difficult in cornerback in general. You're not going to be step for step with everybody at all given times. I think that Patrick Mahomes is the type of guy who can fit windows, and then also you have the type of receivers that can be the distance that you have to close on them can be a little deceptive because of the speed that they have. Like, I think that they are going to try and test them. Also because they just have a whole bunch of dudes that they can get the ball to.
Right.
And so if that is the way that you're looking at it, and you're having Stingley trying to lock one person down, that ball is spread around to the point where that's not as effective of a way of going about defense.
Yeah, I think Andy Reid, brilliant play caller, as we all know, and game planner, is, his priority right now, his priority one is how we're going to figure this out, with the Texans secondary. How are we going to, at least in the passing game, how are we going to deal with Derek Stingley? I think he might be prone to maybe, use other weapons, because they use a lot of weapons.
That's inherent. Like, that won't be going away from Stingley, like that they will use everyone. I just don't think, to your point, I'm not sure that they get to it. Or maybe they will. Like, maybe it's just why go to a thing that is more difficult when you have something that is more obvious. Right, and if Stingley wants to take one of your 5 potential pass catchers away, that's fine. Let him go crazy with that, and we're just gonna hit you over the head with, I don't know, Travis Kelce over the middle or what have you. Right, like maybe that's the way that they ultimately go about this. But I don't know that they're going to operate in a place where they are fearful, and maybe this is where
that's the key thing.
And maybe this is where we let some of the actual Chiefs talk about this. Patrick Mahomes was actually asked about this defense as well, and I believe that this was, where is this audio, Reginald? But you see what I'm talking about, Patrick Mahomes. This is Patrick Mahomes talking about about this defense. What did you see from this Texans defense in the wild card game?
Yeah, I think what everybody's kind of known. I mean, that defense is extremely real. They have a great quarterback and a great coach, and we knew when we played in this last time it was a hard-fought game, and they get after the quarterback really well. They have really good secondary players, and the linebackers fly around. So it'll be a great challenge for us, and we'll have to play our best football.
So first of all, I got to apologize for subjecting you to Patrick Mahomes' voice. I probably should have put a trick in there. It is interesting that he started with the defensive line there, what he was talking about, right? Like, that's clearly first and foremost what they're talking about, what their focus is. So I don't know how much he gave credit to the secondary, absolutely, and then the linebackers, where it feels like he was just running down, the whole defense, really good.
Yeah.
I think that's first and foremost their priority, is making sure that they can keep Patrick upright and give him opportunities to get the ball out. But with that, I think they're going to move quickly, get the ball out, and not necessarily worry about as much, or probably not worry about as much, hey, this person, this individual, we're just getting the ball out.
But, you're right, and we've been talking about, just all the problems that Patrick Mahomes, offers, and some of the things that he does. A lot of times he's out of the pocket. We've been talking about him as it compares to C.J. Stroud and what C.J. Stroud might do out of the pocket. That is a lot of, improv, for lack of a better way to put it, that Patrick Mahomes does. I think he's not going to be able to help himself to say, oh, there's D-Hop. Let me try to get this ball in there. And there's Derek Stingley, either closing or making a play or whatever it may be. I think this could be another Derek Stingley game.
It's possible.
I really do.
I mean, and you have to hope, right? Wesley says it on the YouTube. Like, we keep saying that, but coaches keep testing him.
Yeah.
And then
Patrick Mahomes is prone to test and try to make these plays.
Yeah. But this is also one of the things that we were talking about, like in that development, and when we were talking about CJ, and how it seems like, at least to me, and you can tell me if you think I'm wrong, it feels like his development in some ways models is similar to Patrick Mahomes, not exact, in that it seems like defense has got to a place where they're going to not allow you to get kind of the deep shots that you like to have. We're going to force you to work underneath.
Yeah.
And with Patrick Mahomes, like, he's gotten very comfortable with, all right, I'm going to need to work underneath, and I'm going to need to make the plays that are necessary to get this done. And he's gotten very good at that. I think that he continues to be in that place, whether that's towards the outside where Stingley is likely going to occupy, or whether that's interior or what have you. Like, he has become very malleable while also finding the aggression in there. What that ultimately means, like, I don't know if that means that they'll go at Sting.
I don't think they're going to necessarily design to attack Sting. They're not.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think most coaches, most coordinators, play callers are getting to the point where we can't mess with that cat. Like, he's a shutdown corner. I think the Chiefs are more prone to do exactly that.
The Chargers felt like it was somewhat necessary because they just did not have that many targets.
Yeah.
I feel like that becomes a little less necessary with the Chiefs because they have all of the targets available. But, I mean, either way, you feel great that even if they do target him, that's cool. You think that he's capable of handling it. If they do not, that's the whole point, right? Like, that's the whole idea.
You can't lose.
You can take somebody away from an offense that wants to utilize that player.
Maybe that's where what I'm really saying here. You really, Derek Stingley is incredibly important in this game.
Agree.
Because you can't lose. If he takes away a third of the field, you win. If they test him, there's a good chance you're going to win. If they do it in improv, as Patrick Mahomes is prone to do, you still win. Like Derek Stingley is even before it starts, probably the most impactful player on how this game plays out. That's how good he is, and I think that's why this matchup is intriguing because of what the Chiefs do.
He's good. I won't say he's the most impactful player. I think I'll let
defensively for sure.
I'll let Andy Reid talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Andy Reid, what catches your eye the most about this Texans defense?
I mean, the first thing that jumps out at you is speed. That front can run. We didn't have a chance to play against Zero last year, or last time we played him a couple weeks back. And he's fast also as a linebacker, and he's kind of their main play caller there. So, but he can, the speed of the D-line, the linebackers just jump out at you. And they're real good. The hands of the secondary, those guys, they catch the ball. You don't see a lot of bobbles or drops or that. If you're presenting it close, they can go up and snag it.
No, look, we know what we feel and what we see with this defensive line. I'm just talking about, like, Stingley is going to be a big factor.
And there's clearly a lot of deference given by that Chiefs organization. Obviously, two of the main figureheads that are talking there, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. They come back around and like, yo, that secondary is a problem. But they start with that defensive line. That's going to be largely important. The legs, the legs of Patrick Mahomes. I vividly remember feeling that. I think we'll revisit some of our notes tomorrow from that game in Week 16. I vividly remember feeling that because remember he was coming in with the ankle injury from the week prior, and that was a big thing. We're like, oh, is he going to run? And boom, there he goes scrambling. In fact, I think
surprisingly, he did like 3 or 4 early.
Second most rushing yards in that game in Week 16, if my memory serves me correctly. All right. We've all agreed to this. Don't start again. Don't start with me again, Lopez.
That was Patrick Mahomes, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is keeping him in some ways bottled up, not allowing quarterbacks to tear you up with the run is going to be something that falls on the defensive line in addition to applying pressure because, again, remember that secondary benefits from the pressure that is generated up front.
Yeah.
Like that's still going to be the most important.
No, it's hand in glove.
Yeah.
No question.
And Azeez is the big wild card within this matchup because, as Andy Reid said there, you didn't see him in that matchup. That was game 2 of his suspension, right in the middle of it. That you missed him in that game. Like what additional elements does he bring to this matchup? In addition to the secondary and then that pass rush.
Well, the other thing that is interesting with the Chiefs, I mean, clearly, as Nick Wright said earlier, you can go back on Odyssey, the Odyssey app to hear that. This is just a practice. But the other thing about their offense, like they don't have the one guy. They don't have the one. They do have to spread the ball around.
That's correct.
So we know DeAndre Hopkins is having a good year, but it's not the same guy. Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, whatever you want to say. They don't have the guy that's just you want to maybe put Stingley on. And I don't know if that I think that might benefit the Texans.
We'll talk more about this tomorrow. I want to dig deeper into this, and I really want to revisit just how many times they threw to Stingley in general in that game. But yeah, he's obviously he's an important player, and you hear that. You hear that from both Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. This intense is something to be accounted for because that's why you're here. That's why the Texans are here is because of how stout this defense is, and it's going to need to be because this Kansas City Chiefs team has found a way to put points up all season long, but especially down the stretch. Well, I mean, closer to down the stretch because they haven't played in like 20-some days.
Exactly. Figgy, you got a listener saying that he can bring an industrial-sized pipe wrench to help you fix the board if you need
is that necessary?
Yeah, so I can slam this computer with it.
Yeah, that's how you would use it?
Yeah, that's the only way I can use it.
By the way, the Texans, we know what they will be wearing in this game. They'll be wearing, obviously, I keep want to call it battle red, and it's not that. The deep steel blue helmet, but white on white.
I like that. Everybody likes white on white, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Do you care about what the records are when they wear these colors versus the other colors?
God, that's irritating.
So we'll be
because that clearly matters.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it'll be white on white versus the Chiefs, obviously wearing their red on white. That's what we're looking at. Also, shout out to Jonathan Alexander who wrote a piece about this defensive line. Actually, I'll bring this up at 1:40. But the nicknames that this defensive line has, I would like to get into those with you.
Oh, we're going to do that.
I would very much like to talk to you about that. But yeah, practice going on as I mentioned. Shaq Mason practicing as is. It seems like Juice Scruggs, but that's going to be something that we need to watch. Mm-hmm. And I would love to hear what the coordinators say. If they at all speak about that, which is something I realize. I don't know that they'll be asked. Bobby will be asked specifically about that. But yeah, we'll hear from the coordinators later today. Probably down tomorrow on In the Loop. But coming up next, as I just need to go ahead and send it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Unless you need to pass on the mixtape to keep working on that back there. I feel like I see some. Are those pliers over there?
Nah. It's just a blowtorch.
You need a hacksaw or anything?
Yeah, I probably do need one.
Hacksaw.
But coming up on the mixtape, 20 years ago, the 40-year-old version was released, and somehow it made me think about y'all.
Oh, okay.
About us?
Yeah, I was playing that, and then we got
Lopez has kids. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then we got some stupid criminals.
Stupid
of course
criminals.
we do.
Always good. We'll do it next.
D&M,
Let's talk about
baby.
D&M Auto Leasing. D&M Auto Leasing.
analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Studio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. 20 years ago, not today, but this week, but 20 years ago, the movie that a lot of people like, 40-year-old version, was released. And a lot of people were showing a bunch of clips on social media, just kind of celebrated. And one scene in this movie made me think about y'all two.
Like Reggie and me.
Yep, y'all two.
Okay.
So y'all are pretty much, I would say the nerds of Sports Radio system when it comes to words, like big words.
Okay.
Y'all can have a word off, and I could be sitting here looking silly. So that kind of reminded me of the scene in 40-year-old version when Kevin Hart came in there.
Yes.
He was in there trying to get a discount on his TV, and this is how it sounded.
I'm also going to need that extended warranty on it for the price of on the house.
That I can't do.
Now don't be a be my all right, help me out.
Hold on. I ain't nobody's
Well, I mean, you somebody's wearing this tie.
Now you're being condescending. See, you've been warned, all right? Let's move forward amicably.
Okay, what's up? First of all, you throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect. Watch your mouth and help me with the sale.
Okay, see, now you found yourself a you were looking for a here now, see?
I kind of felt Kevin Hart on that a little bit because y'all be saying some words, and you know, in the spirit of that, I got a new drop, man.
First of all, you throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
That's right.
Every time y'all throw a big word out there, I'm going to hit that drop.
Just take
man.
it as disrespect.
Yeah, man. I find it disrespectful. I think Reggie said the word earlier. I was just like, huh?
Yeah. I saw you look. I saw you look. I don't even remember what it was.
Man, he just used that word in just a generic conversation. I was like, bro.
First of all, you throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Yeah, we're very verbose.
There you go, verbose. 40-Year-Old Virgin is one of those movies. We all have this movie or more that, it was out for like 15 years before I saw it for the first time.
Ooh. Oh, really?
Then I loved it. Those movies that everybody talks about that's been out.
Movies that you relate to.
And you absolutely late to. But then I loved it.
But that you actually loved?
Yeah.
Because I actually have a whole series of those.
Yeah.
John Wick. I ain't watched John Wick for a very long time, but when I got to John Wick, I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
Yeah.
Where I was like, "This is stupid. It's a dog. It's a movie about his dog dying and then really being mad.
Yeah.
That's dumb." And then I watched. I was like, "Oh, I get it. My bad.
That's good, man.
My bad." And it's actually really well written too, which I know there's people that will scoff at, but no, it actually is.
Yeah. Nah, it is. It is. So now we got some stupid criminals.
Always good.
Yeah. So how about this headline? A cop hired a hooker, and she stole his car.
I mean, you got to keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, so we're going to take it out to Virginia. So this happened in, I want to say...
Richmond?
Nah, it's not Richmond. Norfolk?
Yeah. That's a good number 2.
Around that area. Yeah. So we're going to go to Madison Pierman, WAVY-TV in Virginia, and she going to explain what happened.
Jerron Harry was a Hampton police officer when he met 20-year-old Alexis Copeland, a.k.a. Dream, on an app. Court documents say he told police he hired her for sex on December 30th. Those documents detail a meetup at an apartment in Virginia Beach off Lynn Haven Road. Harry told police he Apple paid Dream $100 for sex. Court documents said they laid in bed together before agreeing to shower. But Harry said Dream never joined him in the shower. Instead, he got out to realize his phone, keys, wallet, car, and Dream were gone, with his police credentials still in the vehicle. He called police using a neighbor's phone and explained what happened. Court documents show they were able to track down his vehicle in Norfolk with 2 people inside of it, Dream and a man she told police was her baby daddy. But Dream told police the Hampton police officer had agreed to let her use his car.
Of course he did.
Dude. I mean, what was she supposed to say that she stole it? Come on. I mean, you mean?
Hey, you go take a shower. I'll be waiting for you right here. Come on, man.
Man, how about Apple paying the $100?
How about $100?
Yeah, that's a cash business, dog.
Yeah.
That's gotta be
cash on Patreon, man.
Yeah, but I mean, that's it. $100.
Yeah, that dream was gone.
Yeah, I did like the way she put it. You know, his keys, his car, and dream was gone. Well, more than one. More than one.
He thought he had a what.
Yes.
That I won't say on this airway, but
what? Wow.
Salute to Martin Luther King.
Wow. That is, yep, MLK Jr. Day. Dr. MLK Jr. Day is in 5 days, and look at you.
How about the name of the station? WAVY? They're really called Wavy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm amazed that he didn't know what the game was. Right?
As an officer, right?
You just left all your stuff out in the open?
Yeah. Nah, he was too comfortable with her.
Yeah. First of all, took her back to the spot and all that.
Yeah.
Well,
you did say it was dumb.
Yeah, it was
and you weren't lying.
And it's crazy. I expected more from a cop, man. A cop would be a little more protective, right?
Or knowledgeable.
He went over to.
Hey, babe, I'm gonna go get in the shower. I'm waiting for you to join me.
Yeah.
Let me leave everything in my keys and all this stuff in the room with you.
I do want to know, what was the conversation with the neighbor? Right?
Yeah. Hey.
Hey, can I use your phone right now?
I just want to explain. So I'm a cop, right?
Where's your ID? Oh, well,
my car.
Funny story.
Everything is in my car.
Somebody stole my car. How'd they steal your car? Did they break in? Nah, see, they got my keys. How'd they get your keys? They were on the nightstand. They were in your house? Yeah, she was in my. Just let me borrow the phone.
Just imagine explaining to a sergeant.
Ooh, because I know that he called the local. He called. Maybe he didn't work in that particular area, but it's worse if you. Hey, oh yeah, no, you're not working today. Oh, that's not what I'm calling to talk about. That is not what I meant to talk about.
Hey, officer, what happened to your car? See what happened was.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? No way, it was a squad car, was it?
No, it was a squad car.
Oh,
it was?
No.
It was a squad car.
Oh no!
Oh, wow.
I want to say. I don't know.
It sounds like it's a personal car.
It could be. It could.
Because it's a lot worse if it's a squad car.
Yes, it was.
It could be, but he did have to report what happened. So,
man.
Can you play the very start of this for me one more time?
Jerron Harry was a Hampton police
officer.
officer.
Okay, I thought I heard right. That's what was. I was like, he can't come back to work after that, can he? He cannot come back to work after that.
He was.
Yeah, man. Damn shame what they did to that dog.
Yeah.
So for one criminal, I guess that's fair to call him a cop a criminal. From one criminal to another criminal. So Caitlin Clark got a stalker.
I was like, we talking about.
I'm so glad you're bringing this up.
I legitimately thought we were talking about what is it? Game of Thrones real quick. I was like, Caitlin Stark. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I got it.
I don't even know who the hell that is because I don't watch Game of Thrones.
I'm so glad you brought this up. Continue.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play this clip. This is the stalker that's going into court to be arraigned and all that stuff. And this is what he ended up blurting out during the whole situation.
Morning, Mr. Lewis.
Guilty as...
No, sir. This is initial hearing.
Oh.
We are not. You have a right to remain silent, and I to you to exercise that. Okay, this is just telling you what the charges are. You do not listen. I'll give you a chance to talk.
She's
not your time.
Throw me the bookie.
Stop talking.
Throw me the bookie. Guilty as charged.
That man said, I'm trying to save the taxpayers money right now.
He said guilty as charged. So, first of all, how do y'all, what's y'all thoughts on this?
Okay, first of all, clearly being a stalker and doing the things, I read the story too. This dude was nuts. You have to be you have to be crazy, to
I have not dug all the way into
these types of things. I mean, I'm talking for months. He was stalking Caitlin Clark, sending her messages and gifts and all that, like classic, out of a movie stalker behavior. So he's a crazy man, and he acted like one. It was my thought. They they bring him in. I don't know if he had his cuffs in front of him. I think he was cuffed in front.
Yeah, he was cuffed in front.
Cuffed in front. Literally rolls, gets behind the little counter there, the little table there, sits down, throws his head back, and says, "Guilty as charged."
And man walked in and said, "You already know."
So he's guilty as charged.
So I want to ask y'all this: what is something, not nothing like this, no stalking stuff or illegal stuff, but what is something somebody can accuse you of, and you could be like, "Guilty as charged, guilty as charged." Throw me the book. Because the one thing I would say, and this one, I'm guilty as charged. Every time I see a Taylor Rooks picture, I like it.
She said it does not matter.
You're talking about click on it.
Yeah, I would like it.
Shamelessly,
I would hit the
shamelessly
like
liking
button.
photos.
Yeah, guilty as charged.
Get in my bag in some moments there. I don't do it consistently. I can't say that I'm in that same place as being as shameless in that regard. I'm trying to think.
I told Sean this the other day. Well, it's been a while, but I told Sean this. You know how you, on Instagram, you know, all your favorites, and they immediately, the algorithm immediately starts popping up things that you follow a lot or click on a lot. There's only 3 things on my Instagram, and I am guilty as charged. Dogs, like, you know, dog stories or doing funny things or whatever. Fishing, and women in bikinis.
Hey,
guilty as charged.
Hey, guilty as charged.
Yeah, guilty as charged.
I would like to add to that too. I got, like, for some reason, like, just me looking at a couple reels of some dogs, like, getting groomed and stuff like that.
They pop up like crazy.
Yeah, they pop up like
There's some really good ones too.
Yeah, like people dyeing their dogs and stuff like that. So a lot of that. It's a lot of Instagram models on my timeline.
Yeah, so
man.
all you're missing is fishing, and you'd be like mine.
Yeah, y'all got to curate it a little bit more. You know what I mean? Don't. But yeah, no, I'm trying to think. What is
where you're guilty as charged?
Yeah. Because again, I want to be more shameless about that. I do, but I can't. I'd be lying if I said that I ultimately was as shameless as you guys are about any and everyone. Just like, boop, here's the light, you got it. Sometimes I feel shame, so that stops me from getting to that.
Guilty as... No.
No, I'm trying to help you.
She was trying too hard to help him.
He leaned back and said, guilty as charged. Throw me the bookie.
She was trying way too hard to help him out. Just let him go. He knows where
he go to jail.
Just let him be where he needs to be.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to get y'all out of here on this. So Lamar Jackson, he's currently in the playoffs trying to get to that his first Super Bowl. Did you know he got his own perfume?
No, I didn't know this.
He have his own perfume, and this is probably a good debate for fellas to have. He is a fan of perfume more than cologne.
Is that a trend? I've seen that a lot.
I'm going to let him explain it to you.
What made me want to make my own cologne is me just wanting to smell good. Okay, people may not know this about me, but I rather prefer like girl perfume or something, like some real soft. So that's what made me want to create something unisex, you know, instead of just all about us men. You know, I was like, man, I like to smell like a female sometimes, so get something that can, you know, be in between.
Guilty as charged. This is my guilty as charged.
That's your guilty as charged.
I'm with them because this is the thing, right? And I can speak from a level of experience with this.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't say that you smell like a woman. They say you smell good.
Yeah.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
So if that works, that's what it is. Like, legitimately. Why? Also, this is the question I have, because like the people in these industries clearly don't think that we like some of the stuff. Because I'm like, why do I got to smell like bark? Like, here's teak.
Oh, totally agree.
Or
Yeah,
ocean.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Why I got to smell like that?
Yeah, they think we supposed to walk around and smell like tiki wood and all.
Like, it's all the men's fragrances. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say all, because you get to some like more advanced, but it's all like musk in these things, and I'm like, all right, kind of, but sometimes you want to smell like legitimately, and the women seem to enjoy that. They seem to
I'm
appreciate
feeling like
that.
this is kind of a trend, or maybe it's all a result of Lamar Jackson. I've seen a lot, like whether it's on social media or whatever, like this is a more, you know, neutral type phrase. I'm like, okay, and I actually hear you. I agree. I don't use cologne a lot unless I'm going to a wedding or, you know, whatever. And mine is it's too strong for me. So
that's another thing.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
too strong.
Now I will say this stance, I do stand on it strongly. However, it does get you to a bad place sometimes, because I accidentally got like a lotion that smelled like, and you guys remember this, it smelled like shortbread cookies. So I was walking around, people were like, who brought cookies in here? I'm like, damn it.
That's me.
Yeah.
And it was completely like, I was just like, damn, I bought it at this point. Might as well try and use it. And I was like, nope, can't do that. Can't be walking around smell like you're, you know, have a stash of shortbread cookies in your pants. That's crazy.
Yeah, I will say I never used perfume before, but like a lot of sweet lotions, like I'm a big fan of. Like I don't
like it real strong. I could kind of get down with something a little.
Like if I had a choice, I would rather go with the sweet. I mean, I don't want to call it female lotion or anything, but I'd rather go with that. And
Smell like fruits and berries and such.
Yeah, I'd rather smell like fruits and berries than a male locker room or something like that.
Axe.
Yeah. I don't want to smell like no damn axe.
I hate
axe. God.
Yeah.
Man, middle school. It would bring you back to middle school, man. Yeah, I ain't trying to smell like no axe.
Somebody said guilty of crushing on fly from LSU. Okay. Wow, they said we tripping.
About what?
About the smelling.
The cologne?
The smell good.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It kind of been like that with guys for years, though, man. It just wasn't out there in the public. Like a lot of guys would try to use the girls' lotion in school. I remember in high school, guys like, let me get some of that lotion in.
Yeah.
Like it smells better.
That is kind of a fun thing to do, though. Stealing your ladies' lotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They hate it, but it's because they got good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They got good stuff.
Women fishing in bikinis. He missed with dogs. That would be my the 210.
Dogs with women with dogs
fishing
who are fishing in their bikinis.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's just the ultimate post for you.
That's
If you're trying to thirst trap John Lopez, put that photo right there. Somebody said Figgy B wearing the cherry blossoms lotion. Don't knock it till you try it.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong with that.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah, man. It smells sweet.
It'll do the work that you need. I'm just saying.
I might stay away from the cotton candy. The cotton candy smell.
That might be a little bit much.
Yeah.
It might be a little. Somebody said, ever try Cuba cologne? I have no idea what that even means.
Cuban cologne?
I don't know. It just says Cuba cologne. So I'm like, is that like Cuba Gooding Jr.? Does he have a cologne? Because I would not smell. I would never smell that. I would never wear that. That man is a wild boy. Oh, speaking of Cubans, though, the Astros just signed.
Yeah, they did. 16-year-old?
16-year-old young man. He's an outfielder. Really good bat, in fact. And, of course, in this moment, as I'm going to say that, I forget what the young man's name is, which is really problematic because, like, that's the whole point of saying this. But nice outfielder who is, again, 16. His name is Kevin Alvarez. A Cuban outfielder officially signed with the Astros today. Bonus deal. Bonus is $2 million. And according to a lot of scouts, one of the most complete hitters, if not the most completer in this entire class. So adding to the farm, so to say, for the Astros. Obviously 16, so you're not going to see him in the majors for a little bit, but
just a couple months.
All right. He said a couple of months. All right, no, don't do that. I'm not smelling like white diamonds. I'm not trying to smell like your Auntie Pearl. We're not doing that, okay?
So Charlie Brown.
That's crazy.
Brute. Oh,
ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. All right.
Or that brown leather.
Yeah.
No, it's that brown or whatever that is. Nah.
No, thank you. All right. Somebody said gotta draw the line at glitter. Of course, glitter is useless. Glitter is not good for any. All right, I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, Fine. We'll talk about officials, all right? We'll talk about officials, and then we'll hand it over to The Drive with Clinton Ron. We'll do it next.
In the Loop. Come on.
investments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you have enjoyed hanging out with us today on this Wednesday. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. Practice also going on, the second of 3 practices on the week. They'll finish it out tomorrow, and we'll hear from coordinators today.
And Saturday practice, right?
Today is.
Oh, I see what you're doing. All right, Nick Wright. I was like, what is he talking about? It took me a second to get a
practice
feeling.
is Saturday
No.
for the Chiefs.
If you listen to Nick Wright, who did join us earlier today, 10:20, go ahead and radio rewind or check the podcast page if you want to see what's happening there. Appreciate him joining us, even though he was a little dismissive of the Texans.
Oh, he was on point. I mean, on his point.
Yeah.
He was on brand.
He sure was.
Yeah.
And if you want to see off the Texans before they head out to the game on Saturday, they fly. They're getting out of here around noon. Noon is when when people are heading over to NRG and sending the boys off on the buses before they go onto the planes to get themselves to Kansas City. And parking would be in the green lot if you want to do that. Again, that is Friday. I was about to say tomorrow because for some reason it feels like a Thursday. I think I have also shifted my schedule with the Texans. For some reason I keep thinking today's Thursday. It is Wednesday.
It's their Thursday. It's not our Thursday.
That is right. On Friday, the actual Friday, is when we'll do that. Noon, correct.
Yeah.
And then on Saturday, we'll get a game between the Chiefs and the Texans that will be officiated by Clay Martin, who this is his 5th playoff game. And yes, I know someone was asking, is this right that the Chiefs have not lost when he's officiated it? Yeah, the Chiefs are 6-0 straight up. When he is officiating, and the Texans, mind you, though, are also where was it? And I lost it. Okay, that's fine. But apparently, with this crew, offensive penalties accounted for 58.5% of the penalties this year, which is second only to Sean Hockley. So offensive penalties are going to be a place and to maybe focus on.
What's up, Laramie?
Yeah, man. Combination of false start and offensive holding will be key. Yeah. And anybody that you know,
how many you think he gonna have this game?
He's gonna have at least 1.5.
I'm gonna say
is the over under 7.5.
Let's say 1.5.
I'm gonna say 2. I'm gonna say 2.
You?
Yeah,
I'm going under. I can say 1.
And honestly,
I'm talking false starts.
Yeah, I hear you.
In the cold.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
City.
Yeah, that's the thing on the road.
Well, here's
that crowd. That place gonna be loud. I think you're gonna have 2.
It will be loud.
Maybe early. Hopefully early.
Yeah, hopefully not at all. But it is also fair to note because we were sitting in that press box, and I think there was a point where I absolutely mentioned it to you guys. I think it was in the first half where Laramie was rocking, and it wasn't called, but he was getting out of there early. If he continues on that, especially if you have an offensive crew that is more inclined to call those penalties, then that might show up. And then also Clay Martin led crews apparently called only 17.3% of their penalties on 3rd down. So maybe that's going to be a place where you could possibly get physical and use that physicality to, and maybe a little bit of leeway to get yourself a level of advantage against the Chiefs.
It's got to be data they're looking at too, right?
Oh, 100%.
Right?
Yeah, I'm getting all this courtesy of NFL ref stats. They do a good job of kind of compiling these things. But yeah, man, that might be a place where you have an opportunity to get an advantage. But yeah, apparently the Chiefs are above average penalized on defensive 3rd down. So maybe the Texans and the Texans are way above average penalized on offense 3rd down. So
there we go.
That might conflict with kind of the thought process, but we'll see if that ultimately plays in. Are you somebody who buys into the ref bias thing that I know that a lot of fans have talked about with the Kansas City Chiefs?
Absolutely not. I think we all know, we've all seen about bad calls, horrible calls. I think those are all individually bad calls. The whole stat with, is it Clay Martin? What's his name? Whatever it is.
Yeah. It is Clay Martin.
Clay Martin,
who is the chief on this.
I think it's silly. He's 6-0 calling Chiefs games. Well, the Chiefs are what? They a lot of refs they're 6-0 with because they're really good.
Yeah, they've won a lot of games.
They're really
they end up
good.
winning football games.
You tend to be 6-0 with certain referees, and then there's this, and I think it's pretty important. It's not going to be his crew, his normal crew.
Correct.
It's going to be an assortment of officials.
There's some officials from Hockley, Blakeman, and Brad Rogers crews. But, I mean, all these things come together in such a way where they've tried to account for that. But yeah, man, this is all just to give you a little bit of an idea. And one thing I can tell you for certain, NFL teams look at these things to give them a little bit of an idea. It's not going to be the end all be all. In fact, D'Amico Ryans was talking about it in his availability because, again, they did a good job of, the assembled media did a good job of trying to asking him, but of various things. They asked him about like what goes into the interactions with the officiating crew before games. D'Amico's 10 here, Figgy. I apologize. I should have given you.
When it comes to the officiating crew, we meet prior to the game, right? They'll come in and they'll ask if I have any questions on anything that I've seen on film from the other team. They'll give me feedback from anything that they've seen that possibly that we're doing that we need to correct. So it's been really great communication with the officials, just making sure we're on the same page. For you have by the reporting, captains, all the standard things you go over, but mainly just to answer, they're available to answer any questions that I may have prior to the game. And our officials done a great job of communicating right during the game as well. So the guys have been doing a great job of just keeping the lines of communication open. Anytime we have questions during the game, the head ref, he's available and he's ready to come over at any time and answer. So our refs have been doing a good job.
I think this is, as I just mentioned, is vastly overstated and overrated. We could well be sitting here on Monday, going, "Whoa, can't believe they got that call. It changed the game." It happens, of course it does. It's something we talk about a lot. But I don't expect the officiating to have any impact or any biases.
Well, yeah, that's the tough part about it. Is like. The officiating might have some like impact.
Might be a
because
bad call.
Might
be a couple bad calls.
That's part of the human element that I think a lot of people clamor for in these instances. But yeah, this is where I think what is it? The kind of like a general youth sports type of thing is like, hey man, you have to play in such a way where the refs don't have an opportunity to impact the game. A shout out to the 713, hearkening back to you remember Nicole?
Oh yeah.
Don't forget about the cartels.
The
cartels.
The cartels.
Yeah, it is.
We got to keep the cartels.
You know what?
Off
I take back everything I said.
Yeah, we got to keep the cartels off this one. I understand Clay Martin's here, and he calls false starts and stuff. We got to make sure that the cartels don't get to Clay.
Nicole sees the plan working.
Nicole knows what's happening.
Yeah, she knows what's up.
That's right. Let's welcome in the fellas of the drive. It is Clint. It is Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Fitz. What was it?
Juan Felipe.
Felipe. Raphael. Felipe.
We were just going to change the name.
Fitz and Felipe in the building. What's going on, fellas?
Yo, doing pretty good.
It's Whitney show.
Yeah. Oh, man. Earlier today, we got into our question of the day, which really popped off. Apparently, sports hatred is something that people enjoy talking about. We were just kind of parsing what sports hatreds that you were going to take with you till the day that you die. Of course, I started with Karl Malone, despicable human being.
Jack used to be here.
Yeah, Jack used to be.
Hate that guy.
He started it off because apparently he's trying to take some credit for this current Texans team out there in the public as he tries to maybe go through the car wash and get himself another job maybe. Is there a sports hatred that you're just going to hold on to till the day that you die?
I don't feel as strongly about Jack as many folks around here do, but there is a I don't know if I'd give it the hate energy.
Yeah. Sports hate. We're doing it in fun.
Well, no, even sport. It's just disgusting.
I feel like Jack for some of y'all.
The slimy human being that uses the religious front is maybe some of the scummiest out there.
Yeah.
So that one will definitely be one that I would probably hold. Bobby Petrino and the motorcycle at Arkansas.
Oh yeah, boy!
I mean, we were preseason top 5 after winning a BCS or losing a BCS bowl to the Ohio State Buckeyes in New Orleans with Ryan Mallett, and he has top 5 rank coming in that next year when he decided to take that pretty little blonde on that motorcycle ride.
I can't say that I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again.
By choice. And then lie about it. And I mean, my man had people picking him up and giving him rides to a gas station and then picking him up at the gas station, taking him to the house, and still lied about it, thinking nobody was going to talk. I mean, that would happen in a big city if you was a head coach. You're in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, when I topped the hill, I don't know how many of y'all ever drove to Fayetteville, but when you drive to Fayetteville, it used to be big time until they had this big highway built. But you top that old hill and you can see the whole town.
Mm-hmm.
And right there, boom, looking down, you can see the university, baseball stadium, football. It's all right. It's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful views you could ever get of a university. After Bobby Petrino, I topped that hill. the pit of my stomach. And it's hard for me because I ain't that kind of guy. I mean, because I didn't know skin in the game. I didn't play for the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have cried right there. Right. So yeah, Bobby's going.
That's a good one.
No, that's a good one.
And I could forgive him, and I could be okay. He's there now. I could be okay with Bobby, but
it's still in there somewhere.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're rolling.
Yeah.
And we don't typically roll. We only been rolling so many times, Ron. So yeah, that was. I mean, I would imagine Arkansas fans, me and Bobby stand probably shoulder to shoulder. Mm-hmm. I mean, mine was a fumble, his was a motorcycle accident. I mean, I would imagine. I mean, we were right there. We could reach out and touch at least a trip to the SEC championship and potential national championship. So could Bobby.
Wasn't no immorality with yours, though.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Probably be a little easier if there was.
Yeah, my sports hate tends to go to my own guys.
Oh, okay. We didn't get enough of that. Like, there wasn't a lot of the backup cornerbacks people to hate.
I would say number one, when I think about like what sent me to tears as a 7th grader or an 8th grader, Mike Bibby. Hate Mike Bibby's guts.
Agree, and mine is so irrational.
34-1, Kansas. Jock Vaughn, Rafe LaFrance, one of the best teams. The only game they lost was triple overtime to Missouri. Hate Corey Tate as well. And then, hey, Sweet 16. Birmingham, Alabama. Hey, all right, playing Arizona. Who are these guys? I don't know who Mike Bibby is or Jason Terry. Don't really know these guys. We're going to run right through these dudes. Yep. And they just ruined ruined me for about a good month. And it was him. It was him, that damn Mike Bibby. Who is that guy?
To be fair, he played
hated
his ass
him
off.
with the Kings. Him and Miles.
Hey, that's not going to help anything here.
Lynn Elliott.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Bibby's one of them guys we might want to be careful about what we say. Bibby's.
Bibby's jacked.
Yeah, but isn't he pretty rough around the edges? Isn't he one?
I don't remember.
I don't
remember him and Henry Bibby. Bibby's kid.
But if he is, he's got the physicality to handle this if he needs to.
One of them fellas in that era, one of the smaller players that was a guard that
connected
comes across as very.
For some reason, I keep thinking Doug Christie, but I don't think that's exactly what we're going for.
Your new head coach of the
Somebody out there's like, you hear stories about like, damn, I didn't know.
That guy
does that?
I didn't know that's how.
Like Marvin Harrison.
Wait, black belt. I would not say his name.
The black belt.
Marvin is one of them, though.
I get uncomfortable saying his name.
To that young man at that car wash.
Ooh, okay. So you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston. That was Ron and Clint. That had nothing to do with me. And Odyssey Station right now. The Drive is live.
Nah, I'm talking to you, Marv. Yeah, man, we know your work. We know your work, Marv. All right, The Drive is live, as it is divisional round week, as the Texans will take on the Chiefs. We'll get to a lot of that throughout the day, and a busy day on The Drive. Rod White. Nope, that's wrong. Rod Wright. That's a tough one coming together, man, that R and that W. Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, will join us. I think he coaches probably the most important group, or at least one of the most important groups in this game for the Texans. We'll talk to him. You'll hear Bobby Slowick right here live in the 3 o'clock hour. So a lot to get to, along with our guy, 440 Texans Report with Brandon Scott. So a lot to get to today. I do want to pass this across. Shaq Mason did not practice, did not practice again. He's been out since the Chiefs game, the first go-around, December 21st.
Well, Shaq Mason was at practice.
I'm sorry. He is at practice. I'm sorry. He is at practice. I read that wrong. He is at practice. Thank you, Tyler. He is at practice. He has been out since the knee injury he suffered against the Chiefs. Along with him also being at practice, Azeez Alshire, Robert Woods, and Juice Scruggs, who didn't practice yesterday, they returned to practice as well. So the injury part, at least unofficially right now, is looking it is getting better for the Texans. When we get the official injury report, we'll be able to check that out. But there it is. Guys are back at practice that missed yesterday, and it looks like if Shaq Mason is playing, they got a decision to make coming up. I know the reason why I think he practiced. He wasn't in the starting first team. Mm-hmm. The starting first team was the way it has been with Juice playing that right guard spot and Titus Howard at the left guard spot. So we'll see what happens. But at least if he is practicing, a decision to make, coming up for the Texans with Shaq Mason.
Yeah, look, it's a good problem to have. I mean, you got two guys you believe in at right guard. One of those guys could swing over to left guard if need be. And with the struggles of Titus Howard last week at that guard position, anything is possible. Now you got Chris Jones across the ball from you this week, so I would imagine that from a pass protecting standpoint, they would probably stand pat with Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard inside at the guard position right there. That would make sense, but it wouldn't surprise me the way they've juggled offensive linemen all year long. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't feel really comfortable, assuming that Shaq Mason practices well and that knee is right and he's able to change direction and play that guard position at a high level throughout practice and at least move efficiently. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they didn't make some adjustments on the offensive line. They've done it all year long. They've shown no hesitation in doing it. So we'll see. But right now I would imagine they would keep it as is until Shaq Mason gets a few healthy practices under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the experience level, maybe that'd be the thought of, all right, we're going to have a Juice Scruggs who's been playing the position for about, a month maybe?
Yeah.
And not to mention he was injured in the time of playing the position, but not playing the position for a long time here at right guard with Titus Howard. With that's not his natural position, you could see maybe a shift. But to me, I don't think so. I don't know why you would change anything based off of what just happened.
Yeah,
last week.
you just like
unless Shaq Mason had been playing great, and that wasn't what you.
Well, it's a straight vet money move if they make that move. I mean, it's not because of play. I mean, look, there is nothing more impressive about last week. I'll say even more so than the defense for me. Now I know the defense was a bigger part of why they won the game, but to me the unexpected, like, holy cow, I didn't know the Texans had that in them right now, was the ability to run the football. And it wasn't just in the fourth quarter. There were some very solid runs and run blocking in the third quarter as well. That was really, really impressive and unexpected. So again, to your point, Ron, when you go out there and you put that on display against a good front like the Chargers front, I don't know how quick you want to be to make the adjustments right there. I think those guys running the football were awfully impressive at times last week.
Yeah, especially the second half, especially that final drive. And it is going to be very, very key, Clint. The guys up front have one of their best games of the season to protect not just the run game, but to protect C.J. Stroud. And let's move into that, Clint, because last week when they played the Chargers, I said it, I don't think C.J. Stroud needs to be great. I think this is one where, I said I don't even think he needed to outplay Justin Herbert. Well, hell, Davis Mills outplayed Justin Herbert last week with what Justin Herbert did. So, yeah, he accomplished that. I just simply thought, hey, man, no mistakes. Don't get the Texans beat, because I felt like the Texans defense could keep the game in a way where they didn't have to go off offensively. This week, Clint, and the people out there, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you know how we do it on the drive. You can jump in as well. Do you think this week he needs to have an A game? He needs to have a performance that matches the quarterback on the other side?
Yeah, look, last week it was just eliminate the bull jive. Just eliminate the silly turnovers, eliminate the bad misses, and we'll be okay. Little did I know the defense is going to go out there and give you 4 turnovers. Anytime you get 4 or 5 turnovers, your defense gets 4 or 5 turnovers in a game. All the pregame expectations and analysis is out the window. The game is flipped on its head, so who knows what's going to happen. The reality of it is my expectations for last week's game was play your B game, eliminate the bad misses, eliminate the silly interceptions. He didn't eliminate the silly interception. In fact, he did it early on in the game, and they still got a victory out of that thing. Again, the defense playing lights out. If they go out there and get 3, 4, 5 interceptions, then the same thing will happen this week. But going into the Kansas City game, I believe this is one where CJ's got to have his A game. I think CJ's got to have his A game this weekend versus the Chiefs. It's not just about eliminating silly mistakes, and it's not just about being a good game manager. I think CJ Stroud's got to bring his A game. Again, it doesn't have to be in shootout fashion. It's just all the middle of the road stuff, the bad misses, the silly interceptions, the holding the football on critical downs, taking sacks when you're in the red zone. Like, all that stuff has to be elite, has to be special, has to be great, has to be on point for C.J. Stroud. And here's why. Because, and I know C.J.'s not playing Pat Mahomes, but ultimately this is the level of play that you're going to get from Pat Mahomes. Because Pat Mahomes, in the divisional round in his career as a starter, my man is 6-0. His completion percentage is 70% plus. His touchdown to interception, passing touchdown to interception ratio, 13-0. His total touchdowns versus giveaways, that's obviously him running the football and throwing the football. And on the turnover perspective, that's fumbles and interceptions. 16-0, folks. Passer rating in divisional round of the playoffs in 6 ball games as a starter, 115.8. Pat Mahomes is elite and has been elite enough times in the divisional round of the playoffs for us to fully expect that's the Pat Mahomes that you're going to get in this ball game. And with that said, if that's what Pat's going to play, if that's what Chiefs are, how the Chiefs are going to be quarterback, C.J. Stroud's going to need to do something similar, unless D'Amico's defense can go out there and turn him over and make these stats that I just read to you not hold up for a 7th time for Pat Mahomes in a divisional round. But going into this game, you got to look at it like.
So you do look at this, because you don't do this a lot. You do look at the Texans' offense, and C.J. Stroud clearly have to be affected by potentially what Mahomes and their offense will do.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't think you go into the game and saying, hey, we got to get outside of our skin because Pat Mahomes on the other side of the field. I'm just saying you can't slow start. You can't waste series. You can't waste downs. You can't have dumbass interceptions. You can't, the way he ran the football, as decisive as he was in running the football, that's how decisive he's got to be the entire game. The way he was selective and played low to high and got the football out of his hands and protected himself in the second half is how he's got to play the whole game. We've seen C.J. Stroud be great this year for a half of football. We've seen C.J. Stroud go out there and have an unbelievable drive and be disciplined and be selective when he takes his risk. We've seen C.J. Stroud be great for a portion of a game. We've yet to see him go out there and be great for 4 quarters. I believe that if C.J. – and again, when I say great, I'm not talking about 5 touchdowns and 350 yards.
Yeah.
I'm talking about consistent, efficient, solid quarterback play for 4 quarters. Decisive, instinctual.
Your game.
Trust your game. The Texans can win this damn ball game. Ain't no doubt about it. But those little careless mistakes, pissing away a drive here or there, they bite you when the opponent is this experienced and at the end of the day, this proven. Pat Mahomes, those numbers are absolutely ridiculous.
This defense was crazy last week against the Chargers. Do you think CJ needs to have his A game? Because when you're talking about this, in my mind, I'm thinking, A game can be a lot of different ways. What should be his approach and mindset? Should the mindset, Clint, be, hey, mistake-free, right? Not as you said, not making any dumb decisions, mistake-free? Or, Tyler, should he be in there like, F it, man, I got to let it rip. I got to let it go. Put
it on the table.
I got to hunt to make play. I got to make plays in this game. What should his mindset be? Because there is a thought, Clint, that, hey, make mistake-free football also kind of can move into safe. And that's a wonder. Should he go out there and say, man, I've got to go. I got to make some plays here.
Yeah, no,
I got to take some chances. I got to take a little bit more risk.
I know you asked Tyler. I'm with you. F it, let it rip.
Are you really? Because you're never really there.
Well, no, look, I don't have any. Well, you got to be there now. You got to get. If you win this one, guess what? You're going to be next week, Buffalo or Baltimore. Got to be there again. I mean, we're at that point where you've got now. There's I can deal with an F it, let it rip interception. Hey, you got no running up the seam, and you think you can fit that joker in there, and the linebacker tips it and the safety picks it. I ain't no problem. You're playing aggressive. I get it, right? The floating to the sideline and throwing it up to John Mechie, who's fading to the sideline, and there's 2 linebackers undercutting him that both of them have a chance at. That's dumb mistakes.
Oh no,
I'm with you on that. He's got to go play.
I think there's got to be a little bit more risk.
Yes,
this week
absolutely.
For CJ
calculated.
To try to make plays.
Calculated. Yeah. On time, on script, on schedule, calculated risk, if you will. You know what I'm talking about when I say the silly stuff that we've seen. I mean whether it's timid and missing the touchdown to Tank Dell, it turns into an interception, or it's the silly stuff like we saw this week, this past weekend, the interception early in the game. That's the kind of stuff that he's got. He can play let's let it rip type of football and eliminate those things from his game. Yeah. And we're at a point in the season where this is what it's going to take.
If I'm a Texans fan, I'd rather CJ, because last week it would have been like, hey man, you don't have to take as much risk.
Sure.
Because I think, like as I said, I think the defense was going to give the Chargers problems.
Yep.
And to me, it felt like last week. In my mind, I'm thinking, what'd you say? How many points do you think it would take to win? I'm thinking between 20 and 24 is what it would have taken. Now, clearly, we saw it took 12 or 13, but between 20 and 24, I don't know that you can walk in this game in the playoffs in Arrowhead against that team and think that. I'll never forget Tom Brady, that first Super Bowl, when Charlie Weiss came over to him, Rams, the last 2 minutes, and he said, hey, be smart. We're backed up. Hey, we still have overtime. It's not. And then when he walked away, Drew Bledsoe walked over to him and said, man, F that. Let it rip, Tommy.
Yep.
And he made some plays. It feels like, as you said, now where they are in the playoffs with the teams that are left, it's got to be more, let it rip. And I will say this, as somebody who has covered the Chiefs and all of their games in this run, the two quarterbacks that have gotten the Chiefs play the style of game that CJ plays. There's only two,
Burrow
and Tom. Those are only two people that have beaten the Chiefs and Mahomes in this time frame, and they both play a similar game to CJ Stroud.
Well, that's why last week, Ron, with CJ's decisiveness with his legs was what gave me so much hope, man. That's a mindset, and when that is your mindset, that dude's special, man. If he gets in his own heads, we got problems. But when he's in that mindset of being just make a decision and live with that sucker, man. Let's let it ride. He's been really, really good. So last week's running from C.J. Stroud gave me a lot of hope, and it's more about the decision making than it is necessarily him using his legs. So we'll see. Now's the time, baby.
Real quick. Last year, very similar. Going into the divisional round, you won the South. You won the comfy in a blowout in the wild card against the Browns last year. You go to the number one seed. Are you feeling better about this year's divisional round game or last year's divisional round game? You feel better this year?
No, I think I'm still last year.
Yeah.
I think if you compare the two, I think I'm still there. I'm an offensive-minded guy. I was a lot more confident in what they were doing offensively last year than I am this year. But I'm going to tell you, man, that the defense and the way that they played, it's a lot tighter right now than I thought it would be, because that defensive performance last week was better than the offensive performance against the Browns last year in Week 1. So, if I weren't an offensive guy, it'd probably be difficult to answer that question.
I think I agree with you, just because I think it just comes down to like the confidence level in CJ and Bobby.
Yep.
At this time last year is different. I still think they're clearly fighting up, but you would I think just naturally you feel better if your quarterback is the one that is rolling, as opposed to other things.
Well, you feel like, because whether you need to score 20 points or 40 points, either way it goes, for me with the CJ and Bobby Slowick thing is it all boils down to how good do you feel in a 2-minute situation, down 2 points and you need to go 50 yards to get in field goal range, or down 4 points and you need to go 60 yards to get a touchdown. How good do you feel about this team? And I feel good about their ability. It's the up and down nature of all year long of the issues that we've seen come up. So I'm not as confident this year as I was last year. But you flip the script and you say, hey, how confident are you in this defense being able to stop Pat Mahomes versus what we had last year? I would bank on this team 10 out of 10. This defense 10 out of 10 times, obviously. So, that's a good conversation.
It's very similar. It's very similar going against the 1 seed, going against a team that's probably heavily favored, as I think the line is 8 the last time I saw it. It's just the quarterback feel is different than it was last year. Because everything's Nico was the only receiver, right? Your other guys that were injured last year too.
Yep.
Tank was it. It just feels different from the quarterback. All right, we did these last week in the Charger game. We'll do it again this week. The must-haves. These are must-haves. Must-haves for the Texans to be in this game Saturday against the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll discuss that coming up next.
For a wild card underdog, the Texans showed plenty of fight in a 32-12 blowout against the Chargers.
CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the 15, 10, Mixon across the 5, Mixon to the pylon, Mixon to the end zone!
Let's do it again this weekend against the Chiefs.
Insider access, exclusive content, sports.
reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Saw it. I see people texting in, getting more excited as the week goes by. It should be. It should be a fun game, man, on YouTube and Twitch. Said I'm getting more and more excited. My fandom is starting to come out.
Come on, baby. Let's get it.
There you go. There you go.
It is hump day.
It is hump day. It is hump day. And
don't turn the corner.
A couple more days, and it will be game day here for the Texans as they face the Chiefs. As we said, coming up here, we look forward to hearing from the defense coach, Rod Wright.
Not Roddy White. Not the old wide receiver.
Wright. No. Forget about him.
Rod Wright.
Yeah. So he'll be coming
Not
up
to be
here.
confused.
Not to be confused. Roddy, not to be confused. He'll be coming up here in the next segment, hopefully. But in this game, there's some things where, must-haves that they need, that it feels like right now, walking into it, that they need to have going into this game to give themselves a chance. And I've said it this week, and some have had issues or whatever with the conversation, but they cannot they cannot just, to me, punt the first 28 minutes of the game the way they did.
Yeah.
The way they did on Saturday against the Chargers.
We don't like that.
Yeah, it's simple, man. It's simple.
Can't do it.
The reality of it is everybody in the playoffs that's still alive is stepping up in a weight class. That wild card round is exactly that, wild card round. You got playoff caliber teams. Now you've got a bunch of teams that feel like they are, or they've proven that they are, Super Bowl contenders, and it is stepping up a weight class. The Texans gotta have this week versus Kansas City. Ron hit the nail on the head. For me, first and foremost, it's a fast start. And again, you don't get to interpret fast start, to mean what you want it to mean. When I say fast start, I mean you got to come out. You may go 3-and-out on the first drive. You may get a blitz field position and you punt and pin them deep. It may be no points. But what you can't afford to do is waste drives shooting yourself in the foot. Whether it's your best offensive tackle giving up sacks, whether it's your a highly paid right tackle that's playing guard, getting penalties that pull plays back, your quarterback throwing meaningless interceptions, your wide receivers fumbling early in games or having drops in games. You just cannot start that way and expect to win games. And that is never more so the truth than when you're playing Kansas City in the playoffs at their place. So, Ron, I think number one is they got to get off to a fast start against the Kansas City Chiefs.
And to go into that, within the fast start, they've got to weather, and this could be a part of the fast start, weather the early punch that the Chiefs are probably going to try to throw. Because I'm telling you, you all have seen Arrowhead in the playoffs. That place is going to be crazy.
Yep, weather in the storm
it's going to be crazy. Mahomes and them, they have not played since Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to come out and try to throw an opening punch. A knockout punch from the jump. And you got to weather that storm. Like coming out of the first quarter and you're on the mat, that can't work. And be different from the way it was earlier in the month. Can't come out, touchdown, interception to start it off the way you did. So.
Yeah, when it's all said and done, if your defense goes out there and creates 4 or 5, you can do what the hell you want to. But going into the game, you got a plan to get off to a fast start. You got to appear to have prepared and be ready to play and not wait until you're 20 minutes into the ball game before you start rocking and rolling. The Texans are plenty capable of that. And I would expect that is a big-time emphasis offensively this week in preparation for Kansas City. So, number one, fast start. Ron, number two, for me, it goes back. You've heard it before. It's a hill that I'll die on. I'm going to beat the dead horse, right? C.J. Stroud has to eliminate the stupid interceptions. He has to eliminate. I know last week that was one of my gotta-haves, and he did it, and we still won a game. But, again, You throw early interceptions like that. You turn the football over the way Mechie did early on. You force your defense into a position where they've got to hold a really good offense to field goals. They've got to go out and get 4 turnovers, and one's a pick 6 and damn near another one taken back to the house in order to have a convincing win. The reality of it is, CJ, you can throw a pick. You can throw a pick, but it can't be the elementary picks. It can't be throwing balls up for grabs. It can't be not throwing the ball away, and instead you're throwing into coverage and into traffic. He's got to eliminate that from his game this week, next week, and as long as the Texans are alive, Ron. I know that's something on this show you hear a lot of, but I'm just telling you, this football team is tenfold more dangerous when that happens. It's just the reality of it. Those are my 2 on offense right now. I'm sure I'll add to this list as the week goes along. But on defense, since I've been with this radio station, since I've been covering the Texans, I've watched the Houston multiple coaches. I've watched the Houston Texans, and I've had conversations, and I've heard conversations leading up to games about, do you have an answer for Travis Kelce? And I still think, I don't care what the Chiefs are doing offensively, I still believe in critical situations at the very least, Travis Kelce's going to be the guy that Pat Mahomes looks for. Travis Kelce's going to be the guy that has great chemistry and almost where they can play street ball out there against your defense, and you got to have answers for him. And this is one thing for me. Maybe we'll talk about it later in the show. This is one thing for me. I know I've talked about it for 6 years now. I think the Texans have played them several times over the 6 years that I've been here. There's been a lot of conversations about answers for Travis Kelce, and I don't know what the answer actually is, but I feel really good about this team's ability to have multiple answers for Travis Kelce. You're not going to stop the guy.
You don't think this is going to be like the Lonnie Johnson?
We've had conversations about, well, Lonnie Johnson's big. Lonnie Johnson can run. Yeah. You know, Justin Reed was an answer there for a while. There's been several conversations about what are you going to do with Travis Kelce. And it's not about stopping the guy. If he goes, it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go out and have 10 catches. It's in a critical situation. There's going to be 4 or 5 critical situations where, damn it, Pat Mahomes is going to find Travis Kelce. Can you get a PBU in those situations and force a punt or force a field goal? Can you just stop them 1 or 2 of the 5 or 7 times that they're going to target him? That's what this is all about. Don't let Travis Kelce.
He's still the number 1 person for you on their offense.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, that's the one. The other guys, they got a lot of playmakers, Ron, and nobody knows that better than you. They've got a lot of playmakers, no doubt about it. And I'm just telling you, going into this game, I'm going to make them guys beat me. I'm going to do everything I can to know exactly where Travis Kelce is at all times. And I'm going to do everything I can to emphasize to my guys, you ain't got to be perfect. We just got to get 1 or 2. We just got to get 1 or 2, and we got a chance. And you give our offense a chance. You keep points off the board. You force them to punt. You get the ball back to CJ and company, and maybe we can go get some points. The answer for Travis Kelce, I think we've got multiple options. Don't know if any of them are going to work. We got multiple real options this year that we can throw at him, and we hadn't had those before. Last but not least, real quick, they need a spy for Pat Mahomes in critical situations. His legs, I'm sick and tired of watching his damn legs ultimately win games late in games. There's got to be a spy associated to some degree with them legs. Don't let Pat's legs hurt you.
All right, those are some big keys there. Kelce, the legs of Mahomes, CJ, hey, protect the football, and then need a fast start. I agree with those there. All right, coming up, we hope to hear from Rod Wright. He is the defensive line coach for the Texans, and his group will play a major part in this game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
After crushing the Chargers 32-12, Texans headed to Kansas City for a rematch in the divisional round. Can C.J. Stroud and DeMeco's defense avenge their Week 16 loss to the Chiefs and pull one step closer to the Super Bowl?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Low T Center. West Loop northbound before Evergreen. It's a
Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Rod Wright will be joining us momentarily. He is the Texans defensive line coach, so a few things to get into it with him ahead of this big game. From the text line earlier, Clint talked about he thinks CJ needs his A game. Text in. CJ needs an A game this week, but all the guys in the trenches need an A game as well. Either drop below a B plus, and we will not have a chance. Sean the Don. Yes, I've said that too. I think that the Texans' offensive line has to play one of their best games of the season.
Well, let me add to that. And this is why this is a hill I'll die on, is because in order for them to play the best game of the season, CJ's got the best game of the season. Yeah. This isn't. It starts with the quarterback, guys. I know there are problems, and I know there's a lot of folks that don't, that don't want to pile on CJ or talk negative about CJ, and that's fine. Look, we can have real conversations without being sensitive. But the reality of it is everybody's job is made easier if the quarterback is playing a certain brand of football. Right? And if he's not, then his job, the O-line's job, the receiver's job, everybody's job is more difficult. And so the reality of it is, if the O-line is going to have their best ball game of the year, then that's going to start with CJ making their job as often as he can. Not for 4 quarters, but as often as he can, CJ has to make their job easier, not more difficult.
Yeah.
That's just football 101. That's just the reality of playing the position. O-line is impossible if they're going to Cincinnati Bengal this thing and sit back there and pat the football consistently.
Yeah. All right, joining us now as we head out to the phone lines, Texans defensive line coach Rod Wright joins us. I got to ask you this, Rod, because anytime I run into people who are in the organization, first, we appreciate you coming on with us. Anytime I run into people in the organization, I gotta. Does Nick Caserio call you RW? Because everybody that his nickname seemed to be is the first letter of their first name and the last letter. Like he calls, Jalen Petre's JP. Everybody. Does he call you RW?
Well, first off, appreciate you. Not to my knowledge, he might say that to somebody else, but I haven't heard him. He hasn't called me RW to my face, so maybe he might. That doesn't mean he won't say it to you, though.
Hey, Rod, what was the difference with your group up front in this game against the Chargers? Because from interior and to the outside, they just seemed to dominate this game. And it wasn't just Herbert throwing picks. He was forced into the picks with the pressure, and obviously against the run game as well. What went into it in this game against the Chargers?
Well, I think just understanding what the situation was. It's win or go home now. This is literally why we picked this room. This is literally why the guys that are here are here. No disrespect to the regular season, but once you get in the postseason, it's time to play your best ball. So I think the sense of urgency was there. I also think that we're healthy. We've had, that's really our first game with every single person being available and staying available the entire game. We've had some injuries. We've had other situations occur. And so to be fully healthy up front and just having a real sense of urgency of what the game meant and what we needed to do, I think the guys just rose to the occasion.
Rod, how much did the Baltimore game, how much front of mind was that in preparing and basically getting the guys right?
Well, I tell the guys, man, God makes no mistakes. And I think that game was, although painful and hurtful, to lose that type of game on Christmas Day in front of your crowd, Beyonce there, man. There was a lot of hurtful feelings walking off the field like that. But to be honest with you, it was a real wake-up call. That's the type of game you got to win to reach our ultimate goal. and we came up super short. And I think that that was a punch in the mouth for the players and the coaches. And I think everybody had to take a look in the mirror and figure out what we need to do to put ourselves back in a situation where we can be competitive and win those type of games. And I think it was well for us. It wasn't well at the time, but I think that everybody upped their game and their sense of urgency based off of that game.
Rod Wright joins us, the defensive line coach here for the Houston Texans. All right, you just played the Chiefs up in Arrowhead about a month ago. What did you take away from the performance of your guys in that game, and what you want to see from them in this game?
Well, I think that's another guy makes no mistakes type of situation, because now you can try to prepare them for that stadium and that environment, and I still don't think you can prepare them for the playoff environment that they're going to have there. We know it's even more loud and more intense, but I think being able to go there and mentally put yourself in that situation where we've been in that locker room, we've been on that field, and we've competed. We had some success and we had some failures in that game, and it wasn't a long time ago. I remember last year we played the Ravens game 1, and we played them the very last game. We kind of went in that game with a mindset that we had going in the first time we were there, just off of being there before, but that was so far away, spread out in that season. With this season, I mean, we were just there literally, over a month ago. And so I just think it prepares the guys. Guys know that we can compete with them, and there's things that we needed to clean up to put ourselves in a position to be successful on Saturday. And I think that in that game, I mean, everybody left there feeling like, hey, man, not only can we play with them, but if we clean up some things, we can give ourselves a chance to win that game.
Hey, take us into the D-line room real quick, if you will, man. I do the post-game show with Sean Pendergast every game, and we've had Will Anderson on multiple times, and I get it, talking to him, how this could be the case, but I do think it's rare. Just I don't know if it was you or one of the other coaches talking about him being the leader in the room, and I just want to peek behind that curtain a little bit, because I mean, you got old school Jerry Hughes, you got an absolute monster in 55, you got several middle-aged dudes that are long in the tooth, that are veterans. For me, it's crazy that Will Anderson is the dude that is, quote unquote, the leader in that room, and it's beautiful, it's valuable. Take us behind the curtain a little bit on that. How has that happened, and what does that necessarily mean in that room?
Well, I mean, if you come in our room, be ready for a lot of loud talking, a lot of high energy, just a lot of it's fun, but at the same time it's intense. We really enjoy each other, from the coaches, myself, Coach Nate, and all the players. Man, it's a real tight bonded group. We're learning, but we're also just the energy has to be right. Like if a guy walks in the room and like, good morning, coach, and the energy ain't right, me and Nate are on you. Oh, you not coming with it today? You just existing today. You're not trying to be great. And they, oh no, coach, I'm good. If they come in the room and I'm in my office and I didn't say anything and I'm kind of low, hey, coach, you not here today. You not bringing it today. We check the energy at the door immediately. Like if you're kind of trying to get by until practice, like that's not gonna happen. And it's all in fun, but it's all in serious. It's like, man, you better bring it every single day. Like I don't care what it is, you better bring that energy and have it right and ready to go. When it comes to Will Anderson being the leader, man, like as y'all can see, it's just the perfect mesh. I mean, the veterans are very, very good, tough guys that understood when they came here, they will earn their respect from day one. The work he's put in, the him willing to speak and step up, him saying the right things. As a leader, there's a lot of people that can just talk and sound good, but like when you have somebody that has true wisdom and is tough and brings it every single day, like you're gonna lock in and listen to it no matter what the age is. Nobody said a leader has to be a 10-year vet. Like if you know what you're talking about and you can back up what you're saying and you're making plays, they're gonna listen to you. And I feel like we have the perfect mesh. Our veterans understood when they came here whose room it was, and we've just created a room. We're a family. We trust each other. We like being around each other, probably a little too much, but that's kind of our room, man. And we like to have fun in the room. We like to have fun on the field. And when we talk about fun, I mean, we're also talking about working. These guys like to work. They like to hit. They like to be physical, and that's just the makeup of the room. It's just a lot of dogs in that room that have a chip on their shoulder, and that's the way they play.
Hey, Rod, hey man, make sure like I said, we had Will on the post game show, man. Make sure Will gets him thumbs addressed now. I mean, hell, it looked like he stuck his damn cage pit bull. I said one of them was wrapped up all the way, the other one was torn. I said, damn, Will, what? I mean, I understand it's a violent sport, but what the hell you been doing?
It's the only injury report for the hand.
Hey, when you see the way he punches people, like at some point you're gonna have to wrap those things up. But like it doesn't matter whatever tape you put on those thumbs, fingers, hands, like he's gonna punch through a brick wall, and that's another reason you respect a guy like that. Like not just with how hard he plays, but how physical he is. So I mean, when you have a guy like that that's willing to put his body on the line and be there all the time and just be positive as well. I think we have a positive room. We have guys that like, if something didn't go right, like we don't have time to kind of hang our head. Like let's get it right and let's move on. So, I mean, I think that's just the makeup of our room. But that's why Will can lead this room.
All right, Rod, we appreciate you joining us, and we'll be watching you guys as you all play this big game coming up on Saturday.
All right. Appreciate you having me.
All right. That's Rod Wright. I wanted to get in a little bit more, Rod. Somebody been in text in talking about how Rod beat the brakes off of the guard in high school out here. said he lifted him up off his ass. I want to see if Rod remembered him, but
Rod's got that dog in him.
Apparently, when he was at Hastings, he took somebody out. He just lifted his guard up and put him on his ass. I wanted to ask him about that. All right, coming up as we continue, Derek Stingley, by awards, by everything we've seen, has been this team's best player this year. How do they use him in this game? How does D'Amico, Matt Burke employ Derek Stingley in this game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We knew it was coming. Now it's official. Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. is first team NFL.
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Rod for joining us and giving us his insight. Coming up at the bottom of this hour, we will hear from the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick. I'm just cracking up here on the text line. We enjoy you jumping in, 713-572-46. Someone text in, why do you guys insist in talking about a game they lost? You mean the only reference point that we have of them playing?
What is he talking about?
Need them sunshine and rainbows.
I mean, why? Look,
he's got to be talking about the Chiefs game,
so
right?
stupid.
Either one of them, but he's got to be talking about the Chiefs game.
Well, what Chiefs game?
The one that they
one
played.
from a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I would just.
Oh, no, I thought they were talking about like when we questioned him about the Baltimore game.
We did it about the Chiefs game, and it came at
Also relevant, though.
Either one of the games. What, like
last divisional game they played.
Yeah, look, I mean,
why do you
jeez, man.
Don't get me off on that damn text line. I mean, I can't even.
I've been in such a good mood today.
I got to watch my tone and everything at home with all my girls. I ain't doing it on this damn radio. Oh man.
Point of reference.
I need a beer.
We're talking about the Chargers game too, right? See, my man said, why do you insist on talking about a game that they lost? They're playing.
Only talk about the Dubs.
Yeah, it's the same team they're playing right now.
It's a point of reference.
And the Baltimore game is. I mean,
another point of
Will
reference.
Anderson. I mean, everybody we've talked to has literally said like, yeah, hell yeah, that didn't sit well with us. All right. I'm good.
All right. Derek Stingley, the only team's All-Pro on this team, first team All-Pro. He had a great year right when he needed it. Unlike Deontay Johnson in a year where he can get a new contract, he showed out.
Stingley.
Again, I just really need you know what, I'm digging. I might do some digging to find out what happened with Deontay Johnson. I mean, I understand the reporting about him going off in the locker room. I want to know, was there a conversation? Right? Don't Deontay Johnson seem like the fella that just don't, when you tell a man you gone, dog. You don't seem like he just hands his playbook in and leaves.
No, he does not seem like that.
Deontay feels like he had some words.
He got something on his mind he needs to get off. He got something he needs to talk about.
And of course, D'Amico, I believe, has no problem being in there to be the one to let him know.
Yeah, no, I told you. I think it's a very simple. It's time, man. We discussed what we're all about. This ain't it. You got to go.
No theatrics, because I believe Deontay gave theatrics. I just want to know.
The game is over.
By the way, y'all think Deontay had on that Tank Dell shirt pre-game?
Nah.
Think he passed it, just wore his own?
I think he passed.
Yeah. No, but no, Derek Stingley, All-Pro in this game, and it's a weird game, Clint, because there's not just a automatic guy, hey, put him on. Like last week, as you learned, and this has been the case for the Chargers, 7 times out of 10, Justin Herbert's throwing the ball to Ladd McConkey. Like it's clear who they like to get the ball to. It's clear who their top dude is. When they played the Browns in the playoffs last year, it was clear for top dude. Here, it's really kind of unclear who that guy is. So it's kind of a decision on how you go about using Derek Stingley, because he's an important part. And I'm going back and I'm rewatching the game and I'm sorry, Texter, I'm rewatching the game between the Texans and the Chiefs from earlier.
That was a loss. What are you doing?
And there were several moments, Clint, even on third downs, that he was in coverage with Justin Watson and Hollywood Brown and Travis Kelce and DeAndre Hopkins or Xavier Worthy were being covered by other people. And he was over there, out to his side with Justin Watson, And I don't believe Patrick Mahomes had an even ounce of a notion to go that way. And they had him covering their weakest receiver at times. So they've got different guys. There is, as I said, there is Worthy who's really come on. Hollywood Brown in the last 2 games that they played, not counting that Broncos one, he's really kind of helped change the things. We know about Hopkins. We saw them matched up a couple of times. Then there's Travis Kelce, who you said is the one that you worry about the most for this team. How would you use Derek Stingley? You can jump in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can jump in. How would you use Derek Stingley in this game?
I think this is one where you got to mix and match. You got to keep them guessing. You got to not disguise coverages as it pertains, but you definitely disguise coverages generally speaking against Kansas City. But like to me, as it pertains to this conversation and Derek Stingley, I think there's you stay within the structure of your defense with Kamari Lassiter outside, with Derek Stingley outside, and with Bryant inside. I think that's the way they went a good chunk of the game last week. I don't remember. I haven't looked back and necessarily watched it all in terms of who their third true cover corner was in this ballgame. I don't think it was. I think it was Miles Bryant was the only one that was mixed in as the nickel defender. Yeah, he was. From a snap count perspective, he was the only one. So it seems like they've settled into that being the plan, and so I think you stay there for the most part, and then the adjustments are in critical situations, and that's where my question comes to: is it Lassiter or is it Stingley? But I think there's times when you put Stingley inside on Travis Kelce. I do think that highly of Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes' dependency on Travis Kelce, especially if they're playing fast and they're playing in a 2-minute situation, or they're playing from behind and having to catch up. I think that's a big time that we could see Derek Stingley move around. I think you stay in structure the majority of the game, and in critical situational football, depending on how the game goes, I think you lock him up on Travis Kelce and see if you can take him out of the game.
Yeah, I think at some points though you got to dictate where he goes, because if he is just going to sit on the right side, and I think that's really what I saw a lot in that last game. Boy, Andy Reid's just going to send guys out there that he doesn't care if they're being covered by him. He's just going to send. He'll send Juju Smith-Schuster out there. Here, you take him down. Because the fourth down play on the first drive, Hollywood Brown's in the game, Worthy's in the game, Hopkins in the game, and Kelce's in the game, and he's covering Hopkins while Worthy and Hollywood Brown are against Lassiter. Kelce's against whoever it was. It was just your best guy was not on one of the go-to guys there. So for me, yeah, I would those to me the top 3 guys that can really hurt you in this game is Worthy, Brown, and Kelce. And for me, I would need Derek Stingley on especially obvious passing plays to be on one of those 3 guys. Like, for me, one of those 3 guys. Like, I think Lassiter can handle the other guys or whatever and handle – but I just cannot have 3rd down and 7 and he's not on one of those dudes.
Yeah.
For me. And so I do think they're going to have to do some things to move him around if they need to, because the worst thing is that by your alignment that you take the guy who's been the best player on your team out of the game.
Yeah.
Like to me, so that is a big piece right here to see how they use Stingley in this game. All right, Clint, I feel like Bobby Slowick may have saved his job in this game against the Chargers, and I think it's probably round 2 of him maybe potentially saving his job in this game, Clint. And to me, listen, they were struggling to start. You outlined it yesterday on the tape drop. And yes, some things had to do with him, as you highlighted, and some other things had to do with just, the guys around. To me, though, the thing that jumped out, obviously there were some adjustments made, but the thing that jumped out is they've got 2 dudes, with all the injuries they have, Clint, they've got 2 dudes that they have to get the ball to, that they have to make a big part of the game, or they struggle, because when you start to look at it, you don't have Tank, you don't have Diggs, you're starting to lose weapons. Nico Collins 8 targets, 7 catches, 122 yards, and a touchdown. Joe Mixon, 25 carries, also caught a ball out of the backfield, 104 yards, and a touchdown. That, to me, was the impressive part, Clint, when in the passing game, the Chargers had to be hell-bent on a lot of eyes being on Nico Collins, and he was still able to find a way to get him involved. And a lot of it, to me, Clint, seemed drawn up. A lot of it, not a lot of Nico's catches were off script and them running around. They came within the office, and then Joe Mixon got going too. So I think that is big because those are the two clear guys that you have to stop, that defenses are wanting to stop, and Bobby Sloak was able to get them going. That's going to be something they need to replicate again in this game on Saturday.
Yeah, about it. When you get the run game going, it makes everybody's job easier. And I don't know what Bobby did or didn't draw up. I just know that when it came down to it, they ran the ball in impressive fashion. And it started earlier than just the last drive. You know, watching that game, caught up in all the goings-ons, it's easy to go, oh, that 6+ minute drive, almost 7-minute drive, you know, where they ran the ball 13 out of 14 times or whatever it was and chewed up the clock and scored a touchdown and yada, yada, yada. It's easy to zero in on that particular drive. But the reality of it is really from halftime on, they were running the ball not just effectively, they were running the ball like in convincing fashion. And so I don't know what Bobby did schematically, but anytime you can get that run game going and you can get, to your point, Joe Mixon, one of your stars, one of your studs rolling, then life is going to be significantly easier for everybody around them, including, and probably most importantly, your defense, because you're giving them time to rest and you're staying on the field and hopefully extending a lead. So, look, if I said it before, I'll say it again. If this team can run the football, they can beat anybody in the NFL, anybody that's still alive in the Elite Eight. That's a big if. It's a big if. But if they can run the football effectively, they can beat anybody. That is an absolute game changer.
And that, to me, that is going to, as you say, they're facing tougher defenses. That, to me, Clint, is going to be the challenge moving forward in this game. Is you got two dudes you got to get the right, right, and the Chiefs know that. All right, man. If John Mechie beats us, I tip my cap. Xavier Hutchinson beats me, I'm gonna tip my cap.
Sure.
If Dalton Schultz beats me, tip my cap. I'm gonna tell you who ain't gonna get me. 12 and Joe Mixon.
Yep.
And I'm gonna do everything I can to stop. And I would think that's what Jesse Minter and the Chargers were thinking, but somehow the Texans were still able to get those guys going, and they have to be a big part. Like, it's, to me, we talk about ways that they can compete and be in this game. Clint, it's hard to go into the game and saying to yourself, Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, either one of them weren't major factors in this game, and the Texans won.
Yeah.
Like that one's hard. That'd be a different thing if Diggs was out here, Tank was out here.
Sure, yeah, somebody, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like you gotta, like, he's got to go into this saying, how do I get those guys involved and impacted?
Well, look, if because we talk about how beneficial it is for our defense if the offense can just sustain drives, whether they end in 3 points or hell, even if it just ends in flipping the field position, it gives our defense the rest. And the reality of it is, whether they were turnovers or just ineffectiveness for the Chargers last week, from about midway through the second quarter, at one point the Chargers were winning the time of possession battle 12+ minutes to 4+ minutes for the Texans. They had literally tripled the Texans in time of possession. That, let's call it 17, 18-minute mark of football last week, from that point on, the Texans dominated. And I think that had a lot to do with what we saw happen in the fourth quarter. The Texans were able to keep the Chargers defense on the field. They were able to exhaust those guys and beat those guys down. And in the fourth quarter, you saw the run game really take hold. And that's just the I guess the byproduct of, again, keeping your defense on the sideline, is you are beating theirs down and you are exhausting their defense. And when you can do that, folks fold up shop.
Yep.
Right? The Texans haven't been able to do that for the most part this year. The shoe has been on the other foot where our defense is the one having to get extra stops. Our defense is the one that's been on the field, longer against good football teams or last against good football teams. And in that Chargers game, the Texans were able to turn the tide right there. Can you do that against the Chargers? Because it's real. If you can own the time of possession, you can keep Chris Jones on the field, and you can keep this good defense on the field. In the fourth quarter, it's human nature. They're not going to be coming the same way they were in the second quarter. It's just human nature. It's fact of matter. You can exhaust these guys. That was a plus the Texans had against the Chargers from about midway through the second quarter on. Can you have that same effect on the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah, you agree with that? That Mixon and like it's a must for them to have Mixon and Nico?
Absolutely.
I think they probably need a third person to step up. But
look, if the defense goes out there and gets 5 turnovers, Mechie can win. But reality of going into the game, assuming that there's not going to be some lopsided turnover ratio out there, look, I think Nico's got to play a big part in this thing, and I think they got to run the football. Again, if they can get over 100 yards, that'd be nice. If they could do it consistently through 4 quarters, that would be nice. It'd make CJ's job a lot easier, make Bobby Slowick's job a lot easier. But reality of it is, if you can just, however the game plays out, if you get a little bit of a lead in the fourth quarter and you dominate the time of possession, you handcuff Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes in a major, major way. So even if you just run it in that fashion, it's a huge plus. So, either way Joe Mixon gets involved, whether it's situationally or consistently throughout 4 quarters, it's got to happen one way or the other for them to win a game.
All right, a little stock up, stock down here on The Drive on a Wednesday. We do it each and every Wednesday. You can text in yours as well. Whose stock is on the rise for the Texans and who is dropping? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, a great day. It starts with a great night's sleep, man. It ain't no secret. It's not.
Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Do its key. Come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. We do it every hump day, every Wednesday at this time on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We take a peek in at the Texans market of sorts, and we tell you which players on this Texans squad that stock's going up and that stock's going down. A lot of stocks going up right now because the Texans are in the divisional round of the playoffs. They'll be facing off with the Chiefs, 3:30 p.m. per usual on Saturday. Let's find out which players the dudes are rocking with. I'm going to start with you, Ron. The Show.
Here we go.
The Show. He's back. Show. Let's start, let's get the negative out of the way. Stock down for these Houston Texans heading into the divisional round against the Chiefs on Saturday.
My stock down is the Texans wide receiver core right now. Outside of Nico Collins, a real question of will CJ and do the Texans have enough outside of things? They they lost Tank Dell a month ago in this game. They lost Diggs already. Now Deontay Johnson got himself up out of here. And just from a talent perspective, I think it's a very, very fair thought that he was probably the second most talented guy in that wide receiver core. And so that is a spot where when we talk about teams being able to suffocate teams, do the Texans have enough guys that can win the way they need to win so teams like the Chiefs don't just try to just absolutely take away Nico Collins? So to me right now, with the loss of now Deontay Johnson to go along with the rest of the guys, they're bringing Wayne back up from the practice squad to be on the roster. To me, my stock down right now currently is to that Texans wide receiver core.
Yeah, look, I think there was a huge opportunity here, particularly early on. Now, it's not necessarily all their fault, but there's a huge opportunity there for somebody to step up, whether that be Deontay Johnson, who's no longer a Texan, or John Mechie, who I would say overall, again, not disappointed in it, but the fumble was an issue. There was a drop with some contact right after the catch that hurt the football team. There was a miss by C.J. Stroud on a bootleg. So huge opportunity there for somebody, and I think that somebody was really given to John Mechie. And I would say it's fair to say he didn't really just jump on it and take advantage of it as much as potentially could. So missed opportunity. I'm sure he'll get another one this week. Again, with Deontay Johnson no longer being here, John Mechie is solid at the number 2 position, at least from getting the opportunity to be that number 2 wide receiver.
Somebody texted and said it's Rob Woods.
Yeah, who?
Yeah, it's Robert Woods.
Bobby Trees.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can look at Robert Woods. He's getting a lot of run, and Xavier Hutchinson is coming up with big clutch catches. I think it's John Mechie. I think John Mechie has the higher upside. I think this organization wants John Mechie to take a firm grasp on that number 2 spot when the opportunity presents itself, which is last week and again this week. But Ron, to your point, I agree. I think there was a missed opportunity there. Again, whether it was their fault or not, I think it was a missed opportunity there from the wide receivers.
Yeah, they're just losing guys right now. They're just losing a lot of guys right now outside of Nico. So that's my stock down, the wide receiver core.
Ron the Show Hughley says the stock is plummeting for this wide receiver group in Houston, outside, of course, of Nico. Let's stick with you on that side of the table, Clint Stoerner, Old Dirty Red. I want to get your stock down.
Well, don't want to pile on, but I'll make this quick. John Mechie was my stock down. Again, there's the fumble there. There was a drop. There's a CJ miss. Really a non-factor in the game where he was targeted several times, and there was a real need. Again, there was a real opportunity. Just a missed opportunity. Hopefully this week John Mechie can turn that around, and when the ball comes his way, make the absolute most of it this game. So I'm in the same neck of the woods there with Ron. I think it's John Mechie.
And to that point, with him in particular, with even the thought, and I think it's a fair statement, Robert Woods, the number 2 guy. I think it may be fair that that's the guy they may trust the most. And John Mechie had a chance and was given the opportunity to clearly jump over Robert Woods.
So the pass catchers for the Texans going into this divisional round matchup against the Chiefs, these guys are saying pass catchers for the Texans been put on notice. Stock down all around. Now let's switch to some positivity. You are listening right now to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. This is Texans Stock Up, Stock Down. We do it every Wednesday at this time. Ron, positive. What Texan or Texans are you buying stock in? Whose stock's going up?
Well, my stock up right now is to Azeez Al-Shaair. He was spectacular at times in the game, so much so. I want to get to the bottom of this. I don't know how the hell it matters who's playing so well, but some of the thoughts, I saw Jonathan Alexander say this, that maybe the reason why Christian Harris only got 7 snaps in the game was because of how well Azeez was playing, and he's back in. We can revisit that. I just don't know how. I don't know what Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o does with a healthy Christian Harris that he is sitting on the bench for 7 snaps. But Azeez had major big plays, and Andy Reid talked about this defense this week, and the first person he spoke of was number 0, and his speed and his leadership and him being the play caller for this group. He was big time. There's a couple of conversions made, and who knows how the game turns out if he wasn't out there. And he was not in the game against the Chiefs the first time around.
Correct.
Which is a start, not only him and the rest of the team. So Azeez, stock up.
Well, I like the Azeez Al-Shaair pick right there, man. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, hey, it's playoffs, new season. Everybody takes their game to the next level. And I think offensively, we're still waiting on a few guys to take their game to the next level. Defensively, there ain't no doubt about it. There were several guys, and I think the tip of that spear was Azeez Al-Shaair. He was on another planet in a different gear, if you will, than what he was during the regular season. It was blatantly obvious.
Yep. We're on the show. Hughley's buying stock in Agent Zero linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair. Now, Clint, what Texan or Texans are you buying stock in? Whose stock's going up in Houston ahead of the Chiefs game on Saturday?
Yeah, this one's easy for me, man. I'm going with Kamari Lassiter. Look, I view him, and here's where I'm at with Kamari Lassiter. One, I was dead ass wrong to start the season. He can play outside corner. Now, I don't know that I'm right or wrong yet on whether he's better fit to play the nickel defender and use all of his skill, which is to stop the run as well as rush the passer. I'm not sure that he's not better suited to impact the game in there, but that's nor here nor there. The truth of the matter is, when I look at Kamari Lassiter, he was the highest-rated Texan, for what it's worth, according to PFF. The highest-rated Texan, 90-plus rating in coverage, 90-plus overall rating in playing football. And I'm assuming that's defending the run, tackling, defending the pass, all of it, right? So this guy was out of his mind last week. And I'm going to tell you, it's been slowly getting there for me week after week after week. This guy, in where I'm at with the confidence that I have in him, no longer think, oh, yeah, he's a good number 2 corner to Derek Stingley. Oh, yeah, he can hold down the fort over there. I think this is a true impact player, whether he's inside or outside. My confidence in this guy has skyrocketed, so much so to where you talked about all the Kansas City Chiefs weapons earlier. I firmly believe Kamari Lassiter can take one of those guys out of the game in critical situations. Now, we'll see if that holds up. I may be getting a little bit out over my skis based off of a damn Chargers receiving core that's Ladd McConkey and some. But at the end of the day, this has been happening for me over a 5-6 week span here. Kamari Lassiter is stock up, and it's through the roof right now, and it's in all phases of the game. I just believe in this young fella.
No, absolutely. He has had a great season. Should get some serious Rookie of the Year consideration. And a Defensive Rookie of the Year consideration, and he was special. As I said on Monday, in a game that was dominated by the Texans' defense, he was clearly, to me, the best player on the field for that defense. All right, coming up, let's get ready to hear from, I would say, the most polarizing person with the Houston Texans. Bobby Slowick. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here. Look, I want to take a minute. I want to tip my cap to all you Coors Light drinkers out there. Look, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good why you're doing it. And look, Coors Light is clearly known as the world's most refreshing beer. It's top tier, baby. There's no doubt about it. But let me break this thing down for you. It's the beer that's made to chill. You need to choose chill. Hell, it's hump day.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's head on out to NRG and hear from the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, ahead of this game against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Second time around against a team like Kansas City, what are some of the special challenges of their defense as you guys get ready for this game?
Yeah, it starts with Chris Jones. Really an unbelievable football player. And when we were playing them and he was out there, obviously presents a lot of problems to a lot of defenses, makes you do adjustments in the run game and the pass game, and Spags does a fantastic job being very aware of that, and they have a lot of schematic things they do to kind of counter how you feel you may have to show. So that's really where it all starts. And then beyond that, like they're a very well-coached defense. They don't make mistakes. They play extremely clean football. They got physical linebackers. They got scrappy DBs that all can make plays. They're this point in the year, every defense that's left is really good, and they exemplify that.
What did you feel like? Obviously, the throw by CJ helped get you guys going, but what do you feel like was really the thing that kind of got you all clicking, and do you feel like that's something that you all could potentially replicate?
Yeah, I'd say, I really actually think you kind of hit on it. That throw by CJ was big. We for a while, the message on offense has been like, we need a spark. We've been doing a lot of efficient things. We've been doing some good things. Really, until that play, we were still doing good things. We put the ball on the ground, which didn't help, and had three turnovers at the end of the day. But outside of like getting in our own way a few times, we actually were moving it fairly efficiently when we were executing, especially with the quick passing game. And it still just wasn't. Everything wasn't rolling yet. A lot of times you just need that energy boost. You need something to just galvanize everybody and get everybody together, and I think that play, did exactly that. And would it have worked if we didn't fumble the snap? I have no idea, but I sure am glad he did. Because everyone's just demeanor after something like that completely changed, and the confidence we played with, and the swagger that they with after that happened, that was huge for us. That was a big spark.
A man who's been in the elements today out there. Is it important to get outside and practice outside when you know you're going into whatever the elements will be on Saturday?
Yeah, I think it's always helpful. The closer you can get to what it's going to be like on game day, the better it's going to be for you. Obviously, when we were out there, we got a little bit of rain, made the field a little slick for us. But truthfully, when you go play in cold weather and it gets real cold and that field starts to freeze, it gets a little slick, so it's good training for us. And thankfully we got a little cold wave coming through right now, which is helping acclimate a little bit. But I really think at the end of the day, we're prepared to go play wherever we need to play, whenever we need to play. And at the end of the day, I think, like always, we feel like it's going to be about us and what we do.
You talked about that energy and that confidence that you got off that play. As a play caller, does that affect you at all to be able to be a little bit more aggressive or kind of navigate the game a little bit better?
I haven't really reflected on that, if I'm being honest with you, as far as if it changed what I did. My reaction right now would be it does not. Really, you're always trying to call plays that you think are going to work, that are going to take advantage of what they're doing. And that doesn't really change. Might have changed in that specific situation because we were really close to a 2-minute tight drive. My mindset as far as how aggressive we wanted to be trying to go score, as opposed to maybe clock a little bit, not letting them have a lot of time on the clock. But I would say overall, no. I'd say the thing that affects you the most as a play caller is when both phases, when the run and the pass game are both working together, then that can change your mindset. That can get you in a place where you feel very confident that whichever way you go, you're going to find a way to get 5, 6, 7 yards, regardless of what happens. Stay on schedule. And when you stay on schedule, that's when you have the opportunity to take some shots if they're available.
What do you think
of Mixon's ability as a receiver, and do you think there's been more opportunity to maybe get him involved in that area a little bit more?
Yeah, I think he's a really good receiver, actually. I know, we worked it a lot in camp. Like, I'm sure all you guys saw that. We did a good amount of it in camp. We did some of it early in the year. And I think as the year has gone, probably have gotten away from that a little bit. Wanted to make sure he was fresh for some of his carries, but without a question, that's something that's on my mind and been on my mind. Like, how can we make sure we make use of a guy that we think is an excellent player?
How much it helps that you in that building recently in terms of the noise, the offense communication?
Yeah, I mean, it always helps going to Arrowhead to just let guys see what it's like, feel the environment, but my gut tells me when we go there in the playoffs, it's going to be a different animal. And, that's something we've talked about a lot. That's something we've seen a lot. We've kind of dug into some old film and old TV copies just to see what it's like in the playoffs at Arrowhead, and is it that much different? And so we've talked about it a lot, and that's going to be a huge challenge for us. We've got to make sure that we own the things of control, and our operation in the huddle, our operation at the line of scrimmage is without a doubt something we have to own in this game.
What's it like where you've talked about CJ's footwork, going through progressions and all that, but now it kind of seems like his legs have added like the whole element that is pretty useful for the offense. What is the balance between coaching, hey, go through your progressions, but take off whenever it's there? Yeah, it's massive. Like, we embrace that without question, especially when he does it the way he did it in the game, where, we use the verbiage command the pocket. He has ownership of the pocket. He feels very confident. He knows where he's going, and you threaten second-level defenders with your movement. Like, a lot of times you roll out and you go backwards and retreat and get to an edge that doesn't necessarily threaten defenders. It just eliminates half the field for you. He's made some incredible plays, still throwing it back the other way, but it's harder to be consistent that way. When you can escape up and out, that's a game changer for a quarterback and how that affects the defense. And for him to do that in the game that we had here, I mean, really opened up the entire defense and the entire pass game for us. So that's without question something we embrace. We talk all the time about when, maybe when not, but if he's making a productive play, I mean, when he comes to the sideline, we're all dapping him up regardless. So we fully embrace that part of his game.
It's going through a similar situation that you went through last year when you all played Baltimore early in the season, and then you had to play them again in the divisional ring. It's similar to now going up against Kansas City, played in Week 16. How different does the plays have to be? Because I know that you say that there's a lot of things that you all like, that you stick with, that are good, but they're also out on film. So how do you switch up and change it up going up against a team that you've already played just less than a month ago? Yeah, you got to balance it out, right? I'd say I can see how you make the comparison, but the Baltimore situation last year was a little different just because there was so much football between when we played them. We played them Week 1 and then at the very end of the year, and there was a whole lot of things in between, including like our own development as an offense and CJ's and where we got in the pass game. So that was a little bit of a different animal. This one definitely, having played this close and this recent, there's a little bit of a chess match, I guess you could say, where there's things you're going to want to do and you're going to want to take advantage of, and you feel that you're very good at them. But more than likely, they probably know you're very good at them also, so they're going to have some change-ups to try to take those things away. And really, it just comes down to balance. Like how do we as an offense do our job together to keep them off balance? If they start overplaying something, do we have the offset to counter that so we can just keep them shuffling their papers?
Nico Collins, what are some of the special qualities you see from him that make him such a go-to target for you? And with the other guys, how much do they need to do a little more just to take some of the pressure off of him? And could whether tight ends, receivers, and backs. Yeah,
I was really proud of our entire receiver group in that last game. I think for us in particular, that game really exemplified like perseverance and character on offense, and I think Nico leads that. Just an incredibly humble human, incredibly talented human, and he gets the most out of his talent. He does not let any of it go to waste works incredibly hard, dedicates all the time he can, helps others when he can, and I mean it's evident there's a lot of guys right now trying to take him away within our concepts, and he's still finding ways to get open. He's still finding ways to make plays. He's still finding ways to get 30, 40 yards after the catch on a lot of these things, which are huge for us and enabling us to get chunk plays or stay on schedule. But probably what I was equally proud of in the last game was our other receivers and what they were doing around him. Like, CJ had options on where he could go with the ball. It wasn't just a one-man show, or it wasn't just Dalton. It wasn't just we got to give it to Joe or DP every play. Like, we did feel pretty good about where, especially in the second half, about where we got really as an entire unit and what he can do.
Without giving away the game plan, unless that's what you want to do, how do you go about, thinking about the offensive line combination with Shaq coming back and you got people out of place, but they played well last week? How do you go about thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's a continuous work in progress. We'll see how Shaq looked as we go through this week, how Jude looks, and we'll see what we think is the best combination of the five to have out there to help us go win that game. But that really is going to be an ongoing process through the rest of this week up until the game.
I've seen it last year right here. Go ahead. You go first. With another shuffle coming at the tight end position, what kind of challenges does that present with Cade not being available to you guys? You've got Irv, you got Dalton, you got some options on the practice squad. How do you go about maybe using those guys and how maybe who feels what Cade was doing for you guys?
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be a group effort. It really it hurts losing Cade like that. I think Cade was playing his best football for us, and I thought in that game in particular he was playing extremely physical. He was involved in the pass game. He was a big part of why in that 4-minute drive we were able to hold on to the ball as long as we did. So I mean, really, I think we all hurt for Cade after that last one, and to make up something like that, definitely the guys we have, Irv and Dalton, are going to have to step up and take on part of that role, but we're also going to have to be able to vary personnels. We're going to have to be able to use some other guys in similar type areas and maybe use some scheme to help change some of that up, and we'll have to be creative in some ways.
All right, that's Bobby Slowick, Houston Texans offensive coordinator, with good stuff as usual. There's one thing that stuck out big time to me, really, because I was right. I'll let you hear what that audio is next, as well as the Kansas City Chiefs' number one weapon. We always talk about how are the Texans going to defend this guy. I'll tell you who that is and what questions are next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm a big Ketchup fan. I've always been.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. It's hump day, baby. Get out there, get some of them cold Coors Light, and get ready, man. We're on the backside of this week, and we got us a playoff game. Texans, that's a beautiful sound. Texans, Kansas City Chiefs, Saturday, and it's going to be a big one, man. It's going to be a big one. I wasn't real excited about round one. Be honest with you, I'm stoked about this game here. We just heard from the offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, which, by the way, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, we greatly appreciate it. You're fully aware of the rewind feature and all of the different features that are on the Odyssey app. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app, we would love for you to do so. And when the timing's right, not right now, you can definitely go back and listen to Bobby Slowick in full right here on the drive at about 3:40 mark. Bobby was great as usual. There was one thing that Bobby said that sticks out that I need to circle back to, Ron. And I'll be honest with you, it's for selfish reasons.
Of course.
Offensively, what do you mean of course? Hang on a second. What do you mean of course?
Of course.
Offensively, after this, in fact, in the post-game show with Sean Pendergast, I said, look, the defense was great. The defense is obviously the headliner here, but after a sloppy start offensively, I think the two biggest takeaways are what this offense was able to do. One of them being Joe Mixon and run the 4-minute offense and chew the clock up late was absolutely huge and unexpected based on what we've seen this year from the Texans. And the other was C.J. Stroud running the football with his legs, and not only running the football, but also making that decision with some serious conviction and just getting downhill. There was multiple times where he didn't care if it was the right decision. He didn't care if there was somebody open here or there. He saw the opening, and he pushed forward and went and made a play, and it really put pressure on the defense. Now, I think the bigger part of that is CJ making decisions, trusting his instincts, being confident. I think CJ got away from that a little bit this year. That showed me that he is at least pushing his hardest to get back there, and I love the fact that he was able to use his legs the way that he did use his legs. Also, we've talked at length about C.J. Stroud floating around back behind the pocket, floating around, drifting towards the sideline, and it's sexy. It makes for some beautiful highlights, but it's not always a good idea. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about C.J. Stroud and how important it was when he was able to impact the game with his legs Saturday versus the Chargers.
Like, we embrace that without question, especially when he does it the way he did it in the game, where, we use the verbiage command the pocket. He has ownership of the pocket. He feels very confident. He knows where he's going, and you threaten second-level defenders with your movement. Like, a lot of times you roll out and you go backwards and retreat and get to an edge that doesn't necessarily threaten defenders. It just eliminates half the field for you. He's made some incredible plays, still throwing it back the other way. But it's harder to be consistent that way. When you can escape up and out, that's a game changer for a quarterback and how that affects the defense. And for him to do that in the game that we had here, really opened up the entire defense and the entire pass game for us. So that's without a question something we embrace. We talk all the time about when, maybe when not, but if he's making a productive play, when he comes to the sideline, we're all dapping him up regardless.
When and when not, I think, is the key, right? CJ had great feel on Saturday as it pertains to when to take off and when not to take off. And it flipped the game literally and figuratively for the Texans on Saturday. I think, Ron, again, I'm not going to go off the deep end here and talk about designed runs and stuff like that with the quarterback.
CJ with the legs.
But if CJ Stroud can pick and choose when he wants to use his legs and do so with conviction and trust his instincts and go, even if it's 3, 4, 5 yards, it's better than that deep drop, floating around back there, getting sacked, making ill-advised throws, putting the ball in harm's way. It's a huge shift in how he can affect the game. And I'm telling you, man, it's an absolute game changer. And Bobby just told you why.
He just runs into low percentage potential play.
Yeah.
When he does that.
And he's good enough to but it's still low percentage.
Like he did it in the second drive of the game and almost threw an interception cross body trying to float. So hey, you pick up 4-5 yards.
Well, the crazy thing is
27 like he did.
Right, flip the field. The crazy thing is that, you know, when we talk about it, it may just kind of get brushed over or glanced over, and we kind of just keep it. It really is beyond just like what I said, like just making decisions and trusting your instincts and going and getting it. It really is when you can get good, solid guard center guard play, and your quarterback can push up in the pocket. Your quarterback can see the field cleanly to throw the football over the middle of the field, but then he can also escape to the middle of the field. It's an absolute, game changer immediately. So hopefully the Texans can get a little bit more of that this weekend against the Chiefs. Hopefully C.J. Stroud is still in that mode of trust my instincts. Let's go make some plays, and it'll help Bobby as much as it did last week against the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll see what happens. Ron, one thing that I think I can't remember how many times the Texans have played the Chiefs in the last 6 years, but it's been a handful of times since I've been on the radio here covering the Texans. And it seems like one of the conversations that really is picked apart is what are the Texans going to do? How are they going to defend Travis Kelce, arguably the best tight end the game's ever seen? How are they going to defend that tight end? It's much easier said than done because this isn't about – I think when you look at the company of tight ends that we're talking about with Travis Kelce, they did it in such a different way, right? They did it within the structure of the offense. Most of them, for the most part, they did it within the structure of the offense. And it was about timing. It was a certain pro style, approach. It was about a certain route here or there that they were just great at. The part that makes Travis Kelce almost indefensible is his chemistry that he has with the quarterback and his ability to play backyard football in a very structured game. Their ability to play backyard football is it's damn near unstoppable. So when you look at it, Ron, they're not going to stop Travis Kelce, but you just hope to give yourself a chance 2 or 3 times out of the 5 or 7 times they target him on third down that you can get, we're going to hold him to a field goal or we're going to get that punt. And every time for 6 years, Ron, we've had the conversation. We being everybody at Sports Radio 610, everybody in Houston, hell, everybody in the country is having the conversation. What's going to be the answer for Travis Kelce? I remember Lonnie Johnson, man, big body, 4.2 speed.
Life a lotto.
Oh, man, Lonnie Johnson, can he be the answer, right? Obviously, Justin Reed, in his years here with the Texans, he got his fair shot. I remember there was the Bradley Roby days and, some other guys. I'm sure some of these guys are crossing over, but there was always the conversation of how you going to stop Travis Kelce. And I'm going to be honest with you, Ron, I don't know that I've ever felt better about our chances here in Houston than the group we got right now.
Well, it should also be mixed with his play, at least this year, has come down. His ability to impact the game as much. And I think a big thing is, and I think this is where the pass rush comes in, is a lot of their plays come off of the creativity of him and Mahomes, who are on the same page. Well, many points, and it's not been as late as their offensive line has come together better, but they just haven't had time. Like Mahomes hasn't had time for him to go off script and them to connect. So that's been a big help. So Will Anderson and company will be big on helping that.
Well, I think, Ron, that's number one, right? In terms of feeling good about the ability to have an answer for Travis Kelce and at least slow him down is if you make Pat Mahomes uncomfortable, like literally uncomfortable, not floating around out there, but like literally uncomfortable with your pass rush, which the Texans can because it's 4+ guys that can go get the quarterback. It's not just one defensive end or one edge player that can go get the quarterback. It starts there, right? But then in the coverage side of things, you've got Derek Stingley, who you could very very easily Travis Kelce in critical situations. To your point earlier, they got a lot of weapons. They got a lot of wide receiver weapons. I don't know that Stingley's going to be the answer, but it is a option for DeMeco Ryans in critical situations. Wouldn't shock anybody if you saw that. Kamari Lassiter. Now, I've flipped. Now, I may be a lot higher on Kamari Lassiter than some folks right now, but damn it, I wouldn't have a problem with Kamari Lassiter moving into that slot defender and being responsible in man situations for Travis Kelce. I would love to see the matchup. Again, I don't know if it's going to happen or not. They seem to be really comfortable with the Miles Bryant kid at the nickel defender, and both Stingley and Lassiter playing outside. But I do believe there's going to be some adjustments made from time to time on Travis Kelce to take him away and force the other guys to beat me if you're DeMeco Ryans. Last but not least, Christian Harris. Again, I don't know what the hell was going on last week. Like I don't know why.
He would have been somebody I would have thought maybe would be involved in the Kelce stuff.
If he's fully healthy and he can go, there's another guy, and even the combination of whoever's at nickel and Christian Harris playing zone or bracketing and closing windows, tightening windows down. The point of the convo, though, is that I don't know that I've ever felt more confident about at least the options. Again, I don't know that they're going to work because Travis Kelce is an all-time great, but the different looks that the Texans can throw at the Chiefs, and in particular Travis Kelce, if they so choose to do so, I feel more confident about all of those weapons and all of those defensive approaches than I have, really, to be honest with you, any of the ones that we've discussed over the last 6 years.
No. Yeah, much better. Much better, especially with the person pulling the trigger as well.
Yeah.
But much better than the other things of just, hey, man, let's roll with Lonnie Johnson and just keep rolling with it.
Right.
Or other moves that they've tried.
That's Ron, the show Hughley right there, by the way. The show is back, so I'm doing my damnedest to go back to show and not Ron. I'm Clint Stoerner, T. Mills behind the glass. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. I got a quick question for y'all. I don't know if y'all like this or not, but I absolutely love it. Have y'all seen the footage of the Eagles fan, I mean, just talking foul to the Green Bay Packer lady in the stands?
Oh, yeah.
Have y'all heard this story yet?
I've seen it.
He's a real asshat.
Not familiar.
I'm gonna tell you, Ron. It's brutal. It's an older white gentleman. Use the gentleman term loosely, I guess. But I mean, this gal's a Green Bay fan. She's sitting right in front of him, so he's up above her, obviously, and he's talking down to her
like a coward.
Calling her literally one of the worst names that you could possibly call anybody, but damn sure a woman.
Dude is a POS, man.
And clearly, challenging the boyfriend, actually it was a fiance, to what are you going to do about it kind of deal.
Of course.
Tough guy.
And I don't know that it was much of a bully situation as it seemed like the Packer fans were just a little classier.
I would have disarmed his ass with words. I would have made him feel
real
bad.
This old boy, the fiance tried to be like, hey man, don't call her that, and he did it again, and it was just one of those where, okay, you either got to turn around and watch the game, or you got to confront old buddy. And I think old boy took the high road. It wasn't more like you're a punk. It was more of a classy, like, look, this ain't the place for me to be fighting some old dude in the damn stands. Even though I would not have been above that. I would.
He needed his
ass.
How
old was he? Was he
middle age?
I'd say late 50s.
Yeah, maybe
early
so.
60s.
Yeah.
Damn, that's middle age, 40s.
But
yeah, man.
But nonetheless,
y'all are getting
these kind of people in our world. There's a lot of them. One of these days I'm gonna rank them. But this is a top 3 real POS. I mean, and it's not just talking down to women. That's a good start to make my top 3. But it's all of it. The way in which it all went down. Talking down to anybody at a sports venue like that over a football game is absolutely silly. First of all, but to continue is even worse. But I applaud two folks in this situation. First, the Philadelphia Eagles. The video went viral, Ron.
I'm watching it.
Okay. The Philadelphia Eagles caught wind of it and banned my guy, old buddy, from ever coming back to the stadium.
Good move.
For life. Can't come back. You're done. You're cooked.
That must have been really bad for Philly. That's
what I was thinking.
They threw snowballs at Santa.
They're the worst, man. They are the absolute worst I ever experienced in my life. I ain't never seen, and again, maybe that's why I'm so passionate about this. It's all uncalled. It's all uncalled for, and you would. It's like you'll get ass kicked 9 times for the stuff they say and do, just openly and freely. And this is a perfect example of the old man. He's been doing this for years, I'm sure, and just they never got his ass whooped. But so he's banned from ever going to see his team play again. And then, I don't know if you saw this part of it, Tyler, his employer.
Ooh, I did not see this.
Cut his ass loose.
Good. Hell
Cut his
yeah.
ass loose. Issued a statement. This ain't what we believe in here. Issued a statement. Cut him loose. My man can't go watch his team play and got his ass fired. I just think it's a real POS human being, and I think he deserved every bit of it.
He deserves it.
Ain't not much worse.
I'm not saying I need to think about it. I always hear that, and I've got to see the video. Man, you getting fired for a video catching you at a sporting event from your job. Some of that is just
real jackassery.
Nah, like I said, I got to see what happens. Some of it is a little to me like it's got to be really, really, really rough. If it's illegal, I got you, but
I think you'll be on board.
Okay, I'm not saying I won't. I'm not saying it doesn't deserve, but it is like.
Well, I think it depends on how you view these kind of people, because I'll agree with being fired from your job is really aggressive. I just despise these kind of human beings, so I'm glad to see it happen.
But I understand that his place of business is like, all right, it eventually is going to come around to us. And all this. That is a weird.
My understanding too. Now I got to be careful in how I say this, but I did read where like a company that he's working for is what would you say? I don't know what the politically correct term. They are very aware of others' rights and don't typically condone. Are very defensive, I guess, maybe, or supportive of the women's movements and that kind of thing. Like they're very supportive of all of that.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, man, you know.
And he obviously wasn't displaying that.
No, not at all. This dude was asshat behavior, top to bottom, needs to get his ass kicked. But my thing is, I mean, we live in this beautiful country where you can live the American dream, air quotes. If I'm running a company right now today in 2025, if I'm the one at the top of whatever company it is, and I see any of my employees act the way this D-bag did, I'm firing him as quick as I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want this guy in my company.
No,
like, I don't want them folks.
Like I said, I haven't heard it. I just know now in today's age, I've walked out a couple of games, lynched, 3 sheets to the wind. I wonder if I'd have a talking to if I was recorded by Odyssey.
That was me at NRG on Saturday.
I mean, I've not heard you blitzed. I don't think you would ever like somebody would have to do something. A female particularly would have to do something really, really aggressive for you. No,
like I said, it don't even have to. No, I'm not even talking be something female related or whatever. I'm just saying I've done
and said things that would cost me my job for damn sure. Just not in front of a camera.
Yeah,
not to a woman
that you don't know. All right, coming up, injury report is out, and I think there is some news to talk about with the Texans. They've got a player on there that I think is in danger of not playing. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, the holiday season's over. Christmas is over.
Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, when through the break, heard the gentleman, the Eagles fan. Of course, man, I'm not losing sleep that he lost his job. I do think I would have goaded him into fighting. I would have said some really like hurtful things.
I probably just would have stole off on him.
I know you probably would have, but I want to try to have him try to hit me first, because I feel bad about like hitting Don Zimmer, like hitting an older guy.
Hold on, son.
But I would have just said some real mean stuff. Like, it's all right, man. Your kids don't really like you.
Sorry, your mom didn't love you, bro.
Really,
your kids don't like you. Nobody's here with you.
The way something like that's got to work is you got to your seat. Honey, sit down for a minute. You get out of your seat, go around there, stand on level ground with him, if not one step up above him, and say, all right, I need your old ass to come on up here on level ground with me real quick. We can talk up there. You can decide. We can talk like gentlemen, or
that's how you'd handle it.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
100%. And I'd have said it loud enough where everybody around him can see. Now you bring your old ass on up here. And you can see how big you are talking to a grown ass man. And then we'll decide how it goes from there. You ain't gonna keep talking. You ain't gonna keep looking down on my wife and talking to my wife like that. It's gonna be handled one way or another, and you're gonna get out of your seat one way or another and come up here and talk to me.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you what, our world, it's disgusting how many people pull out of a camera and video things instead of like if that had been one of my buddies or something, I would have snatched his ass up myself.
Hell yeah. I like to think if I'm witnessing that in that crowd that I would say something in the least.
I think you would have been drunk, Tyler. You may have tried.
Yeah.
You got to be a real POS to just stand aside and watch it go down.
Yes.
In my opinion. And we're in a world where everybody pulls out their cameras instead of either getting the hell away from whatever's going on and getting out of the melee or helping. You just crowd and video. That's wild to me, man.
Text line coming through. Ron would have got knocked out letting that old dude swing first. Nah. I'm going to tell you, I swear to God, that old man would have knocked me out. I swear to God.
Dudes that talk to ladies like that can't fight.
Hey, you might want to have some fun, let the blonde hair and let all the fun, jovial stuff. I ain't saying I'm no tough dude. I'm 40 years old. I ain't got to fight. I ain't trying to go to jail. I understand I got a family unless I really got to. But I've been in situations. I worked a job where I'm telling you I could be in a fight every day. I worked a job where walking, somebody's hit me in the back of the head with a chair. It's not my job. What kind of job I work.
Were you a WWE wrestler?
No.
Damn near. On the daily.
Yeah, I know I'm doing. See, I'm going for the tactic. I want him to really hurt. Like I want to look over there, and we've reached the third quarter, and he's sitting down in his seat, going over some of the things of his life.
And I respect that with you. I just want him to physically hurt.
Like, hey man, it's okay, man. You can call me a cunt. I said it, didn't I? I hit the dump button there, didn't
Lord. Holy crap.
You can call me and see you next Tuesday.
We're not across the pond, man.
You can call me and see you next Tuesday. That's fine. That's fine. I know where your pain's really coming from.
I just want him to have physical pain. I may have drop kicked him.
Your family doesn't love you. That's tough. You're at this Eagle game by yourself. See, I'm going to have him sitting there in his seat to have some real thoughts of like,
man, do you have a micro penis?
Oh yeah, man. Just look at you, man. You got a small Johnson.
Old Tic Tac.
You ain't had sex in 10 weeks. I understand it, man. Go ahead. I'll be. All right. The injury report is out. for the Texans, and it is pretty good all the way around, to be honest. Guys didn't practice yesterday, all returned, including Juice Scruggs, including Shaq Mason, who hasn't been out there for a while, including Azeez Alshire. But one person didn't, Clint, and that is Robert Woods. And that one is one to watch. The game is Saturday, so the week is shorter. So he has now missed the two big major days of practice of Tuesday and Wednesday, obviously with a hip issue. Obviously, that doesn't mean that he's out. But this is not a great sign that you missed the two big practices during the week that you'll play. And this becomes a larger issue, Clint, because of the injuries, because of Deontay Johnson bouncing. And if Robert Woods, for some reason, can't go, they already have pulled up Wayne. Do they got to pull somebody else up from the practice squad? You're sitting there with Nico, Mechie, and Hutchinson as your top three.
Well, this is tough all the way around because, look, when you talk about Robert Woods, if he can go at all, he's got to go. One, because there's just simple a depth. Good Lord, not a depth issue at the wide receiver position. So even if it's just a security blanket, right, an insurance policy, but you got to remember this is also your punt returner, and you're going to be playing somewhere where it's really cold. The elements are an issue. You would rather have your most sure-handed punt returner in the game and available if at all possible. And so when you look at Robert Woods, not only is he potentially your number two option, I would go with Mechie, but I could see where being the sure-handed, I know exactly when to do it. You know you're going to get full effort out of him. I could see where people, Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud could side with Robert Woods, but it's also your punt returner. So yeah, this is one to keep an eye on. He is a veteran that's been in the system forever. That is, I would have no problem with him not practicing and still playing because he's that caliber guy, that kind of player. But boy, this is one to keep an eye on. Like you said, with no Deontay Johnson, no Tank Dell, no Steph Diggs, boy, whether you love it or not, Robert Woods has got to factor into that wide receiver room somehow, and he's got to be able to practice.
Yeah, so that is the latest there, and we'll get more info on that as Brandon Scott, who was out there today, he'll join us for his Texans report. It is Wednesday at 4:40. That means we talk to our guy, Brandon Scott. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, Clint Stoerner here for Underdog Fantasy. Look here, it is available.
Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On the Dive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Brandon Scott is with us. A little Texans report action, division round edition as B. Scott there. A big day here for the Texans as yesterday they spoke to the media. And then today they had probably their final big practice before they take on the Chiefs on Saturday. Injury-wise, we just saw this and talked about this a bit. Robert Woods seems to be the only concern. How would you, I guess, from your knowledge being around, how would you gauge the severity of Robert Woods' potential of missing this game?
Yeah, I think that it's there, that the potential is there, but at the same time, man, I think Clint was hitting on this earlier on in the show. They want more out of John Mechie, and they're going to need more out of John Mechie whether Robert Woods is there or not. And I don't want to minimize the loss of Robert Woods. I think that remains a dependable and reliable third down target for C.J. Stroud, somewhat of a safety net. You know, just Clint, when you got a veteran receiver who can be where
absolutely 100%.
Exactly where you expect him to be.
Yep.
Robert Woods is probably that to a T, more so than anybody other than obviously Nico being their most explosive receiver at this point. So I think the loss would be significant if he's not able to play, and obviously what he does for you in the return game. But they will need more out of John Mechie one way or another, whether Robert Woods plays or not.
The Robert Woods situation is interesting because when he made the team, and you look at it and you go, man, they could have saved some money by cutting Robert Woods, right? But Robert Woods is without a doubt a $7 million insurance policy. And now you say that in hopes that they have to use it sparingly or even never. And then here you sit in a critical situation with no Diggs, no Tank. The wide receiver room has been gutted with injuries, and you go, okay, now it's time for Robert Woods' insurance policy to cash in. And I think he's been great in that role all year long. Again, you'd rather not be in the position you're in, but you are. I just think it would be, given that wide receiver room right now, it would be devastating if he can't go. I mean, to your point, I think they have bet on Mechie in a way. You know, look, clearly, I know John Mechie and C.J. Stroud are really, really, really close. So everybody wants this to work out for John Mechie and his story, and everybody wants to work out for C.J. and John Mechie, and it would be a great fit and a great pair over an extended period of time if indeed it does work out. The organization has gone all in on John Mechie. I think he's going to get plenty of opportunities, but boy, when it's not going right or when things aren't just perfect, to not have Robert Woods to jump in there and settle the waters, if you will, is going to be painful.
And just to be clear, he could still play. I'm going based off of the fact that it's a hip and that he's not practicing. But obviously he's a veteran, and it would have to be really bad for him to not play in a divisional playoff game. I mean, you don't get a lot of those in your career, so it'd have to be really a really bad hip injury for him to not play. But based off of him not practicing and the fact that it's a hip, makes me lean toward it being a really might not be out there.
But Brandon, it was already, to me, a thought, and I think this just adds to it, is do the Texans have enough in this game? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, do they have a I think they need everybody.
Well,
they can't afford Xavier Hutchinson to be in.
I thought it was a big story. Look, we're talking about Robert Woods here, but I thought it was a big story to lose Cade Stover.
Yeah, no,
somebody that they targeted a handful of times in this past game, in the most recent game. And to me, I've thought for a while that the Texans could stand to get the tight ends more involved, that they could use more out of their tight ends in the passing game instead of doing so much that they like to do, long developing down the field and having such a tough time in the run game. You know, I wanted to see more out of Dalton Schultz. I thought they could do more with Cade Stover, and we were seeing it. We were starting to see it. And so that's something that I was hoping, before I realized that he was going to be out, that would be a weapon for them going into this Kansas City game. So I think that matters on top of this Robert Woods situation. No, I think that's a relevant question. Do they have enough? Would they have had enough anyway? Because it is the Chiefs. Do they have enough, especially now? Obviously, Diggs has been long gone. Of course, the Tank Dell thing happened the last time they played Kansas City.
Deontay Johnson's bounced, whatever he did.
Right, and now we're talking about perhaps no Robert Woods, and Cade Stover is out. And so you're really down to actually, again, to my earlier point, really needing John Mechie to show up for you. You know what I mean? That's where you are.
Hey, speaking of the wide receiver room, before we get out of there, the Deontay Johnson situation, I'm just not fascinated, word, I think, interested with what all went down there. It seems like it's pretty obvious that he got out of pocket after the game, and that just was piss poor timing and the wrong team to do it with at this point.
Yeah, well, he's the last person in a position to have an attitude, right? Like when you're on your fourth team in a calendar year, third team of this season, like you're just not in a position to have any kind of entitlement or really to be you can't be in a bad mood, right? Like, and if you are, it can't show up at work. Like, you got to show up happy to be here, happy to run these routes and like run these crisp, great routes and not get the ball and be glad about it.
Yeah.
To have a job at this point. And so that's kind of the way you got to humble yourself in the situation that he's in, and he clearly is not, or at least up until this point, has not been ready to do that. And so the Texans, and we talk about this every time when there's a kind of a risk player that they go after, like, hey, is it worth the risk? Could this damage the locker room? Well, no, he is not in a position to do that, right? Like, and the Texans are in a position to just move on from him if it becomes an issue. And so clearly it did, and clearly they let him bounce.
Well, the beautiful thing about this is the Texans are, and I've said this all along, I think they're at a point where, you know, their culture and the vibe in the building, the energy in the building is able to withstand some of these risks taken by Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. And then on the flip side of that, Nick and D'Amico are both very protective of that vibe and that chemistry and that foundation that they've built. And you can say, hey, guess what? Get the hell out of here. Yeah. It ain't working. Get the hell out. You ain't for us. And so I applaud them for taking the risk. One, I applaud them for building the foundation that they have. Two, taking the risk, and three, telling him to kick rocks as soon as he acts up. I think if you can do that, boy, you're going to find some diamonds in the rough that can probably end up helping you win some games down the road.
They won the division before he got here, and they were able to win this game without him contributing anything.
Yep.
So that goes to show you how valuable.
He had 12 yards.
Yeah, well, great. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. I don't know what they would have done without them 12 yards.
I don't know.
No, I don't know what Will Anderson and Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter and them would have done without them 12 yards.
He gave everything he had in those 16 snaps. The B. Scott joins us, Texans Report, every single Wednesday, 4:40. Do you see a realistic scenario in which the Texans are able to go into Arrowhead and win this game, and both Joe Mixon and Nico Collins? Like, do they have to have both of those guys to have major impacts in this game for them to walk out and win?
Yeah, I don't see how at the very least they don't have, like, if they don't have an overall great game, you've got to have those big these explosive plays that they keep wanting to tell us about.
Big impact.
Well, look, they better show up in this game. Like, you've got to have them, I think, absolutely in this game. And really, again, we're talking about being down to scraps. No disrespect to who's out there, but they don't have a whole lot of weaponry to begin with at this point. And so you absolutely need your best guys to be at their best. And I think the formula to win this game, you asked if there's a realistic scenario for them to win this game, I think they got to muck it up. Like, we've seen what the defense is capable of, and they got to play to that level. Like, I think it's got to be a defensive-led game. We did see them play well up until the Tank Dell injury last time they played against Kansas City. I think it might be a similar formula. Obviously, there's no Tank Dell. I know he was a big factor in that. But, yeah, no, I think that this is, of all the matchups, perhaps the best one, which is saying a lot because it is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, you hate to look at it this way, but I think this game really hinges on their ability to run the football. I mean, I don't know against this team and against this quarterback and this defensive line if you can – get into a situation where you're one-dimensional and throwing the ball. And after last week, I'm encouraged to see what they did last week, and not just at the very end, but really the whole second half, running the football effectively. I think this is one of those games where, because of injuries, because of how good the opponent is. Boy, you got a real chance to win this game if you run the football, and if you don't run it, it's going to be a long shot.
It's so interesting to me because this, to me, is what the offseason was all about. Becoming a team, and we felt this way when they lost to Baltimore last year, becoming a team that is built to win in January, built to win in the cold, built to win in a matchup where it's like, hey, you need to run the football when you get to the divisional round, right? Like you needed to be able to do that against Baltimore, weren't able to do it really last year. Gonna have to be able to do it against the Chiefs, and would have to be able to do that against any of these teams at this point, right? And so did they build their team? They got Joe Mixon. They figured out this offensive line hodgepodge situation, whatever it is now, right? Like now is that enough? Can they run the football in January, in the cold, against a really damn good football team? Like that's what the offseason was all about to me. And we'll see what it's all about on Saturday.
Brandon, what has to happen different in this game to avoid what happened in the first one? They lose the first game 27-19. As you said before, they were in it. When Tank Dell got injured, it became 17-16, and then after that, that next drive seemed like the Chiefs gained control. What has to happen different in this game?
Well, I mean, I think if we're just comparing this game to the last one, I would say poise. You would need to keep now something very specific happened in that game that it seemed like distracted them, and so we can't really predict how this game is going to go in that regard. But I would say just overall, keep your head, keep your composure, and be able to run the football like Clint was talking about. And you can get a lot it could be a much different result. But to me, that was the story of that game, was them kind of losing their head after the Tank Dell situation. And when I say poise, I'm talking specifically about the quarterback, the leader of the football team, because that was the issue in that game, right? If we're just talking about what happened and how that game played out, C.J. Stroud seemed to lose his head. They had some really ill-advised plays there at the end. On top of some of the throws that he didn't make, and that was the issue.
Well, the inability to get to Patrick Mahomes was a major problem. And they've got to look. The defense is the margin of error for the defense is, and this is everybody. This isn't because the Texans can or can't do something here or there. The truth of the matter is, when you get in this caliber game, the margin of error for the Texans, the margin of error is going to be based on what the defense is able to do, right? And you're up against an absolute monster that's been ridiculously good, damn near perfect in the divisional round of the playoffs in 6 straight starts. So, I think the defense has got to hit Patrick Mahomes. The defense has got to frustrate, if not hobble, Patrick Mahomes and get him thinking about the contact, getting him thinking about the physicality, getting him out of sorts, or maybe even in that mindset. And then the offense has to be able to run the football. That would be a beautiful combination to start with.
Defense, the healthiest that it's been. So I feel better about that today than I did, say.
No Foley, no Alshire in the first matchup.
Right. And so I feel a lot better about that today than I did, say, in mid-December. But you're absolutely right. You got to get to Patrick Mahomes. Got to make it tough on him, as tough as you possibly can.
All right, that's Brandon Scott. Every single Wednesday, we do a Texans report with him, and I know you'll be holding it down and check his stuff out and check all the work out on SportsRadio610.com, as he's going to continue to lead us in having all kinds of content coming out there.
Yeah, man. H-Town Hoops podcast just dropped too.
There you go. I did. I saw that earlier. As the number 2 team in the West, right there.
Yeah, man. Good stuff happening out there, man.
It is. It really is. All right, coming up. If you missed it, we'll give you the full injury report. There is a player that returned to practice. Does this mean a potential lineup change? We'll discuss that as well as Clint's talked about no way this person should come out in the draft. No way. And he said, to hell with you, Clint. I'm coming the hell out. We'll discuss all of that coming up next. Little 5 o'clock fire.
All right, all them Rockets fans out there, H-Town Hoops is where it's at. It's where you need to go, right? Y'all were on our ass yesterday. Well, guess what? H-Town Hoops is where it's at. For all you folks that are out there, and you got some sleep issues, you got some breathing issues going on, sinuses, you got some allergy issues, and it's all killing your sleep. Guess what? Dr. Matorn is a solution for you. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment, specializes in quick in-office procedures that'll get you back to sleeping your best nights and ultimately living your best life. So again, if you got breathing issues, allergies, sinuses, if you need an ENT, ear, nose, and throat doc, I'm telling you, Dr. Matorn is the way to go. 713-665-8887, 713-665-8887, or you can always get more information at drmatorin.com. That's drmatorin.com.
For a wild card underdog, WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Bundle Rooski.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber, as well as Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Kirk Holmes. And we have the injury report out, and we talked a little bit about Robert Woods. He is the only one that didn't participate in practice. A couple of other notes. One, Azeez Alshire returned to practice. He didn't practice yesterday. Juice Scruggs returned to practice. He didn't practice yesterday. Shaq Mason returned as well. Let's stick a pin and come back to Shaq Mason. But the other one there, Clint, is Joe Mixon, who wasn't on the injury report yesterday. He was at it with an ankle issue. Limited in practice today, but that is the other one there. Don't think there is I would hope there is a chance he misses the game, but he isn't 100%. I guess everyone isn't, but he does have a bit of an ankle issue.
Well, interesting that he wasn't on there yesterday, and he was full go yesterday, and he's on there today. Look, I mean, the reality of it is when anybody that's ever rolled an ankle in sports, you realize that you got to be really lucky and not roll it again, because everything that supports that ankle has been stretched and is weak, right? And so you gotta be lucky to not roll it again. It seems like he's gone a while and he's been okay. It could have happened in practice where he just rolled it over again. So they said, whoa, let's pump the brakes here. Let's take it easy with Joe Mixon. He's such an important part of what we're doing here. Again, Joe Mixon is one of those guys, along with Robert Woods, who you mentioned. Neither of those guys missing practice concerns me whatsoever. Those guys are 100%. I mean, just great veterans that know that have the system down like the back of their hands and have no problem in the game. When they show up and they're healthy and they're in uniform, they go hard. So I have no problem with those guys taking it easy and making sure that they're 100% healthy before going too hard in practice.
Now, Clint, we talked about Robert Woods a bit, and we talked about it with Brandon in the last segment, but I do want to get to Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason returned to practice, and Shaq hasn't practiced since the last Chiefs game. It's about a month ago, and he is back at it. He's going back at it in a limited capacity. So is Juice Scruggs, limited today as well, and we know that Titus Howard's on the other side. With Juice being back, and he's potentially back in the fold, at least practicing, see any way that he is in the lineup, that this means that he potentially is back on the field in one of the starting five up front?
Juice or Shaq? Which one?
Shaq Mason returning. Him returning now.
Well, Juice also didn't practice yesterday, and he returned.
Yeah, we talked about that. That's what I said. They're both limited.
Yeah, so I think you stay status quo. I mean, you look at how last week went versus a really good opponent. You ran the ball in impressive fashion, particularly in the second half, and damn sure late in the fourth quarter. I don't think that happens by accident. That was a big time improvement. And if I were the coaches, I would bank on that happening again, or at least I would go into the game banking on that being my best combination, my best 5 offensive linemen that are going to allow me to do that again this week. So I would go with Juice Scruggs at right guard, and Shaq would be obviously an emergency backup. And that is if the knee is going to allow him to be full go tomorrow and Saturday come game time. But, yeah, no, I would go, assuming Juice is completely healthy, I would go Juice Scruggs at that right guard position and ride with what got you there. Last week was the most impressive that we've seen in terms of the output, the product, the run game product, along with the fact of what the opponent, the caliber opponent that you were facing. So, yeah, I'd ride with that, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would not mess with it at all. I can see, Clint, and you know as well as anybody, these guys love to have the trust of veterans. Loved, especially up on the offensive line, especially. And we heard when we heard from Bobby Slowick today, the first name he said was Chris Jones. And we know sometimes they love to do that, but I am with you. Shaq Mason, ahead of the injury, he was really getting a pass because of Kenyon Green on the other side.
Absolutely.
The penalties and just the frustration overall of how people view Laramie Tunsil and the amount of money he makes. He was kind of getting the pass, but I mean, hey, quiet as kept. He was over there as rough as Kenyon Green, damn near.
No doubt.
So to me, it's not like, hey man, he's playing great ball, and you just slide him in no matter what. Like this is like I think Henry Toa and Christian, like those were tough decisions when Christian Harris had to come back. This one to me is not a tough one. He wasn't playing great, and I don't think there's a need to try to force him back in there. The only reason why I could see is they would feel comfortable with his experience because he's won a Super Bowl and he's been out there before, but I don't think that's the case. On the other side with the Chiefs, they had everybody for a second consecutive day be full participants except for McCole Hardman, who has been on IR, is usually a punt returner, kickoff returner for them, and sometimes plays on offense. So they are pretty healthy at this point right now. So we'll keep an eye on Robert Woods tomorrow. That's one to really watch, and they should be in good shape. By the way, to Pat Cross, I'm sure Tyler might be there. Since the divisional round is in Kansas City, it's a little Texans watch party. Little watch party. I'm just saying, Tyler, the Houston Texans cheerleaders are going to be there. Toro's going to be there.
It's a hell of a spot.
It's at the Rustic. This feels like a spot that I could see Tyler having a good time amongst his folks.
I do love the Rustic. They got delicious food too. Don't sleep on the food over at the Rustic.
No, it's not. It is very good. It's a spot our family likes to go to.
I mean, Tyler, our show rattled off a few things there. The food would be down on that list, I would think, for you.
Yeah,
I was going to say
3 or 4 cheerleaders. 1.
He might pick at some things.
There you go. But now that's the Tyler I know. Also,
full bar, by the way.
Hey,
downtown location, by the way.
Along those same lines of a Texans watch party, official watch party powered by Reliant. Along those same lines, don't forget, send the team off to Kansas City this Friday. There's a send-off at NRG Stadium at noon on Friday. The team will be leaving for the airport to get on that plane and fly up to Kansas City, and they're inviting everybody out to NRG Stadium at noon in the green lot. Park in the green lot and send the guys off the right way.
Yeah, there it is. So a lot happening. You want to find somewhere to watch the game. The Texans are having a watch party. The Rustic downtown party begins at 2 p.m. You get a little pre-party, a little pre-game. As the game starts at 3:30. You can be out there and enjoy yourself.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. You talked about the Texas quarterback. There was rumors that Quinn Ewers was going to go to maybe Oregon, Big Ten schools, kind of roll up in that NIL money. But no, baby. Quinn's going to the league. The hell with that NIL money. As I'm looking up at him right now, getting sacked in the scoop and score for Ohio State, he is jumping to the NFL, and you have been completely against the thought of this idea.
I am completely against the thought of the idea with Jalen Milroe. I'm completely against the idea. Damn sure.
Is Milroe going to?
Yes, both of them have announced. Well, they both announced that they're going. They have until February the 7th, assuming that they haven't officially signed paperwork with an NFL agent. They have till February the 7th to back out. Remember what Cam Ward did last year? Said he was going to the draft and acted like he was going to the draft, and then Miami came up and offered him a boatload of money, so he came back out. Both of them have the ability to do that. I believe the last day to pull out would be February the 7th for both of those guys. I just think, on the heels of what the Beck kid out of Georgia, in the last calendar year, he has negotiated $10 million of NIL money. Now, obviously, some of that was with Georgia, and I believe $4 million of it is with, now he's going to Miami, $4 million to play one college season. And if Beck can go get that money, I got to believe that Quinn Ewers, who, 21-5 in the last 2 years, 2 college football playoff semifinal appearances. So, I mean, like the reality of it is, if Beck can get $4 million, Quinn Ewers can get $4 million, right? And there ain't no telling what Milroe could get. I mean, there absolutely is no telling what he could get. So I just think these guys are crazy, man. I understand the positive of going late in the first round to a better team and sitting behind a veteran.
That's if Quinn goes. I've seen a lot of late second and third round.
But any of it, Ron, like it is a good idea to do the Romo deal or do the Aaron Rodgers deal and sit for 2 or 3 years. Absolutely, in a good program, no question about it. But we're talking about the ability next year to go make $4 or $5 million to play college football, and I mean, the odds of you having more earning potential, earning power at any point in time in your career, the odds are against you. I mean, unless you're a top 10 draft pick, to go make $4 million a year, you got to get in the league. You got to play, even as a backup. The opportunity's got to present itself for you to play and for you to be a lifetime backup and go make $5, $6, $7, $8 million a year. I mean, there's a handful of those guys that do that over a 9 or 10 year period. It's just an extreme long shot for these guys once they get in the league.
Especially when you're seeing third round.
Yeah, man, we're not talking top 10. We're not talking top 10 pick here where you get a bunch of money up front and you get man, it's to me, Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe are two guys that could, like you said, we're talking you could pick your poison, man. You could go damn near anywhere you wanted to. Teams that are already contenders and make $4 to $5 million be plug-in partners. And you're going to go in the draft and hopefully get drafted in the second or third round? Come on, man.
And I would imagine the thought is the quarterback class is really down.
Sure, I get it.
This class is down, and it should be better next year. But see, I can understand Milroe a little bit more. I think Milroe is probably going to look really good in his draft, like his combine workouts, his pro day. Like, there's some athletic things and some things that Jalen's gonna look good in shorts. Like I don't even know what Quinn's gonna like when he gets to it. He's not even gonna look great. I'm not saying he's gonna look like Tom Brady running down that 40, but like it's not even a deal of like, ooh man, his stock is gonna rise.
Yeah.
With the more they get to see him, and I just don't get it with NIL and money he could make. And third round, that I got to stay in.
Well, you just passing up for sure for hopefully some more. It's not even, some more. There's for sure 4 or 5 million. Like, you've already done the work. The work is there. All you got to do is stay and make it. Like, you go to the league, it starts all over again. And I hate to tell you, Quinn Ewers doesn't have the skill. He doesn't have the tangible ability for teams to be like, I'm gonna give you a second and third option, and I'm gonna keep you around. Like he like from an arm strength, a size, and arm strength, and athletic ability. Like none of that is super elite. He has to do it again, processing at a high. Like he's gonna have to get an opportunity with somebody when it does happen, and he's gonna have to play lights out statistically and win at a rate where they just can't put him back on the bench. Like he's a Brock Purdy. No offense to Brock Purdy, but he's a Brock Purdy mold more so than any of these freaks of nature that are playing the position right now. And
that's what I'm saying. Milroe will at least kind of show some freak of nature stuff. Like with his if he goes through some of these these combines and pro days.
Yeah.
Like his athleticism, like it's like his numbers aren't going to look. Like I think Quinn's numbers aren't going to look great. Will Levis can get out there and show off with his arm and stuff and do that in camps and look how hard he's throwing it. That's not.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not what.
It's not Quinn Ewers.
You could have gone up to Eugene, Oregon for a good $4.5 million with a good program and
yeah. Look, I know I was critical about like Drew Aller. And I think it's silly that a guy like that is really not pissed a drop in college football it needs to declare he's not going to go to the draft. But I could hear the weak quarterback class this year for him. Like, hey, this guy's got all the tangibles. He's going to be a top 10 pick or an early first round pick. And this year he can go from maybe like 14 to 8 because there's a weak quarterback pool here, draft class here. I could see that with him. The other ones, it's hard for me to acknowledge that, man. But anyway, that's just cool, man. I would have a hard time. I'd have a hard time bouncing, man. And college football, are you kidding me? And you can go plug and play at a contender right now?
Yeah.
Ooh.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Micah Parsons, he calls the exit from Marthy devastating.
Micah does?
I'm just kidding.
What's your point?
He said it's obviously very sad because of the relationship we had with Coach McCarthy and everything he's done for our program. He said on the Edge podcast, 3 straight 12-5 seasons, playoff appearances, but obviously unfortunate year due to injuries. It is devastating. He said coach is a great father, great coach, one of the most winningest coaches. He's always been good to us as a unit, coaches, players. Losing a great coach like Mike hurts. Devastating. It's just hard for me to just believe that. I just want to see Micah's face when he says that. I never got the vibes that Micah Parsons would be devastated with Mike McCarthy losing this job.
Seems like a strange take.
Devastating. He's the one that said Zach Martin's done for what Zach Martin's done here. Basically said Mike ain't done nothing. Damn near nothing near what these players have done.
Oh my God!
Oh man, that's interesting. All right, so see if they'll get over that in Dallas. That devastation that Micah Parsons is having to get a new coach. All right, Clint's gonna tell you yes, damn it, C.J. Stroud. B game ain't gonna be good enough. B+ ain't gonna be good enough. You got to bring game. Explain why coming up next.
Hey, don't wait, y'all. Go on by that dream home that you found, that you and your spouse done fell in love with, man. Do it now. And here's how you're going to be able to do it. You're going to do it with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. You don't have to wait to sell your current home before.
Loop and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 6.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I was very impressed with him. I told him that after the game last time we played him. For young guys, so talented. And we all saw what he did last week with his feet. You know, I think when the importance of these games keep amping up, you can expect quarterbacks to say, hey, I might have to run it here. And so we've talked extensively about, trying to bottle this quarterback up because we saw last week what he can do when he decides to run it. It's like all these athletic quarterbacks who play in this league now. It brings a whole nother dimension, and you got to figure out ways to, whether you commit one guy to the quarterback, turn three loose, however you do it, you got to have ways to do it. Now, that being said, we got to get him in those situations. I mean, it's first and second down and they're on schedule. That makes it really tough. When a quarterback takes off on a first and second down, run pass call and it ends up passing, he's going. That's challenging.
All right, that's defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo talking about C.J. Stroud. Is impressed with him, and why not? He has been impressive for the most part since he has entered the league. And he becomes the youngest quarterback to ever face a defending champion in the postseason at 23. And Clint, there have been times where I've said to you, is this a game where CJ's got to throw on the cape? Or is this a game where CJ's got to be great? This is a game CJ has to outplay the other quarterback. I know for you, your thought is, whatever the A game is, this may be the best game that CJ has played all season.
Oh, I don't think maybe. I think it's going to be the best game that CJ's played all season. Now, he had some last year that I think would rival it, and you'd need more of. But this year, I can't think of one where it wouldn't take a better effort, an equal to or better effort to beat the Chiefs. Look, the reality of it is there are games where you can sit back and the defense can drive the ship, or the defense can sit back and CJ can have a great night and they can win ugly. They can win without their best performance. They can somehow get to it. And this game may turn out to be one of those. Look, this defense that the Texans have turned over some of the best teams in football multiple times, 3, 4, 5 times. And so that could happen. If that happens, all bets are off. I don't know what the hell it's going to take to beat the Chiefs. But the reality of it is, going into it, if we're talking about C.J. Stroud, this is a week where C.J.'s got to play a football. And now, when I say a football, may mean something a little different than maybe a fan out there is thinking a football. I'm thinking of be an elite game manager, right? Eliminate the dumb interceptions and the bad misses, and then when time comes, you got to absolutely let it rip. Right? Now, you turn the football over and you're making good decisions and just being aggressive. Hey, I'm cool with that. That happens in the game of football. Happens against really good defenses, and the Kansas City Chiefs have a really good defense. It's the dumb interceptions that he's got to get away from, the careless interceptions that he's got to get away from. But yes, he's got to play a great game for 4 quarters. We've seen C.J. Stroud be really good for a half of football. We've seen C.J. Stroud be really good for a quarter of football. The reality of it is, I don't know that we've seen 4 quarters of C.J. Stroud doing his damn thing this year. And it's going to take 4 quarters of C.J. Stroud doing his thing to beat the Chiefs, assuming that there's not some crazy amount of turnovers that swing this game. And here's why I say it. Ron, in this particular round, now, obviously, Pat Mahomes has been great in every round of the playoffs, and the stats are through the roof. But in this particular round of the playoffs, the divisional round of the playoffs, Pat Mahomes, his career as a starter is absolutely ridiculous. We're talking about 6 wins, no losses, completing over 70% of his passes, passing touchdown to interception ratio 13-0, total touchdown to giveaways, so all touchdowns passing and running to all giveaways, fumbles, and turnovers, 16-0. Passer rating 115.8. Nobody's been better in any of those categories in football. Pat Mahomes has been absolutely lights out in the divisional round, and there's no reason, like I said, he's been at it 6 times. There's no reason for us to believe that Pat Mahomes isn't going to find a way to be great on Saturday. And I believe that this is a game where C.J. Stroud is going to have to bring his A game. He's not going to have to win a shootout. I'm not talking about 4 touchdowns, 350 yards, even though that'd be nice. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bringing an A game from start to finish for 4 quarters, and the Texans got a real chance of winning this one. If you don't, I don't know that the defense can carry you like they did last week.
Yeah, and I think to go a little further, about to throw it out there, do you think it is needed in this game that the Texans are going to need their quarterback to bring his A game? Best game he's played all season. And the reason why I'm inclined to agree with you is it's almost even further on to this, to the point of like, who's bringing the better team in the building? As they are constructed right now, the Chiefs are the better team, right? That's the better team. So he has to not only play well, but he has to also kind of lift the other guys that are around him. He has, like we watched Mahomes, like really what you're talking about. Mahomes last year, they walked into Buffalo. Buffalo had a better football team. He had to make up the difference. They walked into Baltimore. Baltimore had a better football team. He had to make up the difference. And we talked about this thing last year when they played Baltimore in the playoffs. Second round, CJ's got to make up the difference.
He's got to be the difference maker.
That's the different part. Like, there's clearly, and some of you will disagree, I guess, but to me, there's clearly a gap between the teams and how they have played this year and the Chiefs for multiple years. The Texans have to somehow make up that gap. Now, like you said, to make up that gap, it could be 4 turnovers. Could be 5 turnovers like they did with the Lions. That would make up the gap, right? Reality is that's something you don't bank on, right? Yes. You don't bank on the Chiefs, who have not turned the ball over in 8 weeks once. They've not fumbled or thrown an interception in 8 weeks. It's not something to bank on. So what is more likely is C.J. Stroud goes out there and he plays like he played against Joe Burrow last year.
That's right.
Where Joe Burrow's on the field at home, and he raises the level of Noah Brown, and Noah Brown just goes nuts, right? He raises the level of Singletary, and he goes nuts, and raises the level of the team, because that's kind of performance they need, because he is the most likely realistic thing to make up the gap that is between these two teams. Now, it is harder because you're going on the road in the playoffs against that team that has done that. But to me, that's why I'm with you on there's got to be a different level of performance.
Well, it's got to be a different level of performance from jump. Here's the thing is when you get into a game, Ron, it's like the game will dictate what you need to do, right? Like last week, the defense was kicking ass. You were able to run the football in the second half, so that dictated, hey, this game was not going to be put in C.J. Stroud's hands at any point in time in the second half. This was a game that you could pull the reins back. So the game may dictate that you handle things a little bit differently, right? And I hope that's the case. If you can take the two-time defending champs, Super Bowl champs, and you can beat them to the tune of how you won last week and really control the game in the second half, then so be it. The odds are that's not going to happen in Kansas City. So whether you just have to go out there and in the third and fourth quarter, you just got to play a good, efficient game, move the football, get points, kick field goals, or you're playing from behind, and now you got to go get touchdowns, and C.J. Stroud's got to be a little bit more aggressive, and C.J. Stroud's got to adjust the way he plays the position. However it unfolds, whether it's a conservative, minimize risk, or it's an aggressive, let's take more risk and hope for more reward type of play. Either way it goes, C.J. Stroud has to be the reason that this football team ends up winning a game. I think it's going to take C.J. Stroud's best game of 2024-2025 season to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a tall task, but he's got to be able to pull it off. He's got to be able to pull it off. All right, as I said to you, do you think C.J. has to bring his A game? C.J. has to play well to both score points and not turn the ball over and keep the Texans D off the field and fresh at all game. No,
I think it's fair.
No, it's fair. Like Clint said, it don't mean 40 points, right? It means managing the game. And again, to bring back what we saw, like we've seen Tom, we've seen Burrow, we've seen Mahomes,
seen Pat does.
We've seen him. We've seen those guys manage the game in a way like last year. They got up and put 14 on the board real quick on the Ravens, and then they just managed the game the rest of the way. And that could be it too, but keeping them off the field. So yeah, I think he's got to make up the difference between the two teams. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets, and we talked about Mahomes, or we talked about Stroud against Mahomes and the must that needs to happen in that matchup. But there are also more musts that need to occur in this game as well for the Texans to have a shot to win in Arrowhead. We'll discuss those coming up next.
All right, fellas, look, man, if you're often feeling tired, lacking
website and digital marketing solutions, AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Orange Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to check up on one of our listeners. This gentleman is this gentleman needs a hug, man, or some.
I think it's the guy from Philly
or something. My man said, "Come on, Ron. No, CJ can bring his D game, and we could still whip their asses. You've lost your mind. Shut the F up, you moron."
Holy smokes!
You all right, Doug?
Why don't you pull up on them reins there on a Wednesday there, friend?
Just saying, man. You okay?
Relax.
I mean, he's got a point.
Yes, man. I just want to give that young man a hug, man. Even the question, I just don't know. That question should send you to STFU, you moron.
Holy sh**.
Like, okay, bring the D game. All right. Sure. That's an aggressive.
It's an aggressive take, but he makes some good points in there.
Response. There's not a single great, not one whatsoever in there.
Well, I mean, he prompted you to talk about it on radio to all of Houston, so he got his point across.
I just want him to just be all right over there, big dog. Hold on, and then he said, "Let me call in. I want to vent. Call in 713-572-4610. Talking about I'll call in. I won't be disrespectful. Open up the phone lines for him, Tyler. Call in. I'd love to hear from you. I just want to give you a hug, talk you off the ledge, man. I don't know what's wrong with you. You're gonna be all right in there. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a second. By
the way, Tyler, my with your best bets.
Did he crush him?
No, well, he did good last night, but
yeah.
I gave him a little tip. I just looked up and on the ticker up here, my old boy Hartenstein's out for a week, man. You're not gonna be able to use him in your bets, man. He's out.
Damn it! I was excited for that.
I mean, one guy in the entire NBA, I give him a little tip on, and I look up at his ass.
Went down.
He's out for a week.
Clint's best bets will have to wait another week.
Yeah. Hey, look here. My man got injured. I'm out this week.
Yeah, sorry, Zeke. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. So I guess Isaiah Hartenstein's not going to be on.
Does he go by Zeke?
No, I did. He's Isaiah, so I went Zeke.
Ike and Zeke maybe
I
two.
feel like he just goes by Isaiah.
Ike and Zeke may be my two favorite. They're not nicknames. I guess they're kind of shortened names. I guess.
Yeah, short names. Yeah. Or is that what are those called?
Ezekiel
Tyler?
and Isaac.
When
you shorten somebody's name?
It's not, but it's not just short. It's a shortened, but it's also changed. Like. Yeah, Robert and Rob is a short, but Robert Bob, that's different.
It's something like
what's it somebody else out?
A pseudonym, a pseudo. It's
pseudonym.
Yes,
is that what it is? Pseudonym.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
I kind of like pseudonym, but pseudonym.
I knew it was.
I don't even know if that's what it means. I've just heard the word.
William, Bill, James, Jim, Lawrence, Larry,
Richard,
Dick.
There you go. I can't believe it took you that long to get to that one.
I was kind of avoiding it. Are there any others?
Oh boy! I'm sure there are.
Yeah. By the way, I think what I said it is completely wrong.
What, pseudonym?
Yeah. That is a fictitious name usually found in a book.
Way off.
Well,
again,
I mean,
doors open, folks. Send it in. What is it? What is it? What?
I mean, that would be a fictitious name.
Yeah, but I don't
based
think
off of your real name.
I don't think that's what it. I don't think that's what it's called. Though. It's called something.
Maybe a nickname.
I think it's something deeper than that. Like Anthony Tony. There's another one. All right, Clint. What are because I'm gonna try to think of them all the way. All right. What are the must-haves? What are the must-haves for the Texans? Because I have one real big must-have.
Well, we got a few of them, and I look like last week. If the opponent goes off and has 5 interceptions or 5 turnovers, and obviously all bets are off. Nobody who knows what the hell is going to be the reason that they win a game. So assuming that this game goes according to plan, and neither team just screw the pooch and turn the football over 8,000 times, right? The Texans got to haves versus Kansas City. I think starting first and foremost, this is a very broad cast net I'm throwing here. They have to start. And when I say a fast start, I don't mean get out to 14-0 lead. Now, that would be nice. But I'm just saying they got to come out, and in the first 16 plays, they can't have 9, like, critical mistakes of 15-yard penalties, fumbles, interceptions, throwaways that are almost interceptions. Like, you just can't have that. Like, the team as a whole collectively, they have to come out and start fast. Again, it may not mean any points, but at least you get a couple of first downs, you flip the field on the opponent, right? You play clean football. You don't give them any cheap points. You don't give them any short fields kind of thing. So starting fast, I think, is an absolute must versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Because, again, you were the Texans, they came out and weren't ready to play, and they gave the Chargers the opportunity to score 14. Now, they only got 6. I don't want to see what Kansas City does with that same kind of opportunity. So the Texans, offensively, they've got to come out and they've got to start fast collectively as a group. Everybody from Laramie Tunsil to Titus Howard to C.J. Stroud to John Mechie, everybody had a rough start last week, and it lasted for a quarter plus. They got to get that corrected. I would imagine a fast start, Ron, is probably number one on their goal list this week as they prepare for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I think it's crucial. They were able to somewhat stay into the game, but it felt like they were still chasing the whole way the first game a month ago, where they come out and the Chiefs drive it down with that touchdown, and Mahomes runs it in, and then they throw a pick. Those are the first 2 possessions. You want to avoid that, and being that it is the playoffs and it's Arrowhead in the playoffs, they're probably going to take things up a notch, and the Chiefs are probably going to try to go for an early knockout and try to really jump on the Texans, right. And you got to weather that.
Yep, got to be able to weather that storm. They weathered it well last week because your defense was ridiculously strong, and they held them to 6 points in 2 possessions in the red zone. So, you know, that's worst case scenario, but you'd like for your offense to pull a little bit of the weight there. Now, number 2, this is another one. This is a hill I'm going to die on, y'all. Last week it proved to not really matter because the defense was so damn good and because they were able to run the football down the stretch in the second half. But when it's all said and done, I've already said C.J. Stroud's got to have his best game, but at the very least, C.J. Stroud has to eliminate the silly, inexcusable interceptions. Forget the misses that I talked about last week. The silly, inexcusable interceptions that we saw. We saw one of them last week. We saw several this year. That just absolutely cannot happen in this ball game. And it's more so. It's not about what Kansas City this, Kansas City that. It's more so about when you get deeper in the playoffs, every possession that you give up, every possession that you don't absolutely maximize, or at least put your best foot forward and make the defense earn their keep, then shame on you. It's going to end up hurting you. So I think CJ's got to eliminate. If the drive ends in a punt, cool, right? Even if it's throwing the ball to Nico and he's trying to fit a dig route in the window and it gets tipped and the safety grabs it, okay, cool. But the whole throwback across your body, 5 yards behind the receiver with 2 defensive players closer to the football and damn near intercept it, and then you actually throw one in similar fashion in a chaotic pocket, you just throw it up for grabs like that. Those kind of decisions got to be removed from C.J. Stroud's game without a doubt this week versus Kansas City. So those are the 2 offensive gotta-haves right there, Ron.
Slide one in real quick.
Sure,
I think Joe Mixon's very important.
Mm-hmm.
I think Joe Mixon has to, for this team to have its best opportunity to win, I think Joe Mixon has to be a big part so it doesn't just become a one-dimensional thing for the Texans.
Agreed. On the defensive side of the football, a couple of, again, kind of broader. I don't know who's going to be responsible in accomplishing this, but as a whole, I think the defense has to get it done, right? They got to have an answer for Travis Kelce. I know Ron even said it earlier. Travis hasn't been the same player this year that he has been in years past, but I'm not taking that bait right there.
Yeah, he wasn't last year either until they got in the playoffs, and then he
turned it up, right? Well, I just think that this guy, his chemistry with the quarterback, his ability to play backyard football, his ability to break routes off and respond to whatever your answer is in coverage and make his quarterback right. I just think it's hard to defend that, man. And he's going to win a lot of them, but the Texans have to have an answer for Travis Kelce, whether that's Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Miles Bryant, Christian Harris, some combination of a bracket. Bracketing this particular player in certain instances, it's got to happen. You got to make other players beat you. It can't be the Travis Kelce show. And now, look, that is, for me, a lot of that is in. I'm okay with on first and second down if they want to throw the football on those downs. If Travis Kelce ends up eating and has a high catch count, I'm cool with that. It's more in the red zone, on third down, down the stretch if the game's tight, critical 2-minute situation at the end of each half. Like, that's when Travis Kelce, to me, does his best work. Really, him and Pat do their best work together is when it's the brightest moment in the game. So they got to have an answer for Travis Kelce. And as I said earlier in the show, I feel better about the potential answers the Texans can throw at Travis Kelce today. I feel significantly better about all of the answers potentially than what we've collectively discussed over the last 5 or 6 years in terms of the answers that they have for Travis Kelce. So that we'll see if it works, but I think D'Amico has options. And then the other one, again, critical situations down the stretch, 2-minute situations at the end of the half. They got to have a spy for Pat Mahomes in critical drives. I know that sounds funny because he's not Lamar Jackson, he's not Josh Allen, but I have watched Pat Mahomes absolutely crush dreams of opponents down the stretch with his legs. And it's not one or two. I mean, he is like he's looking to run in some of those moments. So they've got to have a spy for Pat in critical moments, critical drives, situational football against the Kansas City Chiefs. Who's going to be responsible for that? I would imagine it could be multiple people depending on the call, but they've got to make sure that they've got him bottled up in that pocket more times than not.
And Daniil and Danico and Will smart. There you go. Smart on your pass rush lanes. Like don't just give up. That running lane for him. All right, coming up tomorrow, Thirsty Thursday, divisional round edition. We will be at Buffalo Wild Wings. Park Row and Katy, just like last week, will be there Thursday. Come hang out with us and enjoy yourself in Katy, Park Row location. We're going to have a good time, good food, good drinks, and I'm certain we won't come empty-handed. So come on out with us tomorrow, 2 to 6, as we'll be there. What's your best bets, Tyler?
That's right. We had a successful Tuesday night going 4 for 5. One of those 6 was a push. So 4 for 5. We're back over that 60% success threshold we aim for each week, and we want to keep it going tonight. I'm going to roll with a bunch of NBA plays again tonight, 6 more of them for you. Here's the list. Heat +6 tonight as they are playing in L.A. against the Lakers, or I know the NBA moved that game from L.A., but Heat +6 against the Lakers. Hornets -5 as they travel to take on the Jazz. The Greek Freak and the Milwaukee Bucks -6 as they host the Magic this evening. This one is an over. Knicks 76ers over 219.5. I'm hitting 70% of all over-under bets in January. You're going to want to tail that one. And then 2 player props. Tatum with the Celtics over 4.5 assists tonight, and then Jalen Green, the hometown kid with the Rockets, over 23.5 points coming off that tie of his career high 42.
I like the Bucks. They have been beating the hell out of teams. They just blew somebody out here recently. They got the Magic at home tonight. I like that line there.
Okay.
They're playing the Nuggets tonight. The Rockets, that's a team. That's one of those teams that they kind of wake up for. But Jalen Green, man, he's just not trustworthy to put my money with on 23.5 points. I know he went off for 42 last time.
No, I get it.
He's liable to go 17. I don't know. So I'm hopeful for that one. I like Tatum as well. They got the Raptors tonight. That'll be easy money for them. 4.5 assists. So Bucks and Tatum, I like that. Jalen Green, I'd stay away from Jalen.
Hump day money.
Okay, Mr. Jalen. Coming up behind us, Nick Caserio, the general manager. He'll jump on, and then Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Chris Santiago coming up behind us. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Shout out to B. Scott. I am Ron, the show, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. Tahitian treat.